All right. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is the, if you're not aware, the Xbox 2 podcast, hosted by me, Randall Thor 19. Internet willing. I hopefully got my fingers crossed, knock on wood, that Comcast and Xfinity won't sabotage me today, considering it's been running smooth all week, just like last week. Seriously, no internet problems whatsoever. And then the day of Friday, I started seeing the modem act weird. And then all of a sudden, well, we all know what happened if you listened to the show last week. My internet died a sad death, and I was without internet for like 6 hours. And you got me for an hour, and you got Jez and Gaz for, a remaining, however long did you guys go on for after that? 2.5?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, it was a mess, man. Because I had to sort of whip out my stream key and do all that kind of stuff. And I've never streamed from Streamlabs with a stream key before. I usually just log in with YouTube. So there was a part of the podcast last week where I was speaking to myself for 15 minutes because I didn't realize if you do it from stream key, you have to actually physically press start stream on YouTube. So I was talking to myself for 15 minutes, and Gaz came on. Gaz was waiting in Discord, and he was like, "What's Jez doing? He's just talking to himself." Because I thought the show was live. And God, it was a total mess. But yeah, big shout out to Gaz for coming in and helping me close out the show. I think we ended up splitting it into 2 parts.
Yeah.
I don't know if YouTube stitched it back together or what. But,
I don't think they did, because I'm pretty sure the first one ended.
Yeah. But hey ho, we've got hopefully good internet back now.
Hopefully, fingers crossed that it works. At least until the show's over, and then you can go out for a bit.
Yeah, true.
Let us get us through the podcast first and foremost. But yeah, that's my co-host, the one and only Jez Corden, managing editor or executive editor or whatever your title is this week. What is it? Managing editor, executive editor? I forget which one.
Executive editor. I don't know.
Executive editor.
It's just it doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't.
I do
they're just words.
The same job. They're just words.
They're just words.
It doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't mean
I have
anything.
no authority. I have no authority. It just reflects the fact that I've been there for a while, I think. I'm just the same old reporter that I always was, I think. Oh man, doesn't mean anything. But yeah, what does mean something is being the co-host of the best gaming podcast on the internet with my good buddy Rand.
Those are some claims. I don't know if I'd agree with you on that. There's some pretty spectacular podcasts out there.
Big claims.
Big claims.
Yeah, there's some pretty good podcasts. Iron Lord's pretty good, but Xbox Era, they're okay.
I mean, they got Nick, though, so that kind of lowers them quite a bit, right?
That's true. I quite like Xbox Expansion Pass. That's a good podcast if you guys haven't heard that. Very positive people on that show.
Yeah, so you wrote an interesting article this week. Got everybody talking again as usual. Yesterday, which was the timing was not great. Because for all you Patreon peeps out there, we see you in chat. We appreciate everybody who is here watching the show or supporting us through Patreon or, buying the Surfshark 2-year deal that we have. But we did do a Patreon podcast yesterday with the one and only Miles Dampier, former host of the Xbox Chatter Days and current dev over at Elphonic on Killer Clowns. So we had him yesterday, and we had him for about 2 hours. It was great to get to talk to Miles again, because I haven't talked to him since Diablo 3 came out. So it was nice to reminisce and get his thoughts about what's going on in the industry.
Diablo 4, right?
Diablo 4. Diablo 3, yeah. Diablo 3 was 360. But it was funny because right before we were starting the show, Jez was like, hold on, I got to write this article. Something just happened. So the beginning of the show is basically just me and Miles shooting the breeze while Jez is writing this article about the Xbox handheld being sidelined So
that all kicked off right in the middle of the show. It was like, oh man, and I'm like running the stream as well, so I'm like trying to keep an eye on the stream. I'm also like, taking phone calls and smashing my keyboard and doing all this stuff, but we got it done. It's been a busy week. I'm very exhausted. I'm very, very happy the weekend is here. And I'm very happy to be capping it off with some, nice, chill, relaxing gaming conversation with my good buddy Rand and the people of the XB2 universe.
The universe. So, outside of that, how's your week been? Okay.
Been pretty good, man. Been pretty good. I've been, sorry, go on.
Well, I was going to say, you finished the game. Let's give it up for Jazzy beat a game. Where's the clap soundboard thing where you can get some clapping in here? We can drop some confetti if we were on live television, release some balloons. There we go. Jez Corden has finished a game that he didn't play for review. This is amazing. I'm so happy.
Actually, yeah. Like, I think this is the first game I've completed not for review in a really long time. Like, usually it's like the games I complete are because I've been reviewing them. But yeah, Expedition 33.
Oh, and he decided to complete the good one. There we go.
Yeah.
Which recently just announced on their 33rd day of release that they hit 3.3 million sales. So
3.3 million sales. That's a pretty incredible number for a genre that I've been gaslit into thinking wasn't viable in AAA with AAA graphics. But they proved the industry very, very wrong. And as I really hope Square Enix has took some notice here. I really do.
Well, remember, I think it was Final Fantasy 16 sold like 3 million copies in a week. I think it was when it came out.
Yeah, but dude,
and that was kind of determined to be like, is it really that good? I don't know, right? I don't know
decades of nostalgia. It should have sold 3 million copies.
It should have, yeah. But they only released on one platform. But the other part of it is, you think this is Game of the Year without a doubt, or at least your Game of the Year. You don't think anything's going to surpass it for you?
I don't know. I can't see anything beating this for me for Game of the Year. It was just, it shows you something completely new, completely fresh, but wrapped in something that's sort of like nostalgic and building on the legacy of all those sort of turn-based classics. So it's just the perfect blend. And I think despite as good as the gameplay was, and like as, engaging as the sort of evolved turn-based system was, it really was the story. And I'm not going to spoil it, no spoilers, but it really was the story that took it to that next level for me. Like I honestly, like, I've become a bit cynical to video game writing in general. And all the way through this, I was thinking like, all this mystery isn't going to pay off. The payload's not going to land. So I was setting myself up to just be like, whatever, But it really did pay off. I didn't see. I mean, I didn't see it coming. Like the full breadth of it.
Yes.
I really didn't. And so yeah, amazing game, amazing story. Incredible execution. Sure, there's a bit of double-A jank around the edges, but like
you can usually forgive those things when the game's amazing. So
yeah, exactly. It was incredible.
One of those things where I never get to really do this with Jez. Like with other people, we can debate endings or how the game, whatever. Like I actually got to talk about the story and everything with Jez, and we were going back and forth on Discord. And it was fun, because it's normally, number one, I don't think me and you normally play the same type of games anyways. And, so it's like, all right, I actually get to have this conversation with you, which was a lot of fun. But yeah, I'm happy that you finished Expedition 33. So, yeah, you know what? Let's do some housekeeping, Jez. And we'll just roll into the show because we do have our Xbox Game Showcase preview for this year. This episode, I mean, we'll probably talk about the showcase next week as well, but we wanted to do it this week because Jez put out his preview article. I most likely will make a video next week about it. So I figured we'd do that today because there's more than a week away, so people can kind of listen to this over the week instead of being a segment completely dead, like 2 days later, right? Because we're going to be doing Xbox 2 next week on Friday, and the showcase is 2 days later. So it's like, well, predictions only last like 2 days. They're useless after that. So we're going to be talking about that today, and I'm sure there's some things that I still want to talk about from last week, but I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff that happened this week that I definitely do want to kind of dip our toes into. So with that said, make sure you guys do us a big favor and hit the like button. It helps us out, gets us in the algorithm, more people get in here. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already for more great Xbox 2 content and content in general. And let everybody know that we're live on social media. Share this out. And with that said, Jez, this episode is brought to everybody by Surfshark, yes?
Surfshark VPN.
Don't forget to do your... There you go. Your shark... Yeah.
That's the noise sharks make,
Yeah.
I admit I'm not a marine biologist.
Dude,
but I have it on good...
Quick aside here, okay? Because you said shark. So,
shark.
You know how,
shark.
Yeah, you know how AI is getting good enough where it's, like, fooling people? I saw this video on X when I was on there yesterday of this shark breaching the water. A great white shark. Looked like it was straight out of Jaws, right? But you really couldn't see any people. But when you kind of did, you could see, like, a hand on the railing, but the hand looked like an AI hand.
It's weird.
But you could tell looking at the shark that it wasn't real. So I was like reading the comments, and the amount of people that thought it was a real thing, like, staggered me. And I'm just like, bro, dude, this is so fake. I get it. It looks good, and maybe at a glance you might be like, all right, like, this could be real. And I'm just like, sharks don't move like that. They don't jump out of the water like that, and that slowly, like. I'm worried for the human race, considering how social media is at, like, in 5 years when AI is even better, that people won't be able to determine a lot of people can't even determine what's true and fake now, but we're cooked, bro. Like, seriously.
Yeah, we really are cooked.
I just want to say that because you said the shark.
Hang on a sec, I need to sneeze.
Okay.
There we go, sneezed. Oh man, that was slow sneezes. That was really awkward. I was like trying to mute myself. But yeah, I got caught out the other day. Actually, Rand, I saw an AI video of like a starling, like when like there's millions of starlings and they do this like aerial dancing kind of thing. I saw this video of like starlings in London, and I was like, oh shit, I didn't know you get starlings like that in London. And I share it to my girlfriend, and then I'm starting to think. I was like, hang on a sec, the London Eye is not next to the House of Parliament, like that. And I started realizing that it was a fake fucking video, but it totally caught me out, man. So yeah, we're absolutely cooked. Especially if you're not like double checking everything. It's that Google video. It's like it's so realistic. It's getting really scary.
And then you know what else is hilarious is how many people in the comments for any thread, any big thread, it'll be, Grok, is this true? Grok.
Yeah.
Is this true, Grok? It's like, oh my God.
Oh man, yeah, it's getting a bit silly. Every single app has an AI button now. I opened up Word yesterday to write something, and then it had an update, and the first thing you see, Copilot saying, "Hey, I'll write your document for you," and it's like, "No, thanks, Copilot, go away." So yeah, it's all messed up. And you know what's even crazier about AI, Rand?
What?
The rapidity of which it will scale up threats to your internet connection. But what if there was a way you could protect your internet connection? Well, look no further than Surfshark VPN. Looking for the ultimate way to safeguard your online experience? Surfshark VPN has got you covered. Whether you're streaming, gaming, or simply browsing the web, Surfshark ensures your privacy and security are top notch. With its lightning fast speeds and unlimited device connections, Surfshark is the perfect partner for all your digital adventures. Rah, rah. Unlock a truly open internet with Surfshark's powerful features. From bypassing geo restrictions to accessing global content, Surfshark lets you enjoy the web without limits. Plus, its Clean Web feature blocks ads, trackers, and malware before they reach you, giving you a faster, cleaner online experience. Your data is precious, and Surfshark treats it that way. With a strict no logs policy and RAM based servers, you can trust your browsing history will stay private. Surfshark's robust encryption keeps your personal information safe and secure so you can surf the web with confidence. Don't miss this exclusive offer for Xbox 2 podcast listeners. Grab 86% off a 2-year plan and take control of your online freedom today. Hit the link in the description below to claim this incredible deal, which gives you like Surfshark for something like $2 a month. It's a really good deal. So surf smarter, surf safer, surf with Surfshark. Rah, rah, rah.
Jesus.
Yeah, Surfsharks are really good. I use it for all my VPN stuff now. Unlimited devices, got it on my phone, I even got it on my Lenovo Legion Go now. Because if I want to watch Raw and SmackDown in a country that doesn't support Raw and SmackDown on Netflix, I can surf my way to a UK VPN via Surfshark for a very, very cheap price of $2 a month with our exclusive deal, which is pinned in the comments, pinned in the chat, and also pinned in the description. So yeah, and if you check them out, it also supports the show immensely. So really, thank you guys for checking them out, and thank you to Surfshark for supporting us.
That's right. And we also have the wonderful people who support us over on patreon.com/XB2. Oh, there we go. We get the drum roll, the applause. Like I mentioned before, the Xbox 2+1 with Miles is up now for your listening enjoyment. It'll be released later next week on Jez's channel for those that want to check that out. The question and answer thread was put up right before the show started, so if you guys didn't see that, go over there, drop us a question, and we will definitely answer it at the end of the show. And we got some shout-outs here for the Xbox 2 MVPs. We got Resident Force, iMike Zero, Tier, Shrapnel, Inner Machine, Just James 93, Holy Dark Death, Steve Stompy, 09C Mine, James Wiseau, Tricks Are for Trey, Laserwolf, Battered Hardock, Army Dude 52C, Foreign Object, RS Donk, Silas, James Moore, Fantasticals, Katrox, Bright Tundra 1, Discarded Caboose, Justin Duel, Sean Kramer, PB Bro King, Asa T, and Madison, Governor Grim, DZ Huffin, Wagerman, Pat Rock, Scarcely Relevant, Darren Tropy, Briggs Country, Prof JJJ, and Wolfgang KPZ. Thank you guys so much for continuing to support me and Jez on the Xbox 2. I see Wagerman on here, and I just want to give him a shout out because him and a few other people, like I think it was like Ainsley and Ben Kenobi, are putting together a unofficial Xbox watch party over in LA, which I think is pretty cool. That it's like Xbox isn't going to do it, but the fans will, right, Jez? I think you give him a shout out in your article as well, right?
Yeah, I think I do. It does kind of bug me that Microsoft is like, not
multi-billion-dollar corporation, but isn't willing to doing it. Well, it's
and then they're leaving it to the fans to do it. That doesn't sit right with me. It really doesn't. But shout out to Wagerman and all those guys who are putting it together, because I've seen some of the stuff they're putting together for people who are going to attend, and it looks fantastic. Yeah. And they're doing it all of their own money,
out of pocket,
all of their own time, all out of pocket, no support from Microsoft whatsoever. So, I think some people from Microsoft are planning to attend, but like financially, there's nothing, so they're doing it all out of pocket. So huge shout out to those guys.
That's right. I mean, we almost didn't have FanFest last year because I think it was a last minute thing, and I think it was only a matter of time before they got rid of it for whatever reasons, whether it's financial or else. But I mean, it is sort of a tradition, right? FanFest has been a thing since like 2015. I mean, I went to the FanFest in 2016 when I went to E3, when I was invited there and did the whole Million Gamer Score thing. During Inside Xbox with Phil and Mike Ybarra and stuff, and there's been basically a fan fest every single year, and there's been friendships made. People love going out there to hang out with the Xbox community. But yeah, $1 billion corporation can't set aside some funds to run a fan fest anymore. So not part of their plans. So
I don't know. I would think this is some kind of philosophical thing, but the fact they're bringing back BlizzCon next year suggests to me that
way more expensive,
and BlizzCon is infinitely more expensive. Like, they don't make, like, as expensive as the BlizzCon tickets are, they don't make a penny there because they partner with hotels, and it's in California, which is expensive in general. So I know for a fact they don't make a penny doing BlizzCon, and they've still greenlit that. So my hope is that they bring it back next year or something like that. Maybe it's because they don't want to, with the weird stuff going on with travel to LA at the moment, they don't want to risk someone flying in and then having problems or something like that. I don't know, but they've let Blizzard do BlizzCon, so clearly it's not a company-wide philosophical thing. We'll see what happens.
Yes. And there's something that happened today, Jez, that I have to address.
Oh?
Because I saw it, and I got tagged in it, and I was like, they better not let me down. So I don't know if you saw this, because I'm sure if you did, you would have said something, maybe. But Ubisoft tweeted about Splinter Cell.
Oh.
And not only did they tweet about Splinter Cell, it looks like it's a still image screenshot from the game. And
remake?
Yeah, did you not see this?
No, I did not. I did not see this.
Go right now. Go to their Ubisoft Twitter account. And I'm like, oh boy, is that some sort of hint that Splinter Cell is going to be at this year's Summer Games Fest or the Xbox Showcase, or does Ubisoft even have a show this year? I maybe I missed that announcement. I mean, maybe they do, maybe they don't. But why are you getting me? Look, I want Splinter Cell to come back, very much so. And all the rumors suggest it's a remake of 1, I think. But I mean, who really knows? Because we had Tom Henderson on not that long ago for Xbox 2+1, and I think he said like his reporting on it forced them to like announce the game too early. But we are basically almost in June with showcases going to be happening really quickly here, and suddenly they decide to drop a Splinter Cell thing. Should I get my hopes up, Jez? What do you think? Do you see the tweet?
I'm trying to find it now. Is it just on the Ubisoft main account?
Yeah, it should have been. I got tagged in it a bunch of times. Let me see.
Oh yeah, that is weird. Like, that's a weird image to be tweeting,
right? It looks like it's it looks like.
Did you read the alt text?
No, what's the alt? Don't say like, we're getting people's hopes up for nothing. Don't say that to me.
So, close up of Sam Fisher from Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, showing a stern expression with focused eyes, the short dark hair, and a rugged beard. Set against a blurred high-tech background, he's locked in.
Okay, so it is an image from Chaos Theory then, which is an amazing game, one of the best. But I'm just
I think you're reading too much into this.
No, I'm not reading too much into this. When does Ubisoft ever
franchise is dead?
When does Ubisoft ever tweet stuff about Sam Fisher and Splinter Cell? Never. They never do. They're too busy tweeting stuff about Assassin's Creed or about, I don't know, Far Cry or the Rayman or whatever else. My boy Sam is constantly disrespected at Ubisoft. So when I saw that, I was like, wait a minute, what's this? Why we got a pic of Sam Fisher here? What's going on? Why are we doing this so close to Summer Games Fest? Should I be cautious with my hype? Should I let it overflow and fill me and once again predict that, all right, at the Xbox Showcase, ladies and gentlemen, the lights will go down, go dark, and then you'll hear the patented and legendary sounds of, and the three green goggles show up on screen. We get some Splinter Cell footage. Greatest show of all time, right there. You don't need anything else.
I don't know, man.
I don't know, man. Yes?
No? I don't know, man. I mean, maybe. We'll see, man. We'll see. I mean, it's not a lot of people remember Splinter Cell. It's a very, very old game.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The old gamers, kind of boomer kind of game, So I don't know, maybe it could come back, but it is funny. Like when you look at that tweet and then you compare it to all the other tweets they've done recently, it's got almost 10 times more likes than any of their other recent tweets. Sam
Fisher sells, baby. People are demanding a new Splinter Cell.
Yeah. There's not many likes on this Skull and Bones tweet.
Oh, surprisingly. I wonder why. I wonder why there's not a lot of tweets and likes for a Skull and Bones tweet. How's that game doing, do you think? What's the player count of Skull and Bones?
I have no idea, but I will give Ubisoft a shout out for continuing to support that game, despite how poorly received it was at launch. They are doubling down on it, which is impressive, because EA or PlayStation wouldn't do that. They would cut and run, they would bail, they would give up. But it's Ubisoft, like, they plow ahead, and I think it's because they've had success here with like Rainbow Six Siege. They kept doubling down on that, and that grew into something.
For Honor's still
For Honor,
yeah.
For Honor has a dedicated fan base, and they're still playing ahead with that as well. The crew as well, and this is so random. There's a Dead by Daylight quest in Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Dead by Daylight, and I think Balatro as well, if I'm not mistaken.
That is so strange. I think kind of.
I do kind of think a Dead by Daylight collab with Assassin's Creed is quite strange, but hey.
Whatever.
New partnerships, new ideas, breathing some life and something old, I guess. The kids love Dead by Daylight and putting bodies up on hooks and revving generators.
General Grievous is now playable in Brawlhalla. I'm just browsing Ubisoft Twitter now.
Okay.
I completely forgot Ubisoft had Brawlhalla as well, which is like quite a popular game. I mean, speaking of Brawlhalla, like Multiverses got shut down today, fully, permanently, finally.
And for the second time, because it launched.
For the second time,
and then they took it offline to then do some stuff with it, because it had a huge launch, and then people just dropped off the game. They're like, crap, what do we do? Take it away for a year, then brought it back, and then it failed again. Spectacular. Great job, Warner Brothers.
Yeah, it's just so bad. I mean, that's probably should have always been a premium title. Maybe should have had a story mode. Like, how are you gonna like release a game with all these sort of cool Warner Brothers characters and not have some kind of story content in it? I don't know, but yeah. But hey, Brawlhalla continues unabated as in the small world of Smash Brothers likes.
Right.
Smash likes.
Yeah.
You call them Smash likes now. I just coined a term. Smash likes.
You did coin a term.
But I did coin a term, but there aren't many successful Smash likes, is there?
But, no, not really.
Fair play to Ubisoft. Maybe Splinter Cell does come back. I have not even the vaguest rumor on my end about that. But I'm rooting for you, Rand. I'm hoping you get your boomer game back.
My boomer game,
and that everyone,
and watch it become one of Ubisoft's best games ever. And they'll be like, well, why didn't we bring back Sam Fisher before this? I'll be like, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, I don't know. Negative Zero in chat says, it's Splinter Cell, but in Fortnite.
Oh God, no! Don't do.
Maybe it's a Fortnite map or something like that.
I don't know. Did you see this? There's a screenshot I saw and on Twitter of like Disney Plus, right? Because I recently watched Andor season 2, and for those of you out there who haven't watched it or are on the fence, you should, because not only is it like the best thing Star Wars has ever done, even if you just disregard the Star Wars aspect of it, it is probably the best television show out there now. Like, it is phenomenal in every way, shape, and form. But it's funny you mentioned the Fortnite stuff, because there was like a screenshot where, you know, someone was scrolling through Disney Plus, and it was like the recommendation section, and it was like characters in Fortnite, and it had like the prequel like trilogy, like Darth Vader and Obi-Wan, but the section was called characters in Fortnite. I was like, oh, we've really gotten to this point now where people don't necessarily realize who Darth Vader is, but they know that this character is in Fortnite. So when they're on Disney Plus, they can be like, wait a minute, characters in Fortnite? I do have to realize that there are probably kids, Gen Alpha, or even young, whatever the generation past them is, that learns a lot of the cultural impact stuff from Fortnite and may not know, hey, I recognize that character from Fortnite. It's like, are we really at that point now where companies are going to have to be like, as seen in Fortnite, or something along those lines, right?
As seen in Fortnite, like the next Star Wars trailer is like, as seen in Fortnite, Luke Skywalker. Something like that. No, I don't.
Or like with Halo, it's like playing, the newest adventure of Master Chief from Fortnite.
Yeah,
or something.
Like I don't doubt, like there's kids in Gen Alpha like playing Fortnite, and it's probably has this sort of like wealth of characters that they've probably never heard of beyond Fortnite. You know, like what little kid has heard of, like, I don't know. Can't even think of the characters that are in there. There's so many characters in there now. I suppose Master Chief being one of them. Little kids probably have no idea who Master Chief is.
No, they don't.
Eminem's in it, right?
I guess.
Little kids aren't even allowed to listen to Eminem. Those lyrics are bad for little children. I wouldn't let a kid listen to Eminem, right, Rand? Right?
I guess it depends. Well, a little kid? No. Definitely not. But,
Marshall Mathers LP?
The Slim Shady one?
Back during the violent days.
Yeah, back during like what, 99?
Yeah. That that old school Eminem. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it's all weird with all this kind of stuff. So there's so much like cross licensing stuff in gaming now, and I don't necessarily enjoy it that much. You know, we just had like a Berserk collab in Diablo, which is okay. You know, like you could get the armor. You can't really see the armor because the camera's so zoomed out, making it kind of pointless. But I kind of feel like if they go too hard on that stuff, it damages the integrity of the game's lore and the immersion and stuff like that. But I'm like, you know, I realize the ship has sailed on that. I realized once you've put Rhea Ripley in Call of Duty with a steel chair, there's no coming back. You can't put that genie back in the bottle now.
I think they just put the character from that new John Wick spin-off movie
in Call of Duty.
In Call of Duty,
I saw Seth. Yeah. Isn't Seth Rogen
in Call of Duty now? Yeah, they got a whole bunch of stuff.
And also,
there.
I read there's also ads on the loading screen now in Call of Duty or something, or in the lobby screen, like proper
screen
mobile
or something.
Phone. Yeah, proper mobile phone.
Any way to make more money as they possibly can, right? More ads, more ads.
It's so crazy. Like this is why, like, I just want Battlefield to come out and be a pure video game. Yeah. But I know it won't, because EA is just as bad. So can't win.
A pure video game. I like how you say that. Pure.
Speaking of pure video games, okay. Rand, I really want to give a shout out to a game I've been playing this week.
The indie Skyrim?
No.
Okay.
I've kind of put that down because
you couldn't get over the jank.
I could not get over the jank. Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon. It is a really cool premise. It's like a dark Skyrim, like a darker Skyrim.
It's a Scrolls-like, I hear. A new term. A Scrolls-like.
Scrolls-like, yeah. It's not. I think people are comparing it to Dark Souls and stuff because it's set in a bleak world that's sort of post-ruin. You know, like all the Souls games take place in, you know, ruined nations, kind of, and it kind of gives that vibe where it's like, oh, like there used to be a civilization here, and now there's just people struggling to survive on a daily basis. That kind of bleakness. I think that's where the Souls-like comparisons end, really, because it doesn't really have Souls-like mechanics where, you know, you die and you collect your souls back and stuff like that. Well, at least I don't think it does. I haven't died in it yet, but yeah, I couldn't get past the jank in that. So I went to another slightly janky game instead. But like this game is like so good, and the jank is just held at bay that I just can't get enough of it. And it's Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. I've been playing it for like about 10 hours now. I think so far it might be the best CRPG I've played in years and years and years and years. It is absolutely fantastic. It's definitely the best CRPG I've played since Wasteland 3. Grid-based combat, turn-based combat, which we know you don't like, Rand, but the writing is just amazing. The writing is so good. It really gives that sort of old school Dragon Age, old school Baldur's Gate, old school Pillars of Eternity feel. And it's like set in the authentic Warhammer 40k universe. It's just fantastic. I can't get enough of it. So many characters, amazing designs. The combat's not the best. I think Wasteland had better combat overall. But it's still early days for me yet. I haven't got some of the higher end abilities, which might make it a bit more interesting. But, dude, it is so good. And it's on Game Pass. And there's expansion coming out for it in the end of June as well. So I really just wanted to give Rogue Trader a shout out.
Right.
Have you been playing anything new recently?
So, yeah, I mean, I wanted to talk about this last week before my internet decided to say later. But I ended up beating Doom the Dark Ages.
All right.
And I wanted to talk about it because, you know, I always talk about the games we play and the games we beat. And, you know, I have some thoughts about this one. You know, I mean, not to get into the whole, is the game a success or is it a failure? Because a lot of people are, it's weird. For a game that's certainly fully multi-platform, there is still a sense of console war when it comes to whether or not the game is doing well or doing poorly, right? And I guess it was maybe my own naivety, being too naive, to maybe think that, well, once these games go multi-platform, maybe you would lose some of that it's a success or it's a failure thing that so often rides along like exclusives and, you know, for different platforms. But this one being, you know, fully multi-platform, and maybe you can even mention like this is like the first fully multi-platform game that Xbox was doing, right? Doom the Dark Ages.
Mm-hmm.
So like that discussion aside, whether or not it's a success or a failure, like if they shut down id, obviously it was a failure. If id goes on to make another game, then I guess you could say Microsoft was fine with whatever results had happened. So I don't know, unless you have the numbers, I'm not really sure what sort of judgment call you can make outside of being like, well, it has a lot of players playing it. Did that translate into sales? I do think Xbox didn't help Doom that much by also releasing a whole bunch of games on PlayStation, but right before it, like Oblivion and Forza Horizon 5 and Indiana Jones and Expedition 33 blowing up, and by the time you get to Doom, a lot of money's been spent. People may not have had as much disposable income anymore. You know, maybe the medieval setting didn't really appeal to people. The pricing on Steam, I saw people complaining about that it was $80 or $90 in their respective countries, and maybe that's too much money to spend on a game that, you know, single player, 12 hours long. So there's a lot of factors you can kind of look into that would be interesting enough to to kind of, like talk about. But I want to talk about the game itself because I'm a big fan of Doom. And off the bat, I think usually people will be like, well, how did you like this one in comparison to the last two? And I do have to give id credit for this trilogy and making each one of the 3 games within the trilogy distinct from one another. Like, even though it's Doom and even though it's gory and it's got all that fast gunplay that people like, the games are inherently different from one another. They don't play the same, really, which is pretty unique in the industry when you talk about franchise games. Because like Halo is going to play like Halo, Uncharted plays like Uncharted, Gears plays like Gears. Even though they might add superficial elements to it, different weapons or more people in co-op and stuff, like the core like gameplay always feels the same in a lot of these franchises. You can even look at like Assassin's Creed and stuff like that, right? But man, they really do switch it up with it, don't they? With the Doom games.
I think like I'm in two minds about switching it up, man. A little bit, because I feel like they switch it up a little bit too much for me.
You think so?
And like I like evolution, not revolution. I like the small iterative changes. I think if you've got a really great formula, I don't think you need to throw everything out and rebuild it from scratch, personally. And like even now, I still think Doom 2016 was the best one.
See, and the funny thing is I would say
boots on the ground.
My favorite's Doom Eternal.
Yeah, which is fine. And I kind of feel like Eternal was quite iterative and still was quite, Doom-like. But I think if you keep evolving too much, it ends up being a little bit too far like something else. And I think Doom the Dark Ages kind of skirts that a little bit too far. It's almost like they almost wanted to make a different game with a different setting.
I've seen people say that like this was supposed to be like a Quake game or something, right? In a way.
Yeah, or a Hexen with the medieval setting or something like that. I think I'm not a huge fan of the setting.
No, I'm not either.
I miss the glory kills a lot. More than I expected.
I actually didn't miss the glory kills as much as I thought I would, because I did enjoy them in the previous game, so I didn't really miss that quite a bit. I do say I didn't like the setting as much as the previous two. I felt like the color palette was too samey, and I don't know, like the medieval setting and even like the cosmic realm I was not really too impressed with. And I know like when you say like, oh, story, like, oh, story in Doom, but there is a story throughout like the Doom games that you are following, and I wasn't really also, it didn't connect with me the way that Doom Eternal did. When you were going through Eternal and you were going through Earth and then through Hell, and then you had Samuel Hayden talking to you, or Vega, or the Father, or the DLCs and stuff, that kind of has a... It just felt like Doom Eternal was like a culmination of like, okay, we're getting to like the end of the story and there's some big things happening and you find out some really crazy stuff about what happened in this world. And I like the gameplay of Doom Eternal more, and I even enjoyed for lack of a better word, the parkour elements of Doom Eternal, which I know some people were completely turned off by. The double dashing through the air and grabbing a pole and swinging and then dashing again. There were some areas where like you're not even on the ground for like a good portion of it to get through the other side. There was all that jumping and dashing, and I thought that added a lot to Doom Eternal, which they got rid of here. But like the big focus here was the shield, right? The shield and the parrying, which if you don't really like that core concept of parrying and the shield itself, you probably weren't a fan of this one. So I did enjoy the parrying, and I've talked at length about how I love parrying in video games. It's always a fun mechanic when it's in there. And for a game like Doom, you don't really expect a first-person shooter to really do a parry system at all. They did one here, and I thought it was done well. I never really got bored of it. even like it always felt good to do, but at the same time, I'm like, yeah, we could probably drop this for the next game. We don't really need to do this again. I think it fits for the time period the game's in. As for like the shield itself, I love the shield bass. I love basically like exploding like a rocket to an enemy down the, like closing the gap really quickly, using the super shotgun or some of the weapons like after you do it. I really enjoyed that, but at some point I did feel like throwing the shield at enemies kind of ran its course. I will say I thought like when the game stops tutorializing you, and what I mean by that is like they're constantly giving you another weapon. And in this one, the previous in Doom Eternal, each weapon had like an alt fire. Like when you had the machine gun, but the alt fire was like the mini rockets, right? You know what I'm talking about, right, Jez?
Yeah.
Where this one, they didn't really have alt fire. It was just they had another version of the same gun. So like you had the combat shotgun, but if you pressed X, it would change into the super shotgun. Or you had the Ravager that would change into whatever else. So like each of the weapons, grenade launcher into the rocket launcher. I wasn't that big of a fan of that change. There definitely were weapons I used throughout. I think I was very much cycler. I used constantly. Super shotgun. The combat shotgun when fully leveled up was
super shotgun got nerfed today.
Super shotgun did get nerfed. The combat shotgun with the three shot burst is really good when you have it fully leveled up. Yeah, the Ravager, the one that shoots out the skulls, and the tight spread one, where if you shoot enemies, the skulls will burn blue and they'll drop ammo. So as you're killing enemies, you just hold on the right trigger and they'll drop ammo, and you basically just never have to. You just never run out of ammo. So like when the game was done tutorializing you on the shields, and you have the melee weapons, and you have the runes for the shields, where like you would parry, and you could either drop like lightning on the enemies, or like an auto turret would pop out of your shoulder or whatever. Like when you had all that stuff and all the weapons, and you start leveling them, all those weapons up, I felt like the gameplay really emerged then, where the game stopped in a way holding your hand, and then it was like, all right, we're letting you off the leash. And that's when I felt like the game really started to shine. But I just wasn't really a fan of what I was doing in the game, or the purpose for like I don't know. I guess I just wasn't a fan of the setting within the game and the story they were trying to tell. It just never was something that was like, I'm super interested and I'm dying to find out what's next and I want to see this through. And then the new additions to the game, the mech combat and the dragon flying, I felt like added a lot to the lore of Doom. Like you've seen the Atlas mechs in the previous games kind of destroyed and the skylines and like up close you climb or whatever. And we've even seen like the dragons in one of the DLCs kind of land in front of you and you kind of rode off in the distance. But we actually got to do those here. And I feel like they didn't overstay their welcome, which is smart because there wasn't really much they could do with either of them. Like the combat within the mechs were kind of basic, but it did provide that like epic scope that sometimes the game's looking for. Like you're just huge mech. And I don't know, like you see in those mechs in the previous games, always like, man, I want to drive one of those. And then like you get to drive them this one, you're like, this is cool. But like as the gameplay was like, it was rock'em sock'em robots. So you punch, you fill up a meter, you press right bumper to do the thing to kill them, or your super punch, and then you like dodge out of the way. It was like, well, they could have maybe done more with the mech stuff, but it was like short and sweet where it was only a few times, like a couple levels here, and it wasn't for very long.
I haven't played Doom the Dark Ages that much on live now, but when I did the preview, one of the preview levels was with the mech and the other one was with the dragon. I thought the mech was okay, but not great. But the dragon I absolutely hated, and it really reminded me of the stupid vehicle they added in Mass Effect 3. Those like flying segments in Mass Effect 3.
Yeah.
I can't remember. It was like the sort of the half Mako, which was like a hovering Mako. It was, and I was just like, I hate this. I hate this dragon so much. Like Doom is not about flying a dragon to me in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah,
So
like I said, I like the mech stuff more than I like the dragon stuff. But neither of those two things that I need in a Doom game going forward is what I'll say. But as always, the gameplay carries the game. And when you get into those big fights where it's just constant enemies, you see the enemies with the shield in front of you, and you throw the shield at them to break them, and then you get all the the armor pieces, and then you're pairing attacks from all sides and busting out your super shotgun and ripping enemies apart, and you're just pinballing from enemy to enemy and running around the map picking stuff up. Is like that's when Doom shines, is like that focused gameplay when you have all the elements at your disposal and you're using them how you want. The game still shines. Like it's like, this is fantastic. It's sort of like the other stuff surrounding it that I wasn't necessarily the biggest fan of. I mean, I like the game a lot. It never really ever approached the peaks of Doom Eternal for me. So like Doom Eternal is a game.
The last boss of Doom Eternal was fantastic. I will say that.
Yeah, and I don't know if you ever did the Ancient Gods 1 and 2. They were a lot of fun, but
I did 1, not 2 though.
So it's tough for me to judge whether I like Doom 2016 more than this one, because I haven't played 2016 since 2016. But I will say, like, Eternal's my favorite. I think I gave that game a 9. And if I were to give Doom the Dark Ages a score, I would probably give it an 8. But with saying that, and how much I did enjoy the gameplay towards the end, I'm also at the point now where I'm like, maybe it's time. It might be time for id to do something else. And I know I said that after Doom Eternal, because I felt like, okay, well, you wrapped the story up in Doom Eternal, like it was complete. And I know I'm not going to spoil it for what happens for at the end of Ancient Gods, but like the story they were telling in Eternal actually didn't complete. You had to play the 2 DLC parts, which I'm like is kind of, I don't even know how to say it. Like the fact that the story wraps up in DLC that you have to buy is kind of weird. Like the story that they started telling in 2016 through Eternal ends in the DLC. It's like, shouldn't that have ended in the main game? So this was kind of like, it's nice to see a side story, another part of the Slayer and what he went through during this time before 2016, and to play around with the mech and stuff. And but I don't know, I'm ready for something different, and I think id's ready for something different too. I'm not really sure how much more juice you can get out of the Slayer at this point. I'm not saying you could never go back to it, but maybe it's like you said, maybe Hexen. They've been talking about Hexen a lot. Phil's wearing the shirt. I mean, who else would you want to make a Hexen game other than id? Or maybe you finally dust off Quake and reboot it, because there is a Quake symbol in the game in the cosmic realm. So I sort of wonder if like they're gonna somehow tie together the Doom and Quake universes and say like, oh, there's a Quake portal in the cosmic realm that ties the Doom world and the stuff together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it does feel a bit like they overthought the Dark Ages a little bit. I don't think I think people just want Doom at the end of the day, and I think that's why Doom 2016 works so well. They went back to basics, and I think they've gotten a bit too far away from that core formula.
But it's weird because when you talk to people,
I've been playing. Sorry, go on.
What is it? When you talk to people, they'll be like, "I really like 2016, but I hated Eternal, so I'm turned off of the franchise." So like when you talk to everybody's gonna have their own personal favorite of the 3, considering how different each one of them sort of ends up. And some people will say, "Oh man, Eternal was great." The one thing like how heavy you are in Eternal in Doom the Dark Ages, Jez. Like when you fall from a height and you just like you feel heavy, like the sound that comes with it, like you have this like presence in world that is really presented to you through audio and visual form. It's like this is like the immovable object. Like if you drop down from a height, you'll like crash into the rocks. Like the rocks will kind of shoot up around you, and there'll just be the sound, and it's like, man, like you are a fucking tank, you know. And I really love that addition. It's there's like it's nothing like gameplay where like you're killing all these enemies. It's like you're falling 10 feet, and it sounds like an asteroid just hit the Earth. You know, it signifies like an immense weight that a lot of games don't do well. It's like, man, I don't know. So those are my thoughts on Doom: The Dark Ages.
Yeah, I'm still gonna get through it. At the end of the day, it's still Doom and it's still fun. But there's so many other games I'm enjoying right now. Like after Warhammer Skulls, I've been like really into Warhammer 40k at the moment.
Okay.
And I've been playing Warhammer Bolt Gun on my Lenovo Legion Go in bed. Because it's like, you know, it's like a boomer shooter, you know, it's like old school Doom with the all the sort of 2D art mixed with 3D environments. I don't know if you played Bolgun, but it is what I kind of want from those kind of games. I want it to feel like, you know, boots on the ground, just killing shit, you know. And Bolgun is just absolutely fantastic. Super addictive, and I'm honestly enjoying that more.
Didn't they announce
than the
a
Dark
sequel
Ages.
for that recently?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
They sure did. They sure did.
A lot of Warhammer games out there. A lot of Warhammer games.
Just a wonderful little game. Yeah, I mean, Warhammer 40k fans are eating really, really good at the moment. There's so many high quality Warhammer experiences now, and they're just getting better and better and better. They just announced like Owlcat just announced a new CRPG to follow up Rogue Trader. They also announced a new expansion for Rogue Trader. Warhammer Darktide just got a bunch of new stuff as well.
We know there's a sequel
Space Marine
coming.
Remastered.
Yeah, Space Marine Remastered, exclusive to Xbox.
Yeah, for some reason.
There hasn't been a PlayStation announcement yet, which a lot of people thought that maybe the announcement was exclusive to Xbox, and they announced the PlayStation version a couple days later. That hasn't happened yet. So
it's so strange. I asked their PR, right? And for Bolt Gun, and this was the Warhammer Skulls PR, and they were like, "Oh, you'll have to ask Sega about that." So I asked Sega about it, and they're like, "Oh, you'll have to ask Games Workshop about that." And it's like, well, I don't have any contact with Games Workshop. It's like, nope, nobody will admit that it's exclusive to Xbox. It's such a strange situation. I don't know why this is going on the way it is. But yeah, it does seem to be fully exclusive to Xbox, at least in the interim, for whatever reason. At least
on console, because it is coming to PC. So
at least on console, yeah. But yeah, you've also got Space Marine 3 has been confirmed.
Right. Which Space Marine 2 blew up and sold a lot.
Yeah, and you have to expect Space Marine 3 will probably like double down on the multiplayer aspects, because it does have like a cool multiplayer sort of mission mode, but
that would
not
depend
quite as...
on how well the multiplayer did. Like we saw Doom 2016 have the multiplayer mode, which then they sort of scrapped for Eternal, which had a how would you even describe Eternal? Like PvE, VP in a way? Like was it two player controlled demons and one Slayer? Wasn't really like multiplayer in the sense.
Yeah, it was like 2v1, wasn't it? And then the whoever was playing the demons could spawn AI demons and stuff. It was an interesting experiment, but it wasn't.
But it was like
the best.
But it wasn't a pure multiplayer like 2016 one, and then they just completely dropped it for Doom: The Dark Ages. So
yeah,
I mean,
and I really enjoyed Doom 2016's multiplayer. I thought it was such a throwback to Unreal Tournament and, you know, Doom multiplayer and, you know, Quake and stuff like that. I absolutely loved it. So I'm sad they didn't try and iterate on that at all. I mean, I feel like multiplayer games like these days when it comes to multiplayer and shooters, they're all just under this assumption that it should be an infinite thing where it's just like it goes on forever and it has a battle pass and it has DLC and stuff like that. I was like, I don't know, maybe I put like 5 to 10 hours into Doom 2016 multiplayer, and that was enough. You know, it didn't need to go on forever. Remember back in the day when multiplayer games didn't go on forever?
Multiplayer was an addition to something, right? And it was just like an afterthought. It was like, if you wanna, there's a multiplayer mode. Remember when Dead Space 2 had a multiplayer mode?
I mean, when it's just tacked on and shitty, that's not great. But
no, but I mean, that was kind of how it was. Like, there were games that had the focus of multiplayer, but then there were games that like, oh, we sort of need the multiplayer to kind of compete in the space. And now it's like, but the thing is, can you just release a game that's just, here's the multiplayer, but then there is no battle pass and there are no expansions and there are no seasons? Because I think that's what people expect now. So if you're going to do a multiplayer game, it needs to have all the things that people expect it to have to be able to compete with all the other stuff in the market,
Yeah, it's a weird time, man. It's a weird time. But anyway, it's just sort of like, I think a lot of devs are kind of struggling with this universe of, we need revenue, but our game is typically single player, so do we tack on a multiplayer or not? And when even though like Doom the Dark Ages doesn't have multiplayer, I think somehow it feels like it's no longer worth full price because it doesn't have additional modes. Like, couldn't you have added like a PvE horde mode or something like that? I mean, maybe like the game, maybe it doesn't work necessarily in PvP anymore, but I feel like there's something more they could have done there.
Well, especially
I don't
with
know.
the rising cost of game prices, right? Where some games now are going to be asking $80 for you, like Mario Kart World, or Xbox said they're doing $80 games this fall, which I think that singles out at least Call of Duty for sure. I mean, I can't imagine Outer Worlds 2 being $80, and
yeah, I don't think so.
I would
be very surprised.
I would say if Outer Worlds 2 is $80, that would probably harm the game. I mean, and I say that with like Outer Worlds 2 is on Game Pass, right? Where people can download it and play it at their leisure. So there's that aspect, but also they're trying to sell the game on Steam and on PlayStation, and that's probably going to be around this fall, where there's going to be a bunch of other games, potentially like higher profile games, and you might lose sales because of that, because someone might not think the game's worth it. So I don't think Outer Worlds 2 is going to be $70, nor Ninja Gaiden 4. But like, I mean, I think you can take home that Call of Duty will this fall.
Yeah, I really think $80 is really pushing it, especially when you consider it's $90 in other regions.
Well, yeah,
that
or
goes.
100.
It starts going beyond a simple like, oh, I'm going to buy this game as an attachment for my console, and starts becoming more of a like, shit, this is an investment. This is a serious investment. So I think
but then you'll see people bust out like the inflation charts of what this was back in the 1990s, or like, oh my god, I remember when I bought a Nintendo 64 game and it was like $110 and or whatever, and it's like, and yeah, you understand that game development is expensive, but also at the same time, I don't know if like the game developers themselves realize that there's plenty to play, and a lot of like the biggest games are free. So I don't need to spend $100 on something to play, or like look at Randy Pitchford making the stink about Borderlands 4 being $80, and the idea of
Did you see his new tweet?
No, he put out a new tweet.
Yeah, he quadrupled down.
Did he? Oh, so I mean, obviously Borderlands 4 is going to be $80, right? Why else would you be doing this if you weren't preparing people for it to be 80? Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, for those who don't know, Randy Pitchford said something to the effect of, if you're a real fan, then you'll find a way to get $80.
And then he brought up the inflation. Then he brought up his like, in 1992, I bought the thing and I bought this game for blah, blah, blah. It's like, oh my God, are we using it? So what's his new tweet?
Yeah, he doubled down, and that was a whole thing. And then there was also this, he tweeted today, it was kind of like, I think he was trying to be funny and make light of the whole situation, but it didn't really land. And he said something like, oh, if you guys want to, if you are financially, I can't remember exactly what he said, but he said something like, if you are financially challenged, you can get Tiny Tina's Wonderland on Epic Game Store for free this weekend.
Oh, Jesus.
And people are like,
Financially challenged, dude. Like you're the CEO. Come on, dude.
That wasn't exactly what he said, but it's something. It's some.
Well, what was
something
it?
Like
what
if
was
you're
his
stretched for
exact?
cash or something like that.
If you're strapped for cash, because
it was something like that. Let me find.
Strapped for cash versus
tweet.
Financially challenged, in my opinion, is two different things.
Let me find out exactly what it was.
Okay.
Because it was sort of a controversial way to have said it. He might have deleted it by the time I actually look at his thread.
Randy Pitchford.
Where is it? I don't know. I think he might have deleted it, you know. That's kind of funny. Yeah, I think he might have deleted it now. But yeah, I can't. Oh yeah, Donataku in chat said, if you are price sensitive.
Oh, price sensitive. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Right. If you're price sensitive, you can get Tiny Tina's Wonderland on Epic Games Store for free this weekend, which felt like a backhanded kind of like.
I mean, it sort of does, really? Considering his comments about the $80 stuff. And shout out to Donataku. Yeah. What he's been waiting for his entire life is happening next week. We got the Nintendo Switch 2 launching in 6 days. This man's never been more excited for a console launch in his life. He's a resident Nintendo fan, watching our podcast, which I don't know why, because we don't talk about Nintendo. Hey, at least we don't talk about Nintendo and say bad things about them, because neither me or Jez really care about Nintendo, so we don't really talk about them. Because I know Don's out there trying to like correct misinformation from people saying things or whatever, and it's like
why you gotta do Don like
no,
that?
I'm just saying, like, he's out there doing that stuff. I see him on Twitter, and it's like me and you don't even talk about Nintendo. So
I mean,
we don't even care enough about Nintendo to even like spread misinformation about it. It's like I let people enjoy it, whatever. I don't care.
Oh my god! Well, I will say this about Nintendo, Rand. I put my entire Pokemon collection of games onto eBay this past week, and I can't believe how much they've increased in value since I bought them. So I've got like a Pokemon 3DS, which is now worth $100 more than what I paid for it originally. I got like Pokemon Heart Gold, which is now worth like $120, like, which is also way more than I paid for it. It's like, hey, I actually kind of like Nintendo now. I'm making bank.
I mean, Donataku says you sort of find reasons to hate Nintendo. So.
Yeah, I kind of do. I admit that. Dude, I'm so salty about the way they've handled Pokemon that, yeah, it's kind of gone down that road now where it's just like, I just hate Nintendo. It's pure salt, I admit. But, it's not serious, I appreciate that everyone likes them.
This isn't like your hate for Apple or your hate for, what is another company you hate? I mean, you hate Apple, right?
Apple's up there, man.
And don't you hate Google as well?
Yeah, I'm not.
Or you can't really say that because Google controls the algorithm, and it's like, gotta be nice to Google because they want to send traffic.
Oh yeah, we love Google.
Yeah, we send traffic our way to Windows Central and YouTube.com/RandallThor19. We love Google and
yeah, we love Google here at X2 Podcast. Yeah, yes, we love you, Google. Yes. Be nice.
Windows Central loves Google as well.
Yeah, Windows Central, we really love Google, and Google should definitely give us more algorithm. But nah, I don't really hate Nintendo. I'm just sort of salty about. I just think there's so much more they could have done with Pokemon, and they just didn't. They just didn't. They just let it become this horribly stagnant thing, and I mean, part of it's the fans' fault because the fans still line up to buy it. So but I was never a huge Nintendo guy. It was always just Pokemon for me. It was like there was Nintendo and there was Pokemon, and it was always Pokemon for me. But they pushed me away by being so lackadaisical with all that shit. But I am kind of looking forward to how they position Nintendo Switch because I think it'll inform. Obviously, Microsoft will be watching that, and Microsoft will be like, it will inform how they're going to position their handheld, which we're going to talk about in a bit.
Yeah, well, Paris wants to know if you're going to Summer Games Fest because he wants to say hi and hang with you. And I already commiserated with Paris a while ago. I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna. He's just like, they got rid of FanFest, and he's like, he's like, I don't care. I'm gonna meet you, Rand, one of these days. If I gotta fly out to Chicago to do it or whatever, we're gonna hang. We're gonna meet, and we are however, a week away from the showcase or whatever, and you always said you're not going to go, and I always said to you, well, you said that the last 2 years, and then you changed your mind at the end. So, are you going to Summer Games Fest in the showcase this year, or are you staying home?
No, I'm staying at home this year. It's very expensive to travel to Summer Game Fest, and for me, being in the in the UK or Europe, so I just can't make it there this year. But we are sending Samuel Talbot from Windows Central, who lives a lot closer. He's an American, like Randolph Thor 19. Paris, you can go and say hi to.
Is he located over there too? So it's not really that big of a travel thing for
Sam? He's from Missouri, which I have no idea how close that is.
Missouri's pretty close to me. In fact, it might be like a state over from. Yeah.
So it's like pretty close to LA, then, right?
No, not really.
It's like literally next door to LA, basically.
No, not at all. Like if LA, if a flight from Chicago to LA is 4.5 hours, a flight from probably Missouri to LA is probably 4 hours. Because depending on where you are in Missouri, like if he's in St. Louis, then it's pretty close to Illinois.
Can't you just like hop in the car and just?
There ain't no hopping. I mean, you could, but I mean, car ride would be long, bro. You don't.
How long are we talking?
A long time.
Like 40 minutes, something like that?
18 hours, probably.
18 hours?
Yeah, you don't understand how big the United States is.
Why is America so big, man?
Because it
doesn't need to be that big.
Because the British couldn't hold it.
Yeah. Because of them pesky French people.
I even saw someone on social media. Someone said to me, he's like, remember the whole 100 gorillas, or the 100 dudes versus one gorilla? And there was something now, it was like 100 British guys versus 100 American guys. And it's like, didn't we already prove that? The 100 American guys would win?
Well,
we fought a war over that stuff 300 years ago or whatever.
Wasn't it more like 100 British guys who'd spent 6 months at sea to get to the theater of combat versus 100 American guys who were well-fed and defending the territory?
Well-fed.
And also backed by another 100 French dudes. So it wasn't really a fair battle.
It wasn't a fair
in
battle.
my view. Okay. No, it wasn't fair. In fact, I think America cheated, and they should just, become the 51st state of the UK.
What after Canada becomes the 51st state of the US?
Yeah. Well, Canada's still got the king. The King Charles was up in Canada recently. Hanging out there for a bit. King Charles of Canada. So what if America just had King Charles of America back? I think that'd be cool. I'm sure lots of Americans would be down for that, right, guys? Right in chat?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure there definitely would be.
How do we feel about this? Yeah, you're not down for that, Rand? You're not down for coming back. We'll let you have an MP in Parliament this time.
Oh,
but only one. Only one.
That makes it all worth it then.
Oh man.
Let me get to a couple of super chats here. We got Glassdoor Gamer, who says Xbox should officially call it a day on hardware. I mean, I know that's a take I've seen Mike Ybarra say recently, that they should just drop hardware completely and focus on games and communities and stuff like that, and just get out of the hardware business. But with Mike, I just never know what's the right word here. I always sort of feel like there's a grudge when it comes to like Mike and his feelings towards Xbox,
Oh yeah, definitely.
So it's like, I always take what he says about them. It's like, is he really giving a true analytical decision, his opinion about what they should do, or is this more of like sticking it to them because of what's happened in the past? You never know, right?
Yeah, I think like I like Mike, but you can't really take his opinions on Xbox that seriously these days. I mean, didn't he say something like, "Oh, Oblivion, who's going to buy that?"
Yeah,
and then it sold like
because compared to
copies.
Elden Ring, which Elden Ring Night Rain is already sold 2 million copies. So,
yeah, it's debuted to mixed opinions, but it's doing pretty well for itself.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I don't think anybody expected it to do Elden Ring numbers.
No, I don't think
but,
so.
I mean,
but
people do love Elden Ring, and they do love From Software.
They
so
sure
it's like,
do. I mean, our reviewer quite liked the game. Quite liked Night Rain, but he said there isn't enough content there to give it good longevity. I suppose it'll all count on like how well they handle, post-launch content or something like that. I don't know. But yeah,
I don't really have any interest in the game whatsoever. It's just me. Like, I just don't have any interest playing through multiplayer in that game. So, hope
and
everybody.
apparently, people are mad that you need 3 players. You can't do it 2 player.
I mean, you can't do it too, because I know you can do it solo offline, but apparently the game's like impossible by yourself unless you're an Elden Ring or Souls-like professional. It'd be too hard solo, so you need 3 people to play through it. And I guess there's no game chat, so you gotta, even if you're like trying to like find like just random people, you gotta coordinate using emotes, which isn't really the best.
Yeah, it's not for me, but I kind of, I appreciate devs trying new things, and it's not like this was the core team over there. I honestly really think Night Rain, I think Armored Core would have been a better way to experiment with this formula, but I guess it doesn't have the brand power of Elden Ring behind it, right?
No.
And yeah, it's whatever. But I mean, let's see how it does.
Depending on how well it's supported, you could see maybe the game reaching 10 million sales, which is like a ridiculous amount. It's also $40, which is a good price in this day and age of a lot of these games out here.
It's $40.
Yeah, it's $40.
Oh, that's very, very fair then, I think.
Yeah,
so that sort of raises it in my estimation a bit, because I honestly expected it to be full price.
No, I think they're smart enough to know that $70 would probably be, like the nail in the coffin for this game. But I think it's priced appropriately. It's just another game that's come out this year that really highlights how great, that lower price. Like Split Fiction was $50, Game of the Year contender. Expedition 33 is $50, and I think it's my game of the year, and I think it's going to be a lot of people's games of the year. Elder Scrolls Oblivion was what, $50 as well. This game's $40. It's like people are torning, like they don't. It's like, oh well, if Randy Pitchford wants to sell us on this $80 game, or Nintendo and Xbox want to sell us on $80 games, it's like there's plenty of these cheaper games, like Mafia's $50, and judging by how good these like $50 games are, like I'm almost expecting Mafia to be highly rated at this point, and being like, we don't need Borderlands 4, we don't need $80 stuff. Very curious I think Mario Kart will do fine, because it's Mario Kart. It's Mario Kart World, right? It's the biggest franchise, and it's packaged with the system. So I'm sure they're probably going to sell millions and millions and millions of the $500 unit, where Mario Kart will be a success. And Call of Duty is Call of Duty, unless there's like a gigantic fall off with this game, or the community turns hard on it, or Battlefield 6 or whatever they're going to call this new one, right? It's Battlefield 6, eats its lunch if it's launching this fall, because I have this feeling it probably will, considering I think once GTA 6 abandoned that spot, they're like, okay, this is our and Marathon most likely is getting delayed too, so then you even have one other competitor moving away. So it's like, all right, Battlefield, and if Vince Zampella can work his magic, and we get Battlefield back, and they don't price it at $80, and they price it cheaper, and the multiplayer is amazing, and I'd be very curious to see, how people really respond to the price increases. Because I definitely know you'll see the media hyper focus on concurrent users on Steam. Like, you'll be seeing the Steam charts and articles and all over the place to determine how good Borderlands 4 did. And God help them if they don't, if it like debuts to like 50,000 concurrent users or something, because people will deride them all day, and the media probably won't be kind about it. Be like, Borderlands 4 has debuted to low numbers on Steam. Is it an $80 price point? So I'm very curious to see how that all plays out.
Dude, that's like basically the new algorithm meta. He's like looking at the game's concurrent Steam stats and then spinning the drama out of it.
Absolutely.
That's the new meta.
Absolutely. Anyways, we got another super chat here from Felipe. We got Switch 2 is a huge success in Normie Land. I can't see a scenario where the Xbox handheld will be successful. Phil has made Xbox hardware a thing of the past. Good thing I have the OG Xbox to reminisce about the good old days. So,
I think that's kind of fatalist.
I figure this is a good time to talk about this. The Xbox handheld, the official Xbox handheld.
Yeah.
Not the Asus one that is probably going to be revealed this summer and released later this fall. That's basically going to be a ROG Ally 2 with an Xbox button on it. This one was supposed to be the one that Xbox was working on as part of their next generation plans, launch plans, where I think you detailed in an article it was going to be a handheld as well as the successor to the Series X, a console, most likely just really a PC, but they're going to sell it as a console, whatever, what have you.
Yeah.
And well, yesterday you put out the report that they're no longer, or at least it's been sidelined. I've seen people use different words to describe this, like delayed, canceled, killed. Right? Obviously, everybody's going to use something differently to get more clicks or more attention, depending on the platform they're on and how much they want to clickbait stuff, right? So, in your reporting, you use sidelined, because I think you said that you were told they still want to do their own handheld in the future, so it's not like it's dead.
Yeah. So I think my interpretation of the way some of these rumors have arrived to me, right, is sort of along the lines of I think what happened was, and obviously I wasn't there, I wasn't flying the wall, I didn't have CCTV at Microsoft headquarters, so some of it's speculative, but from what I understand, there was some kind of meeting at Microsoft with Xbox hardware teams.
Some kind of meeting yesterday, right?
Yeah, something like that. And essentially they were like, okay, for now, we're going to park the Xbox handheld, which the code name of which I'm not entirely sure about. Some people say the code name is Pembroke. Some people say the code name is Cardigan. I've also heard the code name Melrose. So I don't know if different teams are working with different code names. I don't know if different aspects of it have different code names. I don't know if, if there's just one unifying code name. I've seen these code names also in Xbox's APIs and stuff like that. So,
and let's not even mention the code names for the controllers. Jeez.
Yeah, the code names for the controllers are crazy too. So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure of the code name. So I took the code name out of the article because originally I was like, it's code name Pembroke, which is what I thought it was, but now I'm not entirely sure. But so I think they were just like, yeah. So the plan is we were working on an Xbox handheld. We were exploring it, costing it up, seeing how much it would cost to make. Seeing what kind of work we'd need to do for it, and do some like initial work on, stuff like that. Like as far as I'm aware, that they'd even sort of a prototype to dock for it and stuff like that, right? Or at least explored having a dock for it. Also, some work had been done on it. Not a lot of work, but some work had been done, like programming work and stuff like that, from what I understand. So, like the explorative phase, and getting it approved for deeper, for like to get it built had been achieved. It was presented up the chain at Microsoft, I believe, a few weeks ago, and they were like, "Yeah, this is a good idea." But I think the rise of SteamOS and the videos that came out because the Lenovo Legion Go S with Steam and came out recently, and also they Valve allowed third-party handhelds like Asus ROG Ally and Lenovo Legion Go to install SteamOS with officially supported stuff. You could do it before, but it was a bit hacky, and now it's like a lot less hacky. And the first like comparisons have been incredibly positive, and it's like it improves battery life, it improves frame rates when you don't have all that Windows compatibility overhead. The performance delta is quite big. So I think what happened was Microsoft was like looking at all this stuff, and they were like, yeah, okay, we've got approval for this, we've explored it, we want to do it, but we think that there's a bigger threat here. And I think as much as it pains me to admit, I think they're completely right. I think clearly SteamOS does present this sort of existential threat to Windows and just the platform in general, particularly because I think this Pembroke handheld, or whatever it was codenamed, it was going to be a Windows handheld as well anyway. But it was going to have
not console based.
No, but that's the thing. It was going to be like Windows, but also not Windows. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, I don't know what you mean by that. So
it's not. I don't know what I mean either. But it was going to be Windows based. But I've had hard confirmation that the plan was for it to run Xbox games, even though it was Windows. And I don't know if that was a way to bridge the licensing issue or the licensing delta. I don't know if it was going to be a heavily modified version of Windows, which does have fewer overheads or whatever. But it does feel like the idea now is we're going to double down on working on Windows for OEM handhelds like Canon and whatever other OEM handhelds are being worked on right now, because there's probably other ones too. And it's like we're going to put our engineering teams and our hardware teams working on that platform for now. And then eventually we'll pivot back around to making our own first party handheld. However, I think my sources on this have been cynical to the idea that this will be brought back from the dead. I think that there's a lot of cynicism and worry that Microsoft's just sort of making claims that they're going to bring it back, and that actually they won't bring it back, and they'll just sort of let Asus and OEMs handle the future of that.
That's 100% what's going to happen. Absolutely.
Yeah, again, that's your cynicism.
No, that's not that. I'm just looking at it.
You're not Randall Nostradamus.
No, true. But here's the thing. So like when you had told me we were getting ready to do Xbox 2+1, and you were like, I think either the handheld or the console just got canceled. And I said, huh? What?
Yeah.
And then you were like, hold on, trying to get more info. And then I was like, well, if they cancel one of them, it's going to be the handheld. Because it's right now, currently, it's sort of the handheld market on the PC side of thing is really fresh and new. The market's not really mature. I mean, Steam Deck is the one that is kind of leading the charge, but even that is sold a small amount, considering how much people talk about it on social media. I think it's only shifted like 6 million units. And considering you're working with OEMs and all your stuff works on all these things anyways, I was like, well, if they're going to get rid of one, or if they're going to cancel one or delay one, it's that, right? Like, you can't really get rid of the console just yet, because that's where a lot of your money making is. You make all this money on selling microtransactions and full game sales from all the games on the store. That's where the majority of your Gamepass users are on console and stuff. So you can't just drop that, which is why I always kind of like the idea of like them dropping hardware in general right away. Always kind of like, no, I think they'll do one more, which I think is the case. That's why there's gonna be one more console gen, and then who knows after that? It's probably it. But so I felt like the handheld's probably the one to get rid of if you were thinking of like, okay, because you have these other avenues, like, and it did enter my mind of like, man, I wonder if they're kind of scared of the Steam OS and how much it makes these other Windows PC gaming handhelds run better. And it's like, we need to really improve Windows 11. So the fact that was the thing is like, well, no, we're going to pull people off of this, and we're going to turn our attention to really improving the Windows 11 gaming experience on these devices, or just in general. I do feel that's the right move, because, an Xbox handheld in a sea of other handhelds that basically do the same thing. It's kind of like, is that something that people want? Especially if the tariffs stick around, how expensive is that device? I know PlayStation, there's rumored to be making one too, and I guess you could make the argument that, well, if Xbox doesn't have one and PlayStation does, like, is that a bad thing? Like, what if by PlayStation entering the market, maybe that makes the market blow up even more, and then you missed the boat on it, but then you have all these other third-party OEMs doing it, so maybe you're covered anyways. So it made sense to me that you would do this, but also at the same time, I'm not really confident that they're going to dust off the plans to do one in the future, because at that point, they're going to be like, well, there's no room for it, and we have all these other devices we're doing with other third parties, so it would just kind of be a race of resources and money. Let's just make Windows gaming or Windows 11 better for gaming in general. That should be our focus. And I think that's where some of the distrust with Microsoft lands, Jez, is that they're constantly changing their plans, always and forever, right?
Yeah.
Plans constantly change. Like, 2 years ago, it's exclusives, baby. Exclusives only on platforms where Gamepass exists. We know Phil's words of what he said after they acquired Bethesda. And then 3 years later, or however many years later, it's definitely not. In fact, it's just 4 games. Don't worry, guys, 4 games. Just 4 games, guys. This isn't a sign of what's to come. Don't read into it that much. And then a year later after that, it's actually everything. And stuff's not even going to be timed exclusive. It's just going to be out there day one. So you look at their things, they're like, well, they've changed plans consistently quite often in the past 5 years. And now you get like their hardware plans. And some people are even questioning whether or not they should do hardware in the first place. And now you're at the thing where it's like, okay, we got this next-gen plans. We got this handheld that people seem to want. Because the current Keenan one is just a Windows PC thing that doesn't play the 7,000 games that are on Xbox that people really want. It's just, oh, well, I already have this device. And it's like, oh, don't worry. We got you covered because we're going to release one of those in 2027. But then it's like, they sit down, it's like, actually, no, we're not going to release that. Or we're going to send our focus somewhere else. So I really understand some people who doubt Microsoft's commitment to hardware and everything, because it seems like plans are always changing down the road. Like, the plan's one thing 1 year, and then the plan's another thing another year, and who knows what the plans will be in next year. Maybe next year they're like, you know what? Yeah, I don't know about this console anymore. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. And that's the thing.
I think the vast majority of people aren't even
sure. And to be fair, the handheld was never even announced, right?
No, it was the only reason we know about it is because I leaked it.
Well, the only also reason it's known about is because Phil talks about it every single time he's on a podcast somewhere, and how much he wants a handheld and all that stuff. And we know how Phil loves to tease, so it's like he's consistently mentioned it everywhere all the time. Right? It's like, no. And then even at Microsoft's own business meeting where they dropped the stuff, it's like, oh, we got hardware coming in the future. Like, they've said these things, which, not exactly are promises, but, there are things that they plan to do and the community wants them to do. So, granted, the handheld was never announced, but, they want to do it simply because Phil has mentioned it like 40 fucking times, like in interviews. So now it's like, all right, well, and I do think this is probably for the better of improving Windows 11 for gaming. Probably it would make everything better in general, overall. But if I had to make a guess now about if the hardware for the handheld, like a dedicated Xbox handheld, one made by them and not a third party, ever releases, I'll say right now that it doesn't, because you probably get 2-3 years from now, and how the market will be and all the different manufacturers making stuff, they're just going to be like, it's not worth it because we have all these other devices out there. So I'm going to say no. I'm going to say that they don't dust off those plans.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably right. I'm going to keep the faith, though, because I know that Microsoft really wants to do it, like, all the way up the chain. And, like you say, Phil talks about it in interviews, they tease it. I think it is something that they could push through. And I do think that, like, as well, there's sort of like, there is added impetus for this, because as Microsoft has more and more studios, they just make more money on their own platform. It's like, why wouldn't you want to sell Call of Duty through your own channels rather than give competitors a cut, right? It's especially if, like, the hardware, you can make a little profit on the hardware as well. It's a conduit for Game Pass. It's a conduit for Game Pass on the go. And I do think, like, OEMs have a role to play here. But I also think, like, you know, it would behoove Microsoft to really leverage that Xbox brand, because Canon does not look like an Xbox device. It looks like an Asus device. And Asus devices aren't always the most attractive devices on the market. And I think a lot of people will also look at the price point and just be like, this is way out of scope. So I think, like, there's an opportunity for Microsoft to fill a niche within that OEM universe, which is kind of like what Surface does now. Like, Surface was this weird situation where it was like, okay, we don't want to tread on OEM's toes, so we're going to make Surface devices as weird as possible, you know, so that we don't, compete with our partners like Dell and stuff like that. And now it's just like, okay, well, now Surface devices don't even come with Intel. They're just ARM, a test bed for Windows on ARM, which is a shit show of its own, by the way. Which again doesn't really compete with OEM devices, the Intel-based laptops. So I think an Xbox handheld can coexist with OEM stuff. Maybe they make the cheap option, which is maybe not as powerful as something like a Canon or a Z2 Extreme, but maybe it's more affordable, Maybe it's got some kind of unique feature. Maybe it's got an MPU for AI bullshit. I don't know. Maybe it does something.
I mean, it's going to have some AI stuff in it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, that the next console or whatever is going to be called the Xbox 365 with Copilot, right? I mean, you already know these things. AI is going to be a big part of next generation, whatever they do. So, yeah, now maybe you're right. Maybe I'm being too cynical about this idea, but I just sort of like look at it like, all right, if they're gonna like, and also you can make the argument, Jez, that I mean, they know Windows 11 and 10 needed to be better for gaming for years. It's not like people haven't been telling them that for, I don't know, 10 years now. Right?
Yeah, but this is Microsoft we're talking about. Microsoft
I know.
Won't
and it's like
do shit unless they've got a spreadsheet.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
they
I'm
need
just
a
saying,
spreadsheet to tell them why they should do something.
It's not like people have not been saying this for a long time about the Xbox app and all those things, and it's like they know it. People have been telling them that, and it's only like now when, okay, Valve's like, we're gonna put SteamOS on these devices and they can install them or whatever, and let people do, and it's like how much better it makes the things run, better frame rate, better battery life, that now all of a sudden Microsoft's like, oh shit, maybe we should do something about this. And it's like,
yeah.
you've known forever. And I understand, gigantic corporation. I know Xbox and Windows are different divisions, and there's all politics involved, right? Like, everybody's got their egos. It's like, so I get it. I'm just saying, like, but like, you knew, like, this isn't like new information. Like, people have been telling you this for a long time. And I was just wondering,
this is the Satya mentality. It's just like, we'll wait till it's a problem.
Yeah.
It's really annoying. It's been going on. This has been going on for years now. And I found a quote from the Windows 10 era where Satya was like, "Oh yeah, we want people to go from using Windows to loving Windows." That's literally a quote from him.
Are you loving Windows?
Nobody loves Windows.
Nobody loves Windows. Yeah. Okay.
People use Windows, but nobody loves Windows. Like people like are fed up and annoyed with Windows. They're fed up of like logging on and seeing like, oh, now there's a new AI bullshit that I didn't ask for, and I can't turn it off. Oh, there's new telemetry stuff I asked that's there, and I can't turn it off. Or, and I'm someone who I'm someone who gets a good amount of use out of Windows because I use OneDrive, I use Microsoft Edge. So like my Windows experience is pretty clean. But if you're someone who doesn't use OneDrive and you don't use Microsoft Edge, then you're constantly getting bombarded with ads to use those programs, which is, if you're not someone who wants to use those programs, maybe you use iCloud or Google Drive or Google Chrome, which is fine. But Microsoft tries to bombard you with these, recommendations and stuff. And you can turn them off, but they tend to have a way of turning themselves back on whenever there's like a major update and stuff like that, But yeah, I don't know. Windows could be better, and Microsoft needs to have a better relationship with consumers. Under Satya Nadella, their whole sort of their mentality around consumers has been like businesses. No, it's shareholders first, businesses second, consumers last. And I think that's not how you build a company that has a strong following. People will in that situation, people will always look for alternatives. And that's why like I think Steam OS is such a threat, because the support that Valve has for Steam, you can't buy that. You earn that through years and years and years of building features people want, providing value via Steam sales or whatever else. And Valve has like won that through decades of hard work. I remember when Steam first came out and everyone was pissed about it. Everyone was like, "Oh, I need Steam to download to get Half-Life 2. I don't want this DRM bullshit." I remember everyone was mad about it, but now everyone loves Steam. Everyone worships Steam now. It's like it's almost like cult-like status. The PC master race, some of the memes and all that kind of stuff. And people hated it when it first came out.
Sure.
It's only like through like this.
Well, I mean, people thought
constant iteration.
You remember all the articles and stuff back then about like, oh, PC gaming's dead or it's gonna die, and then it's like, oh no, like Steam kind of revitalized it, and now it's bigger than ever, right?
Yeah.
So
and Randy Pitchford saying the Steam will be dead.
Yeah,
but that's the thing. It's like I do feel like for all the bitching and moaning that we do about Xbox, I do genuinely feel like Microsoft is winning over new audiences because of the value being provided by Game Pass. Like Game Pass has been on an absolute tear recently.
Sure.
The Xbox app on PC has improved a lot, and it's gotten to the point where like I can't even really fault it anymore. There's still things I would like to see. Like I would love to be able to hide the mobile games in my library, for example. Angry Birds Friends is in my PC games library. I've never fucking played it. Let me hide it. Let me get rid of it. And there's a bunch of other games there, like the Bleeding Edge beta. Why is that in my library? It's not live anymore. The game's dead. Why can't I hide it? I don't want to see that in my library. Steam gives you a lot of options in the right-click menu where you can like hide things, you can organize things however you want.
I think you can hide that stuff on the Xbox console, so I don't know why you wouldn't be able to do it on
exactly.
PC.
So I think it'll get there. And I think they're just prioritizing what they work on. Also, like, there's no cloud save indicator, which I've been bitching about for years and years and years. Give me a cloud save indicator just so I know that my saves are synced, so I know that I can turn my PC off. If you're pushing a feature like Xbox Play Anywhere, why can't I see whether or not my saves are fucking synced? It's so basic. So there is like things that are still annoying, but once you're in the game, like none of that shit matters. And the Xbox app on PC has gotten really good, like genuinely has.
Well, I mean, if you were to compare it to what it was in 2016, I'm sure it's night.
Oh
and
yeah.
day. But the thing it's like it can't just. But Steam is like the mark you need to shoot for. But the thing is, to get people, I don't even know if they want people to switch, but to get people to even consider it, you have to be 10 times better than Steam to supplant like the thing that they're currently using. So.
Sure, but that's exactly why I think they've prioritized working on Windows over working on this new handheld. And whatever engineering been required to get Xbox games running on a handheld, rather than just doubling down on what they've got with PC right now with Play Anywhere and stuff like that, is probably a ton of work, and I really do think they'll get there. I really genuinely do, and I really hope they do, because at the end of the day, selfishly speaking, I want my Xbox games on a handheld. Xbox Play Anywhere is great, but I think there's like 1,000 Xbox Play Anywhere games now. There's only a very small portion of that pool that I actually own or want to play. A lot of the sort of 2D games that I think would work really well on a handheld aren't Play Anywhere. A vast majority of the games that I think would be perfect for handhelds aren't Play Anywhere. Like, I was looking for games like Hollow Knight, and I was just like, oh, Blasphemous 1 isn't Play Anywhere, all that kind of stuff. There's tons of games that aren't Play Anywhere. There's a lot of great games that are, but there's tons that aren't, and most of the games I own are on Xbox. So I think they will get there, but I also, selfishly, that's what I want. But I also sort of appreciate why they're pursuing Steam first, because I think that's where the opportunity is. And I think that's where the real competition is for Xbox. You want to know
what it is? It's because it hurts them in the pocketbook. Potentially. In the future.
Yeah, well.
It's one thing to be
especially when you look at, they've also got GeForce Now on Steam Deck natively.
Yep.
Which kind of blows away the whole Xbox cloud gaming thing.
Mm-hmm.
Xbox cloud gaming is still much bigger than NVIDIA GeForce Now, just because it's so much more accessible, I think. But the performance gap is significant. So I think if you are someone who, say for example, you're onboarded to cloud gaming via xCloud, and then you end up getting frustrated about the latency, you might then start exploring GeForce Now and Steam and then just never come back. You might just, and then it's like GG. Microsoft, you've advertised a competitor by not being as good as them.
Yeah.
So I think there's a huge impetus to sort out that aspect of it. And like I wrote in my report, there are next gen cloud servers coming that are going to be much, much faster and hopefully closer to NVIDIA GeForce Now in performance.
Yeah.
So I also like Microsoft's one of the richest, most profitable companies on earth. You would have thought they could do both. But I think it's also a case of organization, getting all those teams aligned. I have also been told that Windows and Xbox are working closer than they've ever worked before in decades, than literally ever. So I do think there's a lot of reasons to be optimistic about this plan. And I think a lot of people are like, oh, this means Xbox hardware is doomed or whatever. And it's just like, that's not what it's about. It's really not. This is about it's about the whole ecosystem as a whole. And because Xbox is going to become Windows in the future, making sure these problems are sort of prioritized and optimized for now is going to save them a headache in the future. We don't have a time machine. It's like you said, Rand, they should have sorted this out way sooner, but no time machine, hindsight 2020 and all that kind of shit.
Yeah. Well, so we do have a guest. One of my buddies texted me and said he wanted to talk about the handheld for a few minutes. So I said, okay, sure, come on in. So
okay.
We have Mr. Everborn Saga joining us to talk about it. And where are the permissions on here, Jez?
Oh man, you should have set this up earlier. Man.
I didn't. I didn't know. Roles. Let's see here. Roles. Xbox 2+1 guest. Okay. All right, hold on. Talk to the people while I figure this out, Jez.
You guys hear me?
Oh, there we go. I got him.
What's happening?
Not much. So you said you really wanted to talk about this. So, and normally we don't have guests during Xbox 2, but you were pretty adamant you wanted to drop in for a few minutes and talk about it. So I said sure. So the floor is yours. What do you want? What do you got to say?
I feel very special. And what's going on, Jez? We haven't talked in a while.
How's it going, man? It's good to hear from you, dude.
All is well. All is well. All right, just really quick, because I know you guys are in the middle of a big show here. The news about this thing sort of puzzled me, because how could you just realize Steam OS is the bar you should have been shooting for, right? Like the Steam Deck came out when 2022. People have been saying, Windows is the issue. Steam Deck provides a console-like experience for all this time, and whoever's running that side of the project is just spooked about this now. Is kind of wild to me, right?
I mean, to be completely fair, I do that. Some of that was my speculation. I don't know for sure if it was the Steam Deck the Steam OS that spurred this decision, but it is sort of like it is a very coincidental timing when you look at Dave 2D's analysis and and all the articles that spun out of that. Whereas like Microsoft, Windows 11 performance data and all that kind of stuff, it is kind of suspicious. But just to be completely clear, we don't know for sure if that's what led to the decision.
Yeah,
but let's just assume it is for the sake of argument.
Yeah, but if we're assuming that to me is very concerning, that you could go this far down a path for a project like this and then see some YouTube videos and be like, oh shit. Right?
Yeah.
Like
So I completely agree. But this is Satya's. This is the issue with Satya's Microsoft, I think. Because we see this time and time again. And people are saying your audio is low, Everborn, but I can't make you any louder.
I've boosted him up to like 200%, and he's still
low. How do I sound now?
Okay, you sound better. Let me boost you back down. Okay.
Me and Rand are fighting over the volume part.
Yeah, but like Jez, this. I really feel like I'm getting Windows Phone vibes, but we'll get there. Now, that being said, I do think this is the right move, because when you really think about it, right? Okay, they're going to make another under the TV traditional box. And then they're doing the Project Keenan and Cal, whatever it's called, right? And then they're going to have their own handheld. But to me, that kind of those three ideas kind of conflict with each other, because just if you're Microsoft and you're working with these partners, Asus, Lenovo, MSI, right? Even that new MSI Claw has like deep integrations with the game bar where you can control TDP and things like that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Right.
I completely forgot about that.
And Valve is right here saying, hey, here's a free OS that everyone prefers to Windows. Like, if I'm Asus and Lenovo, why don't I just go with Valve's version of the OS? Right?
Well, this is the thing, right? I mean, you have to remember that the person running Xbox hardware right now is the person who was running Windows OEM relations for like decades. So I think I don't think Asus and those guys necessarily would want to piss off Microsoft, which is why Lenovo has two versions of their Lenovo Legion OS, one with Steam, one with Windows. And I think that's how it will go. And also, when I did put out my article about Steam OS being better than Windows 11, I saw it get posted on Reddit. There were tons of people that were defending Windows, and they're like, "Oh, Steam OS doesn't have support for games with kernel level anti-cheat." They were saying like, that's great, but I prefer I prefer having PC Gamepass, and people were like, well, I can't run this launcher on Steam, all that kind of stuff. So I think there are still plenty of reasons why Windows is potentially preferable, even in a scenario where maybe it costs some battery life for that compatibility. So
I definitely
But I do think there is clearly that's today's situation. Like for all the compatibility delta that SteamOS has today, that doesn't necessarily mean those issues will be there tomorrow. And because there are a lot of people that do hate Windows and do want to see Linux succeed, and they do want to see they want to see Windows improve. They want the competition to sort of lead to benefits for Windows users as well. which means like there will be more dev support for Steam OS. There will be more compatibility down the line. You will see companies bring their stuff natively to Steam, like Nvidia GeForce Now. So yeah, I think it is a big threat, but I agree with you that it's one they should have seen coming a long time ago.
Yeah, because again, right? The thing is, if they were still making their own handheld, they would be back in a situation next generation where they have 2 SKUs that people have to profile for, right? That was a big problem this gen. So they probably didn't want that again. And if I am a partner and I know everyone's really just waiting for the first party device, which is probably going to undercut me on price or on specs, then I should probably just go with Valve because they aren't going to charge me any money. But you are right? People don't really realize, like, when Microsoft says jump, a lot of the times these partners say how high, right? You can't buy a laptop now without MPUs in it. And that's because Microsoft wants to throw Copilot on everything, right? And so when Microsoft says we're supporting this thing, everybody runs along. When they said we're doing ARM now, you saw everybody put out some version of that same Qualcomm chip, right? And I think that's just kind of the thing, right? Like, they are Microsoft, and compatibility is a huge thing. And maybe in the hardcore space where you play a lot of different games and a lot of them are single player, but like if we're talking about something that's gonna sort of proliferate, right? Like SteamOS or Bazite does not support NVIDIA GPUs, like straight up, right? And so, can you guys still hear me?
No. Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, we can hear.
Okay. Yeah, so it does not support NVIDIA GPUs, which is most, not the handheld market. The handheld market is all owned by AMD, unless you count the Switch, which is an NVIDIA chip. But the other thing is, as you said, it doesn't support anti-cheat. So that means you're going to try to sell people a mass market device that can't play Fortnite or Call of Duty, any of that stuff. So there, it is going to be a non-starter for a lot of people, right? And so compatibility, I honestly think, is why Microsoft has been dragging their feet on this, because they know the tyranny of the default. 90% of gaming on PC happens on Windows. And so whether people like it, love it, or hate it,
it's 97% on the recent Steam hardware survey.
Right. Even worse, right? So 97%, you may not like it, but you're going to play here anyway. So we can take our time getting out of bed in the morning and do all this slow. And again, I do think the path forward for Xbox is an OS, and I don't look at that as a negative, right? Because you love Xbox for the UI, you love Xbox for the ecosystem, you love it for Game Pass, you love it for your achievements. So to me, job number one is protecting my library, which there's a bunch of rumors about them working on some kind of emulation hypervisor, whatever it's going to be, in the PC space. And if you can give me that user experience on whatever hardware and let someone else make the hardware, I think that's a compelling formula, especially if you're going to open it up for the games that I can't get inside of the Xbox store. And another thing, people get really caught up on, well, what's going to happen if you allow Steam, right? What happens on PC today, right? Remember Windows 8 when it launched, how you had the Metro UI and they did the whole start menu thing where they try to turn Windows into a tablet. And then Gabe Newell came out and was one of the, and I think Tim Sweeney as well. They came out complaining
about it being closed.
Yeah, right. And so if you are Microsoft and you own Windows, you cannot turn Windows into something that will deprioritize other people's storefronts, because then you're going to get into antitrust issues, right? So no matter what they do, it will have to not sort of devalue an Epic Game Store or a Steam, because again, 97% of people that are gaming on Windows or on PC are gaming on that platform. So the OS is the move to me. And I think there's a way for them to do it where, as long, so that the console people like Rand, like Boomstick, they don't feel left out. And at the end of the day, right, the name of the company is Microsoft, not Micro Hard, right? They make software, and really
Micro Hard.
The OS is the future to them. The other thing that you guys brought up is, I know this is something that they didn't announce, but as Rand said, Phil couldn't stop talking about it. And when we look at the last, 15 months, right? It starts with just 4 games. It starts with not Indiana Jones. It's there's 2 ways to grow a business. You can either find new users or make more money from the users you have, and we don't want to do the latter. And then like a month later they do the latter by raising game prices and the console price. And then Phil, unwarranted, right? Nobody asked Phil about, are you making a handheld? He volunteered this information, right? So everyone's expecting a handheld now. And now you say, by the way, we're not doing that. So the question is, when Phil, or anybody for that matter, goes out and talk, what value do you get from it if it is only true for the day that he said it? Right. And I think this is the issue here. No, they didn't announce it, but they did talk about it. And there's a string of things where they say things and people believe them, and then they just say, well, things change. And if things are going to change, whether you meant it at the time or not, I just can't really listen to what you have to say because I can't really take it to the bank. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I suppose Phil does like to talk a lot, and I don't think he's particularly well media trained when it comes to some of this kind of stuff, which leads to him getting caught out. I think a lot of the realities of being within a corporate structure, especially one that is so not anti-consumer but consumer apathetic as Microsoft under Satya Nadella, I do think like Phil's going to end up getting caught out. But I also think Satya like needs that extra push, and I think Steam OS really did ignite a fire under this whole situation. But like I said, hindsight's 2020, and I agree with you that the inconsistency on the messaging is a huge issue. Something that I would hope that they've identified as an issue at their end, but again, you don't know. Don't know if they really do, because at the end of the day, the only thing they care about is the bottom line. And the bottom line seems like it's going pretty well if you look at the SEC filings.
This does bring up like a thought I had of like, you remember Project Hobart? Remember the cloud stick that they were going to do, or the cloud device?
That makes me wonder if the third code name I've got is something to do with that.
It's just like, it was one of those things where like, we're not doing this anymore, but we revisit in the future, right? Kind of thing. But it's like, will you ever? Like, I know, because at one point they were going to do it, and in fact they had the prototype up on Phil's shelf, and then all of a sudden it was like, actually, we're not going to do it. And with like the Xbox app on LG TVs and cloud, it's like, do you even need this $100 like USB like puck to do whatever it would have been?
$100 optimistic.
Yeah, I'm just saying, is like
I think that was the issue, was they couldn't get it cheaper than $200. I think.
Which at that point, it's like, what's the point?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Rand. It's interesting you bring that up, right? Because famously they said they've shifted focus. It's not that they don't care about cloud anymore, and that ended up materializing through their partners, right? Through LG, through Samsung, through the Fire Sticks, right? And so it's not that they don't care about handhelds anymore. They're just offloading that to the partners. And I do think there's value there, right? Because right now the handheld space is kind of the wild, wild west. And AMD is charging a lot of money for the new APUs, right? So there's the Z1 Extreme, which is in, it was in all the first gen devices. And I don't want to call it like first gen because, there's been like CCP devices that have been doing PC handhelds for a long time. But like the Steam Deck is the new era. And then the ROG Ally, the Lenovo Legion Go, MSI Claw, all of these things. Now the next set of chips is Strix Point, but these things aren't cheap. And then there's Strix Halo, which is probably what we want. I don't want to get into the technical side of things.
I will say this: Canon, from what I'm hearing, is the Z2 Extreme.
Right.
So, it looks like that's going to be quite a performance jump.
But I think, from what I understand about the Z2 Extreme, it's really a Strix Point based APU, and it is better than the Z1 Extreme. But the important thing there is that it's more efficient, meaning from the same wattage, you're going to get a longer battery life, right?
I would hope so.
And
definitely hope so.
But the thing is that chip is not cheap. If you look at the mini PCs that have that chip, I'll just to give you a cost comparison. And there's a whole mini PC space. Like these mini PCs will basically have the same APUs that are in these handhelds, which are really just laptop chips. So what the Z1 Extreme, which is the 780M, right? Or the 7840U whole APU. The 780M is the iGPU, but those are like $500, right? The Strix Point, which is what the Z2 Extreme is based on, if you want to buy a mini PC with that, it's $1,000. So these chips are the new. I don't know if it's tariffs. I don't know what it is, but these new chips, this new generation of chips, are very expensive. And so what I think Microsoft could do for their partners is help design a chip like they worked with Qualcomm to make the ARM chip, and then sort of say to AMD, my partners are going to order this amount from you so you can kind of ease up on the price because we'll get it in bulk. And this could be the chip that was going to be in their device. I'm not saying they're doing that. I'm saying that's a way where you could sort of expand the scope of what the Canon project would be. Right. Yeah, and you can help your partners get a deal so these things are competitively priced against a Steam Deck or a Switch or a PlayStation. Because if these things are $1,000, it's just a non-starter. Right.
Yeah, I really do think Canon's going to be $1,000. I just got this feeling, man. I hope it's not. I hope it's less than $1,000. But how much do you think Canon will be, just to round off this discussion?
I don't judging by the current market, unless it is like a Z2 Go, which is a terrible chip. It's an Aerith-based chip, right? It is a little bit better than what's in your Steam Deck, but not as good as what's in the Z1 Extreme. This is what is in the Legion Go S non-Z1 Extreme edition. Nobody likes this chip. You can check with we like to call him Handheld Jesus, which is the Fox. You guys had him on the other day. Yeah. So if it has that, I think they can get it for $500 or $600. But if it is the Z2, I don't see how they go below $1,000. Which again, I just think the bigger issue is how terrible the device looks. When I first heard that something was canceled, I was like, oh, they canceled that Asus device with the Quagmire chin, right? But no, it was the first party one.
Yeah.
So,
well, thanks for joining, Everborn.
Yes,
it might look better when we see proper renders. We've only seen terrible pictures of it so far, but yeah.
Well,
thanks,
I'll leave on this note, right? If the software experience is what they're focusing on, should they even release this Asus Canon project before that software experience is nailed down, because there's no way at this late stage in the year with something that's coming out later this year that's going to have the right experience. And first experiences are everything. You're not doing your own handheld that people can look forward to. This is going to be the handheld experience. And if it is not what it should be or what people expect, you're going to ruin it in people's mind forever. And you know how I know that? All the strides that they've made in the Xbox PC app, most people don't want to hear it because they tried it a year ago or 6 months ago or 3 years ago, and it was dog water. And so now in their minds, it's still dog water. And it's a mountainous hill to change people's minds after that first impression.
I agree. People are more stubborn than ever with this shit, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Everborn, for joining us for this discussion about the handheld. Appreciate your input.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I feel very special. I will let you guys get back to it, and I'll go into listening mode. But remember, they're called Microsoft, not Micro Hard.
Yeah, Jez has never said that to before. OS. So it's like Microsoft, Micro Hard. Okay, that's true.
All right, later, gentlemen.
All right, later.
Okay, dude.
Yeah. So that was a nice, lengthy discussion about the everything going on with Microsoft, handheld. Then the handheld situation and all that good stuff. Let me get back to the super chat. We got ProStar, who says there are job listings for Splinter Cell on Ubisoft Toronto websites. Is this a known project? Also, job listings for a Far Cry project. Oh yeah, Ubisoft themselves announced a Splinter Cell game.
Do we know if it's a remake or not?
I don't think Ubisoft themselves said it was a remake. I think we know that through, or maybe they did. I know they announced it. They announced it on Twitter. I'm not sure if they said it was a Splinter Cell remake, just that Splinter Cell production was going on. And the same thing with Far Cry. I mean, we know, I think even Tom Henderson said there's 2 Far Cry games in development, like a multiplayer spinoff and then some Far Cry 7 being a game where you have like 24 hours to save your family or something. I mean, they're not officially announced. Like, the Splinter Cell one's officially announced. The Far Cry stuff hasn't been, as far as I'm aware. But, thanks to Tom, we know those games are in development because he's got some pretty good sources over there at Ubisoft, huh?
Yeah, he sure does.
Yeah.
The best.
Yeah, he's got pretty good sources over there. We got Web Dave, who says, Jez and Rand, will Final Fantasy finally be at the Xbox Showcase? Well, we're going to be talking about the Xbox Showcase here pretty shortly, so you're going to have to listen to what we say about that. I think you get a hint of that considering what Jez wrote in his article. We have Nathan who says, I can't stop playing Monster Train 2. Gamepass is killing it with the indie games alongside the big titles. I'm hyped for the 2D Ninja Gaiden 2. What's Monster Train 2, Jez?
So Monster Train is like a side-scrolling sort of tactical roguelike kind of game.
Okay.
It's very addictive. It's like I haven't played the sequel, but I played the first one. In the first one, you sort of like you're in hell on a train with monsters in it.
Hence the name, I guess.
Hence the name. And you sort of, play units into the train on different floors, and I don't know, you make combos and shit. It's addictive. It's really addictive. Yeah. It's a really cool premise. It's quite popular. So I suppose it kind of fills that sort of Balatro kind of niche, where it's like, getting addicted to building your deck and moving up a tier and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it seems pretty good. I haven't tried the sequel yet, but I will soon, hopefully.
Glassdoor Gamer says Canada beat the U.S. in 1812 with the British. Okay. Manu says, guys,
Canada.
Considering Xbox's current strategy and how quickly they've been putting almost everything on PlayStation on a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you in the next-gen Xbox? Like the console? Like you said, plans change, as we've alluded to in our previous discussion, because you never know what their plans are from one year to the next. I would say for just strictly the console releasing for next gen, I'd say I'm a 9. I'm saying I'm not going to say 10 because like I don't know. I'll put it as a 9 because I think, I'd be like 90% it's happening to 10% it's not, because you never know what Microsoft's shifting strategies. But I think it's pretty high.
10% is an issue. That's like the whole issue with Microsoft is that there is always that little doubt. Like if you gave me the same question, will there be an iPhone next year? You would not be saying 10%, maybe not.
No, you wouldn't be.
So I do think like that is even that 10% is an issue.
But I think you would say to this question, you'd be at a 10 though, right?
Yeah, I'm easily at a 10. There's definitely going to be an extra Xbox.
So there's a wiggle room. Now, if you were to say, is there another Xbox made by Xbox after that? Then that rating falls quite a bit. You know what I mean?
Oh, right.
But yeah.
Well, what does gaming even look like in 2034?
I have no idea. Yeah. I have no idea what it looks like. Is every game made by AI? Are consumers making their own games because they have access to AI to make stuff and you don't need developers anymore? Or do developers even have jobs? Or are all the companies just AI?
Do any of us have jobs?
I know, right? Is it basically Mad Max in the future because nobody has jobs because every job's done by AI? And nobody's got money to buy anything, so all the corporations basically are non-existent because they can't make any money.
And the people playing games are AI bots.
Yeah. And like social media is just AI bots talking to AI bots with AI pictures, and humans have left to go somewhere else. At least the ones that don't make money off of it.
Where have we gone? We've gone to Mars.
I don't know where we're going. A different platform. I don't know.
Space.
We got Big Afro Man.
Internet 2 comes out.
Big Afro Man with the 10, who says, "Happy Friday, gents! With the PlayStation temporarily having sales on consoles and Xbox raising prices, what do you think Microsoft's strategy is when it comes to hardware? I mean, a PS5 Pro is $650, and the Xbox 2 terabyte is $730. Yeah, it's a rough comparison, but I think the answer to that is a pretty simple one. Sony had stockpiled hardware in the States for like 4 months. They had like 4 months worth of hardware here stockpiled that weren't subject to tariffs. And they started moving some of the production now elsewhere to kind of reduce that stuff. And there's been a pause on the tariff stuff for 90 days. And they do these days of play discounts every year. So yeah, when you look at it, an Xbox 2 terabyte Series X is $730, and a PS5 Pro $650. It is like an awful, awful, awful comparison.
Yeah.
But I also sort of feel Microsoft couldn't give two shits about the comparison of the Xbox 2 terabyte one in comparison to the PS5 Pro. You know?
Yeah. I think the people buying Xbox now are people who just really want an Xbox. I think the cost of user acquisition for Xbox is so high now, with people being, owning hundreds of PlayStation games, that it's not even worth making that attempt anymore. It's the same for PlayStation on the other side, though. There's no amount of games PlayStation could put out that'd make me switch. Am I switching for Concord or Fair Games? I don't fucking think so. Am I switching for Marathon? I don't think so.
Ghost of Yotai? Wolverine?
I'll wait for them to come to PC. They're coming to PC, bro.
Eventually.
All that shit is coming to PC. I haven't even played the PlayStation games that I purchased on Steam yet. I got plenty of stuff I want to just play on my Xbox. I've got
but you're not a target.
I haven't touched any of that
Yeah,
stuff.
but you're not a target of someone like, switching platforms. So it's like.
Yeah, but no one is. If you own 1,000 games on Xbox, I don't think you're switching platform.
Yeah,
maybe you're buying an Xbox maybe buying a PlayStation as a companion device or something.
Sure. I mean,
but I don't think Microsoft's
companion device.
Yeah, I don't think Microsoft's seeing people switch in droves, which is why they're doing this whole strategy in the first place.
Well,
I've always said this. If there is a scenario where it would be better for business to take things off PlayStation and go exclusive again, Microsoft would do it.
If it was better for their business in the future, I'd agree with you, but I don't think they ever come to that conclusion.
No, I maybe it just never happens. But if there was a scenario where it was like, say for example, I don't know, PlayStation's just like, oh yeah, okay, we're going to charge you 50% or something like that to put stuff on our platform.
So they lower Xbox's cut, is what you're saying.
Yeah, just say for example, the lower Xbox's cut or something like that, and the math starts mathing. Microsoft will go back to being exclusive again. It's that simple.
Sure. I mean,
I don't think Microsoft wants to get rid of its platform because of that. And you have to remember, they make way more money selling Call of Duty and all that stuff on their own platform. The more games that Microsoft own as franchises, the more likely they want to keep their own platform too, because that's where they don't have to pay a cut to anyone, in my view. So as much as there is like a lot of anxiety about their hardware plans, because Microsoft's been so inconsistent, and I think it's earned anxiety about hardware plans, I think there's no immediate danger of anything going wrong there.
I mean, I mean, you're right in the sense that if they determined in the future that they would make more money going exclusive than they would multi-platform, they'd make the switch. I'd agree with you on that, because at the end of the day, for them, it's all about their bottom line. So they would do that. Sometimes though, when you say like, the genie's out of the bottle, there ain't putting you ain't putting them back in. So
they can do anything they want. They're Microsoft.
I'm sure they could, but will they? Is the question. Yeah, we have Raj, who says, any details on the Elite 3, which was in your article, was it not?
Yeah, I teased the Elite 3 on some of my articles recently. It does seem like there is an Elite 3 right around the corner. Is it at the showcase? I have no idea. But
it seems too early for the Elite 3. Unless they've completely changed what the next controller is, right? Like if they're not, like, because we saw the leak for Sebel, which had the haptics, right, in the handles, and then it had like the new the Bluetooth tech and all that sort of stuff, which didn't happen. Yeah. And we're looking at like, okay, well, the next generation is 2027. Maybe that's when you introduce it. But you're almost kind of saying like, maybe it's even sooner than that. But it's like, to me, like the Elite Series 3 would have the haptics, which you would have to wait for the new ones to come out. So if it's releasing anytime soon, it wouldn't.
Well, the thing
maybe they changed plans on that too. Maybe like the new controller wouldn't have those things.
Sure. I think like there is like, I don't know. There are reasons to think that the Elite's closer than maybe people think, but I agree with you that there's plenty of reasons to think it'll be later on. The fact of the matter is we're definitely getting one, and I know that quality and longevity of the hardware.
Will it break?
Yeah, exactly. The quality and longevity of the hardware has been a huge, portion of trying to get the experience in a better place. So, the Elite 3 is happening. Don't know when, don't know how, don't know what it looks like, all that shit, but it's definitely happening.
We got Everborn, who dropped a super chat in here, says, my question is, how could they be surprised by SteamOS? Were they just not paying attention this past 3 years? And we discussed that in the show. Champagne Supernova says, Xbox token is popping off. Now's the time to buy. Yeah, apparently Xbox's account on Instagram was hacked and is now...
Oh, that's not good.
Talking about Xbox tokens, getting in on the ground floor of... I think that's what's going on. Nerds Not Legends, member for 15 months, says, why is Microsoft and Xbox surprised by the performance gap with SteamOS now when they should have reacted 2 to 3 years ago, especially if they were considering a handheld? When we sort of had that whole conversation. It's Microsoft, baby, different divisions. Satya ain't moving until it might be an existential threat. Now it is, but that also was Jez's speculation, or at least some of our speculation about why now.
Yeah.
So there is that. We have Champagne Supernova says, I know performance is not great on a Windows device, but to be fair, Windows does more than a dedicated SteamOS device. I can watch Xbox 2 and whack off to Rand's smooth voice and play Doom at the same time. Whoa. Excuse me?
Whoa.
Hold on 1 second here.
Bro.
Am I being objectified?
Yeah, you are being objectified, bro.
Oh my
I'm
God.
afraid.
Wow.
Yeah, it is completely true that that device is far more versatile. Like, I took my Lenovo Legion Go with me to Hawaii, and I wrote articles on it when I was on vacation instead of my Surface, because I was like, well, I can't game on my Surface. And then I was like, well, actually, my Lenovo Legion Go is way more powerful than a Surface. So, like, yeah, I mean, nobody's doing work on a Steam Deck, but Lenovo Legion Go also has a massive screen. So, there's that going for it as well. I think, like, I'm not someone who would put SteamOS on my device because I use PC Gamepass a lot. And it's like, why not have both? And also, 9 times out of 10, I'm using my handheld right next to a USB-C port. So, but I can appreciate people wanting to use the other one as well, you know?
Right.
The other option, I mean.
We have Nerds and Other Legends says the real controversy is Phil being too open about aspirations, then letting an entire audience down when the reality of business hits the brakes. That's true. Plans always change, and he's always out there. He's very giving to being on shows and doing interviews and stuff, where the other corporations are just tight-lipped. They're not talking to anybody. PlayStation don't talk. I mean, you see Shuhei Yoshida making the rounds now talking about stuff, but he certainly wasn't when he was at PlayStation.
No.
Nintendo's not talking to anybody, and they got a console they're launching. I mean, there might be maybe some interviews with like Doug Bowser and stuff alongside the launch, but unless they have something big to say, they're not just jumping on random podcasts or going on whatever. But then again, like maybe that's more like this is Microsoft and that's Nintendo and PlayStation, and they're secure in sort of where they're at, and it's like, but that's one of the always things I said. Sometimes you just wish Microsoft was more like them and didn't speak as often, because anytime you open your mouth, there's always the chance you might put your foot in it, because plans might change in the future. And then you look back on it and it's like, well, it's a lie. And it's like, well, I get it's like, then you got to say, well, is it like an actual lie? Like these, like when Phil said, hey, Xbox Scorpio is going to run premium VR experiences, Jez, right? And so you look at that and it's like, is that a lie? Because it never happened. So it's like, did he actually come out there and lie to everybody's face knowing that it was never going to happen? Or at the time that was the plan because VR was supposed to be a thing and it never was, and because it never was, they decided not to support it, right?
Yeah.
You make both sides of the arguments. I don't think it's a lie, but at the same time, when you're constantly out there saying something and you're constantly also changing your business plans, some of the things you say just won't end up being true.
Yeah.
And you can look back and be like, well, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true anymore. That's not true anymore. And then sometimes it ends up being like, I can't trust what you say anymore.
Yeah.
Definitely. That's why you probably shouldn't talk that much anymore.
Yeah. It's always like, I'm always in two minds about this, because on the one hand, transparency is great.
Yes.
And we need more transparency, but then you have to be fully transparent. You can't just be half transparent, because then people won't understand why XYZ was supposed to happen, but then it didn't happen, So I do sort of appreciate that.
And like, nobody's really going to look into it or think about it that hard. All they're going to say is this was what it was supposed to happen, and now it's not. And they're going to just be like, oh, liars. They're not going to think to themselves or be like, well, business reality shifted and changed. It's just the perception. They're just going to look at it for 1 second, see a clip or a YouTube clip or an article heading, and they're going to be like, knew it. But, people's attention spans are short. I'm surprised as many people listen to this podcast as that they do every single week, considering it's 4 hours long, when, the rave now is to do 30-second podcasts or 30-second TikToks and Instagram reels, and how people's attention spans no longer really exist anymore. How many people look at your headline of your article and judge the basis of what you say in the article from the headline that you make it of it? You know what I mean?
Oh, dude, even professional writers didn't understand. They were like, the Project Ken and Asus thing's been cancelled. I'm like, no, that's not what it says. So I had to add a huge box in the article, which is like, no, this is not Canon. This is Microsoft's first-party handheld. Which is why I really wanted to have the code name, because I think the code name would have made it pretty clear.
Yeah, it would have separated it from the others.
Yeah. But I couldn't in good faith put the Prembrook was the code name, because some people were saying this is the code name, other people saying that's the code name. There's definitely multiple hardware code names right now. There's 3. So that makes me wonder, is there a cloud console coming back?
I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know what the third one is.
Well, could one of the code names be the next gen cloud streaming service?
I mean that's possible too. Maybe it's
a little bit in your article about the next gen cloud streaming that's supposed to be more on par with NVIDIA GeForce.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely possible that's what that is, but I honestly don't know. Investigation's ongoing. That's what we do here. We investigate things. We put things out there, and then Microsoft changes its plans, and then everyone gets mad.
Yeah.
So that's another thing about Microsoft constantly changing its plans. It's sort of like when I report shit and it doesn't happen. It's people blame me, sometimes. But it's part of the job, right?
They do blame you. But we do have another super chat here. We got a couple more, and then we'll get our predictions for the showcase, our preview. Face 23 BKNY says, Rand, Days of Play sale, get on it. I know. The PS5 Pro's $50 off. I hear there's a big thing going on at GameStop with trade-in values. Cog was telling me he got $350 for his PS5.
$350?
Yeah, and the Pro is $650, so you only had to pay, $300 for it. So I'll probably take advantage of it.
One thing that I put actually I think I said this during the show. I put an old Pokemon branded 3DS up on eBay, and it's selling for £100 more than what I paid for it. It's crazy. And why is that?
I don't know.
It's just the Pokemon branding? I have no idea.
I guess it could be.
Yeah.
And we got Rave Damos, who says, is the delay not because Xbox didn't recognize SteamOS as a threat, but they're now in crunch to get Windows ready for the Asus handheld and have to divert the headcount to getting Windows ready?
It could be.
Yeah, but I don't think it'd be ready by the time the Asus is supposed to launch, though. Maybe if you were saying it would launch in a year and a half or something, sure. But that's supposed to be out this fall. I mean, granted, the thing's not even announced yet, so maybe they could push back plans, but considering when I think it was supposed to launch, it's I don't know if it would be... Well, I mean, I guess you could improve it in the meantime, but how much can it be improved? I don't know. But there is something to be said about first impressions. Like Everborn was saying earlier, how many people tried the Windows Store one time and are like, ew, never again.
Yeah.
Never again.
But I think that's why, again, you need to over-deliver with things like PC Game Pass, because people will try it for PC Game Pass. And if it's sure. Well, I got Blueprints, Doom, and I've got Blueprints, Doom, and I've also got Expedition 33 for what is it, $12 for PC Game Pass?
Mm-hmm.
It's that's the kind of thing that would make you give it another go.
So I wanted to talk about our predictions for the Xbox Showcase. So this is going to be the fun part here. Talk about what we expect to see at the showcase on June 8th with Xbox going on here. I'll just mention studios. I don't know if we need to go through it one by one. I mean, I guess I'll just start it off with...
We'll be here all night if we do every single
we go really fast. It's not really going to be a debate or whatever, but I guess there's the whole idea of Switch 2. So I guess the question is, will they put in announcements here specifically because they want to announce something for Switch 2? Like, for example, does Doom the Dark Ages show up here with maybe a DLC announcement and then also like announcement of like the Switch 2 versions coming? Or you could say Indiana Jones. Hey, here's the Indiana Jones DLC, and it's also coming to Switch 2 on, I don't know, September 10th, just as an example. Or do you think those sort of announcements will be, you know, as they come, and when they come in the future, they'll just be announced on Twitter and other places? You know what I mean? Like, do you think they go out of their way to do anything for the Switch 2 stuff? Or just they'll work it into the announcements here that makes sense, but they're not going to go out of their way to do it? You know?
Yeah, I don't think they'll go wildly out of their way for Switch 2. I don't think it'll be like a Switch 2 segment of the show, if that makes any sense.
Right.
Personally speaking, but I could be wrong. This is a new Microsoft after all, right?
Right. So we'll go with Bethesda. Okay? We just had Doom the Dark Ages, and before that recently Indiana Jones. So what are you expecting to see from Bethesda this year? Now keep in mind we have Bethesda Game Studios themselves. We have Arcane. We have ZeniMax Online. We have id Software. We have Machine Games. So what are you expecting to see from Bethesda, if anything, Jez?
I wrote in my predictions piece that
okay,
and this is like maybe a long shot.
all right.
Maybe a long shot.
How long of a shot are we talking here?
Pretty long.
Like
it's been a long time. It's been a long time for this long
40
shot.
60, 30 70.
I'm going to say, let's say 35 65.
35, so 35, okay, 65. Okay, so what do you got?
Yeah, so a lower chance that this happens. I think this might be the time to debut some Elder Scrolls 6, maybe.
Ooh. And what makes you think that? What makes you think this is the time? Because, I mean, if I had to guess, Elder Scrolls 6 is a 2028 game, maybe 2029. I mean, I guess it's possible it's 2027. Because I thought you were going to say Starfield. Because I do think Starfield's going to be here with the DLC.
Yeah, I think Starfield will be here.
And then with the
DLC,
with the PS5 announcement that launched, you know, PS5 will be part of the logo. The DLC and the PS5 version will launch, you know, probably in September sometime. But you think Bethesda's coming with Elder Scrolls 6 after 7 years?
That's my hope. That's my hope. I have no
information. Did you steal this one from
it.
me? Because you've heard me talk about this and predict this for like 2 months now.
Yeah, I'm just kind of like, well, Rand tends to make predictions that comes true, so that's why I'm sort of like, yeah, maybe that's what we get.
So if Elder Scrolls 6 is there, is it because they kind of want to ramp up the marketing for it? I mean, we just saw Oblivion release, and we were wondering why you would sort of move it from like a June shadow drop at the showcase to an April, when like clearly there's bugs and performance issues they still need to sort out because of all the problems it has, even though it's sold incredibly well.
Well, this is my thinking, right? Oblivion led to a huge upswell in people buying Skyrim, a huge upswell in people buying the original Oblivion, and even Morrowind. Okay. So it just generated a load of hype for Elder Scrolls. What better way to double down on that than to give us a little glimpse, a little taste,
a little tease?
If they've got something high quality to show, because like Everborn said, first impressions are everything. What if they've got a little bit of footage to show for Elder Scrolls 6? Maybe the meat of Bethesda's section is, here's the next Starfield expansion. We've doubled down on everything. It's gonna have loads of features. It's gonna make the game better, blah blah blah. And by the way, one more little thing. Here's a quick look at what we're cooking with Elder Scrolls 6.
Well, you're forgetting the shoo-ins for the show. Fallout 76 and Elder Scrolls Online. They're always there. They've been there at every Xbox show since they acquired them. And you can make, you know, some Fallout related is going to be at the show considering how big Fallout IP is at this point. And I think it's too early for a Fallout 3 remake trailer or something, or a Fallout New Vegas remake trailer. So Fallout 76 is going to be there. So,
well, one thing I'm kind of curious about with some of this stuff is that Microsoft internal teams have been communicating a lot about what works and what doesn't work.
Okay.
And one thing Blizzard has been doing a lot recently is announcing their roadmap, not just for games that are coming out or updates that are coming out in months, but also years.
Right.
They announced 3 Warcraft expansions, which is something they've never done before. And it's like, yeah, okay, this is content that's going to run all the way through to 2027 or even 2028.
Well, are we expecting one of those 3 this year?
Maybe right at the end of the year, but I'm expecting it maybe February, March next year for midnight, if I just had to guess based on the existing timelines. But I'm not expecting any Blizzard at the showcase. Maybe a recap on stuff that's coming to Overwatch or Diablo, like in the near term.
So we'll get to that when we get to Activision.
Yeah.
We'll keep it to the So if Elder Scrolls 6 is there, is it closing the show? Is it the one
I
more?
think so.
Yeah. So interesting.
Close the show with that. It sort of gets people interested in RPGs and stuff, and then you go into the Outer Worlds 2 RPG.
Well, okay, so that's the other question I was going to have to you. Direct. Because I've been predicting this for a while, that Elder Scrolls 6 was going to be at the showcase and was going to close. Because my opener, well, I guess we'll talk about the opener show later, but Elder Scrolls 6 to me is closing. But there's the question that I'm going to pose to you, is that if you do Elder Scrolls 6 with how big Elder Scrolls is, does that overshadow Outer Worlds 2?
I don't think so, because I think people know what to expect with these deep dive directs now. And that I do find the directs to be a little bit dry. And also, they've already put a lot of Outer Worlds stuff out there already with the IGN exclusive stuff. So maybe it's fine. Maybe it's okay.
Science fiction versus fantasy, game that's going to be out in 3 months versus a game that's going to be out in 3 years, right?
Yeah, maybe it's okay. I think like it could even like hype people up to check it out. Maybe it's like, oh wow, Xbox is cooking. Let's see what they've got next, kind of thing. But also it's different. I don't know. So yeah, I'm gonna predict and hope for some Elder Scrollsage.
Elder Scrolls. Yeah, so I got Elder Scrolls closing. I got Starfield being there with the new DLC. I got Fallout 76. I got ZeniMax or Elder Scrolls Online. Arcane. I've seen people suggest that they're expecting Blade here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Are you expecting Blade to show up here? What do you think? I'm personally not. Not that I wouldn't want to see it, but I don't think it's here.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't think it's here, but could be. But I don't think so.
What about ZeniMax Online's new AAA IP they've been working on for 5 years now? Does that finally get revealed?
Yeah. I have no idea about that one. Never really had a source talk to me about that project or that game. I'm just kind of going to guess no for now.
I mean, 5 years is a long time, but I mean, I don't know how long MMO development takes. So
yeah, well,
I'm not expecting their new game. I think we both would agree it's not going to be there. They just shipped Doom, right?
Yeah, maybe they talk about DLC though.
Maybe. I think it's probably too far out. Machine Games, are they there with another game like a Wolfenstein 3 or a DLC announcement for Indiana Jones with the Switch 2 announcement? You think, or are they just kind of also not there?
Now I don't know about Wolf because I mean, Machine, not Wolfenstein games. I got Wolfenstein on the brain. But I have heard that their new game is in a presentable state.
Wait, you've heard that Machine Games' new game is in a presentable state?
Yeah, potentially. Now, that was sort of a vague tease that I don't know what that means. Does that mean it's, ready to show off to the public? Or is it just like shaping up as a concept? Like, I don't know, but...
Well, Jeff Gertzman said not that long ago that he had heard they were working on this other game that was like a CS:GO-ish multiplayer shooter.
Oh.
And I did see on Twitter somebody kind of dug through LinkedIn where one of the people on Indiana Jones also had it in their thing where they had worked on an unannounced unannounced machine games, unannounced canceled game machine games. But I mean, I would assume almost like every studio probably has unannounced canceled games, right? So I'm not really. That could easily be like from 10 years ago or something. So I don't know. I don't know if the Gertzman game that he heard it still exists, or if that's the one that got canceled, or I mean, because they mentioned Wolfenstein 3 back in like 2018, and then well, clearly it wasn't being worked on. So I sort of wonder what's going on here. But I don't know. You piqued my interest with that little crumbs there about a game in presentable state. Interesting.
Yeah, it's super crumbs. It's super crumbs. But I want it to be Wolfenstein, dude. I need me some Wolfenstein, bro.
I think people would love that. So that's Bethesda, and the takeaway from that is Elder Scrolls 6. I think both me and Jez are like closing the show, and I think that would be a massive announcement. Elder Scrolls 6, what? I don't think there's going to be a date on it, though. I mean, I don't think it's anytime soon. Which then brings us around to Activision, which I think both me and you would argue and agree that, well, the new Call of Duty is going to be there, right?
Yeah, I would imagine so. But there's all these sort of negative rumors about that right now.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of negative rumors surrounding this one. We'll see what happens with it, what it looks like. Are you expecting anything else from Activision Blizzard? Because you're pretty staunch that Blizzard's not going to be there in any way. So like, no Overwatch 2, no Diablo 4, no World of Warcraft, no new StarCraft announcement.
I think Blizzard could be there, but I think it'll just be like, oh, here's a preview trailer for the next hero in Overwatch, for example. Because that's right around the corner.
Because I was thinking, like, do they have anything really coming soon this year for Overwatch 2? Because they just did release the Stadium, right? That's what it's called, where it's like third-person stuff.
Yeah, they have the new hero coming.
So they do have a new hero coming, so you could could be a trailer. What about Diablo? How soon is the next expansion, like actual expansion, or would they just run a trailer like season 10? Here it is, Diablo.
I don't think Diablo's next season is that interesting to warrant having a piece in the show, but maybe they do it anyway, just because it's one of their biggest games. But they've already announced the next season of Diablo, and already revealed it, and it's already on the PTR. So maybe they do that in a recap kind of segment alongside Sea of Thieves, Diablo, Overwatch, and also Fallout 76 DLC. Like this is the live service portion of the show kind of thing.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's like they just run through all those. And I think like anything that's a bigger Blizzard announcement, like a new StarCraft, like the next WoW expansion, like fully detailed, maybe that comes at BlizzCon next year, because it's like, why spend the money to have BlizzCon and not have your biggest announcements there?
Yeah, that's
true.
But
again, maybe they do like, they could also do this as an option, cinematic teaser trailer for a game announcement because they want to start hiring for it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then have the gameplay reveal at BlizzCon, because BlizzCon usually is about gameplay reveals anyway. So maybe
that's not
they
necessarily. I remember the epic StarCraft 2 announcement, which was completely CGI, so not necessarily always gameplay, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but that was a long fucking time.
I mean, yeah, that was a long time ago.
Like 50,000 years ago, that was, right?
What do you think would be a bigger announcement? You end the showcase with Elder Scrolls 6, or end the showcase with the new StarCraft? I mean, what's bigger?
I think Elder Scrolls is probably still going to be bigger.
Yeah.
Which is why I think you put StarCraft in BlizzCon.
Right.
And as we know from Jason Schreier's reporting, they are supposed to be working on some kind of shooter.
Yes.
That's led by the Far Cry director.
Yes. He was like on the canceled survival game, and then they kind of built a team up of it, and they started doing that. But yeah, it's like the Far Cry director or something. So we'll see with that. What about, because I think not last week, but the week before, you mentioned you had heard a rumor about a mass market game being there. Is this where we can expect the return of Guitar Hero during that?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like, again, it's another one of those super vague things. So this like could mean literally anything. I mean, Call of Duty is a mass market game, isn't it?
No, I would argue it's absolutely not. Not anymore.
Call of Duty is not a mass market game.
Okay, I thought you said Guitar Hero. Call of Duty is a mass market game. I don't think Guitar Hero's
Call of Duty.
Okay, I don't think Guitar Hero is a mass market game.
Yeah, I have no idea. I was really grasping at straws when I said Guitar Hero, but
yeah,
you never know, man.
I mean, they have talked about it a lot about Guitar Hero coming back. I just, are they really going to be like selling peripherals again, like $200 guitars and plastic? I don't know. I would need to see what.
I got a press release for a third-party plastic guitar only this week.
I mean, I'm not saying they don't make them. I'm just saying, would they want to? There's a difference between like, here's Guitar Hero, and then go find your own guitar from these places, and we're doing Guitar Hero and we're making all the stuff for it. You know.
Maybe I really fucked up with the code names, and maybe Pembroke wasn't a game in Handheld, but it was a guitar handheld. And it was actually the Xbox Pembroke guitar all along, and it wasn't a PC game in Handheld at all.
Well, what about the rumors that like Infinity Ward has another game they're working on outside of Modern Warfare, or the next Call of Duty they're doing in 2027 or 2026 or whatever year it would be? Do you think that's something that could show up, or do you think that even exists anymore? Because there were there were like job listings and stuff of Infinity Ward working on a separate game, a separate new game from New Call. Is that something that could be here? Something you would expect, or is that something that you don't even know exists? We don't.
I don't know it exists, but my cynicism would probably err on probably doesn't exist, because Call of Duty needs a million people working on it. So I'm gonna guess that doesn't exist, but.
What about former Activision studios? What about Toys for Bob?
I think Spyro has a good chance of showing up here.
Yeah?
It's like an... I don't know. Maybe again, sort of 50-50, maybe?
Okay.
I think, like... We don't know for sure if it's Spyro, but chances are it most likely is Spyro. There's so many teases about it being Spyro. It would not be good if it wasn't Spyro at this point. So maybe that shows up, but also maybe not.
All right.
Another studio in the same vein as Toys for Bob, who makes like, cartoony-ish kind of games. What about Double Fine?
Well, hold on. We'll get to that. We'll get to that when we get to the Xbox first party stuff. I was going to say, what about Activision's new studio, Elsewhere?
Oh, Elsewhere. I think it might be too early.
Too early for that one too, because I think when was that announcement? Like a year ago, 2 years ago, a year ago?
Yeah.
Maybe it's too early. Maybe it's not. I don't know.
Yeah.
So
I'm honestly not sure. I think it was like a year ago.
Yeah, my expectations for Activision are basically new Call of Duty announcement, and I kind of like going back and forth of whether they could do it like last year, where it opens the show, like Call of Duty Black Ops 6 did last year.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say no, that it won't, but I think it'll be early in the show. Like, I think a different game will open, and then it'll be like Call of Duty 2nd or something, or Call of Duty 3rd. I don't think they'll open it again. It's just my thinking. I don't expect a Toys for Bob thing yet. I think that's next year. I don't expect anything from Elsewhere yet. I think it's too early. I agree with Jez on that one. And I think we'll see some of those like live service stuff. It could easily be all of them, or just, hey, here's Overwatch 2, and here's World of Warcraft, but not Diablo, or here's Diablo and Overwatch 2, but not World of Warcraft, right?
I think actually here's what I do think they might show for World of Warcraft, because they did a preview event with YouTubers a couple of weeks ago for the new housing system,
right?
Which, by the way, looks absolutely insane.
Oh, Jez,
it's basically
I got somebody at the door. I'll be right back. So take some questions. I'll be right back.
Let's take some questions then, guys. Give me some questions while we wait for Rand to answer the door. think it's probably the FBI or something clocking up to Rand. So as I was saying, you know, I might as well just finish what I was saying because Rand won't be interested in it anyway. I do think that World of Warcraft might be there with the new housing system, the housing system looks really good. It's like super involved, really physics based. You know, you can build anything with your interior. It's basically they put Animal Crossing in World of Warcraft. I think that's going to create a huge new layer of appeal for people who maybe don't even want to raid. You know, I think that's really awesome that they're doing that. It's kind of like they've got to the point with WoW where it's like, what else do we put in here? Someone said Half-Life 3. I don't think Half-Life 3 will be there. I swear to God, when Half-Life 3 gets announced, it'll either be an event like the Game Awards, or it'll just be like just randomly dropped in a blog post someday, and Valve will just be like, "Oh yeah, by the way, we're working on Half-Life 3. Here's a trailer." You know, like with like no marketing, no fanfare, because Valve knows that if they drop that on a blog post, it'll just blow up the whole internet. They don't need a show to announce Half-Life 3, if indeed we ever see Half-Life 3. Cameron Partlow says, "Do you think this show will be more hype than last year's or down a bit?" I think this, if we're sort of thinking about like, if we sort of interpret that shows are kind of like on a TikTok kind of thing, where it's like tick, there's like tons and tons of new stuff to show because the devs have been cooking for a long time, and then talk, it's like, oh well, all the games came out this year, now we need to wait a little bit longer. I do think this could be a year where it's maybe not as hype as last year's, maybe doesn't have as much you know, crazy announcements or whatever, but I do think like something like you know, Elder Scrolls, if Elder Scrolls was there, as me and Rand both want to predict, that could save it, you know, even if overall it's not as quote unquote impressive or dense as last year's. But again, this could be completely off base. I don't know that much about the shows. Like in years past, I used to like really try and get leaks for the shows like this because, you know, I wanted to scoop it. I wanted to get traffic and stuff like that. But now, like, I'm not so, you know, now I've got like a stable job and stuff like that. I kind of like, I'd rather not spoil them, you know? So I don't really do the amount of research into them that I used to do because I like being surprised as well, right? Um, so I honestly don't know if it's going to be as hype as last year's. I hope it is, but we'll see. We'll see. It won't be long to find out. Lock01 says, Jez, is Banjo a thing at all or no? The last I heard, which was a few months ago now, maybe a year ago, Banjo was just not a thing. Banjo was not a thing, and Microsoft wasn't interested in making it a thing. But times change, right? And Toys for Bob did put out there in an interview that they would love to work on a Banjo. So I do think this, if Spyro or whatever Banjo or whatever Toys for Bob is working on, if that game does really well, I think you'll get your Banjo. And I think it'll be made by Toys for Bob. Cameron Partlow says, Jez, do you think Clockwork is going to be there? Well, Rand did want to talk about first party separately, but I will say this. I think Clockwork Revolution is going to be there. And I think people are sleeping on that game. I think Clockwork Revolution is going to be a lot better than people expect. And I think that, I do think it'll be there. I'm giving that a high chance of being there, personally. Amit Kumar says, Square Enix better show it with more than old ports of games. I mean, I will bet money that Square Enix is going to be there. I do think that Square Enix is going to show off Final Fantasy. I think they're going to talk about Final Fantasy 16 coming this year, Final Fantasy 7 Remake next year, and Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth in the future. And I do think there's a good chance that maybe they show off something extra as well. Like, I don't know, maybe they announce that 16 and Remake are Xbox Play Anywhere. Maybe they announce that show us some Dragon Quest 12 gameplay, which, you know, we haven't seen anything of Dragon Quest 12 yet. I do think Microsoft will put a mark I do think Microsoft and Square Enix will add to criticisms that they haven't been supporting Xbox fans very well, but we'll see. We'll see. Roy's Toys for Big Boys says, I wonder if Square Enix will do Outriders 2. I'd love to see Outriders 2, but I kind of don't think that's going to happen, sadly. Outriders was really cool, man. I don't know why we didn't see an Outriders 2. Like, Outriders did really well on Gamepass initially. It just had no end game, you know. It's like they launched these sort of live service kind of Diablo kind of games without an end game plan. It's like it doesn't work that way, lads. If you want to make a game like that, you've got to have a plan for end game, you know. But you know, it is what it is. Locke says, Jez, you know about any PlayStation games coming? I'm sure there'll be some third-party stuff. Like, could we see Battlefield 6 at the show this year? That's coming to PlayStation, obviously, right? I think a lot of Xbox games will also come to PlayStation, so I think there'll be plenty of reasons for PlayStation fans to tune into this show. But yeah, we'll see. God, where's Rand gone, man? Rand's just like straight up abandoned me or some shit. Well, I'm like, I need some caffeine or something, man. I've been, just for reference, guys, I've been awake since 4 a.m. So I am exhausted right now. The Game Adaption Newscast says, I'd rather get a Wasteland 4. Yeah, I really want Wasteland 4 as well. But I know that Microsoft higher-ups aren't fans of CRPGs or turn-based games, which really annoys me. Really, really bugs me. So, I don't know. I don't know if we'll get Wasteland 4 or not. They see them as too anachronistic, too old school, which really, really bugs me, man. It really bugs me because CRPGs are like probably my favorite genre, personally. As I get like older and I like, you know, doing things slow and being turn-based, CRPGs are just like my favorite kind of game. But yeah, is what it is. Any Series X Pro says, any word on PlayStation porting their first-party games to Xbox like Uncharted? I don't think you see PlayStation first-party games on Xbox ever. I think there's like a tiny chance one day you might see Helldivers 2 on Xbox, but even that is like, the chance of that is still so remote, so tiny, the chance of that happening. But who knows, man? Who knows? Times are changing, bro. Times are changing. Will more Activision Blizzard classics be added to the Xbox Retro Classics launcher? I think so, yeah. And this, I can't remember who said it, but someone on Twitter had noticed that. Sorry, someone on Twitter had noticed that a lot of in the achievements on the Xbox Retro Classics, there was a lot of iconography for classic Blizzard games like Blackthorn and stuff. So maybe we start seeing like really retro PC games from some of the studios show up there. Maybe we start seeing like really old PC classics like Hexen and stuff like that.
Oh, Hexen.
I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, just talking about the retro classic stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Bro, where the hell did you go, bro?
I had some things delivered that I needed to bring into the house and take care of.
Oh,
I wasn't expecting them.
Delivered, bro?
I mean, I had like 10 packages delivered for stuff. And then
10 packages?
Yeah. I didn't expect them all to come today. They all delivered them at once. So
10 packages.
10 packages. So
Randall Rich.
No, not at all. I don't know.
Rand just ordered like 10 Rolexes, guys.
Yeah. I actually have never worn a watch in my life. So
wait, what?
I've never worn a watch in my life. I mean, obviously my phone is a watch, but I've never actually put a watch on my wrist.
Huh?
Yeah, I never have.
How do you live? How do you live to like 4 decades and have not ever worn a watch?
I mean, never needed one. You know?
Has nobody ever like bought you a watch?
No, I've never gotten a watch for like a present or anything. Just never.
I am tripping right now.
Yeah, maybe that's a weird thing, but I've never had a watch. Never owned a watch. Never had a watch. I guess I'm weird. Yes, I'm weird.
That scares me, bro.
So, the Activision thing, Jez. What do you think about? What do you think about Prototype 3? Is that real? Could that show up?
Prototype 3? Is that a rumor?
I mean, it's a rumor. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess the rumor came from somebody who had played it or play tested it for Xbox as a thing. I don't know if that's true. Just throwing it out there, right? Because, I mean, even with the Bethesda thing, we sort of jumped over that report recently that they had trademarked Deathloop and Dishonored, and what were the other two that they trademarked? Deathloop, Dishonored.
Deathloop, Dishonored. I can't remember.
I forget the other two.
It wasn't Prey, was it?
No, but it was like people were like, "Oh, well, they just leaked their whole E3 announcement." Oh, it was like Deathloop, Wolfenstein, Dishonored, and one other one that I'm blanking on right now. But people were like, "Oh, they just leaked their whole E3 lineup," and I'm like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong. I want Wolfenstein 3 to be real, and I would love a new Dishonored, but who'd make Dishonored? Arcane Austin doesn't exist anymore. And they were the ones who did it because we know that Arcane Leon is making Blade. Now, I mean, I guess it's possible they have two teams and one's doing Dishonored and one's doing Blade. And yeah, it was, Dishonored was in the Bethesda roadmap leak from the FTC, which is largely proven to be true at the time. Just kind of the dates were off by 2-3 years on most things, right?
Yeah.
But at the time also, Arcane Austin and Tango Gameworks still existed. Because remember, Ghostwire Tokyo was on that list. So
that is true.
And I don't think we're doing a Ghostwire Tokyo again.
I don't think so.
But then it's like, well, they could give Dishonored to a different studio. Remember how they gave Rage 2 to Avalanche, even though Rage 1 was made by id? So it's like maybe they hand some of those off to a different studio, and so I don't know,
Yeah.
I'm just bringing up possibility. I don't think that's true. I don't think we'll see any of those. But I was thinking the Prototype 3 thing. I don't think we'll see that either. I'm not even sure if it even exists. I mean, I would like it to exist.
Yeah.
But I don't think so.
I don't really think it exists, if I'm gonna be honest. But
right.
I would like it to exist.
So then it takes us to, I guess before we get into the Xbox stuff, are you expecting any hardware announcements? Any Game Pass announcements? Any sort of ancillary miscellaneous announcements? So you are?
I'm expecting Kennen.
Okay, personally. So you expect to see Kennen at the show in some form or fashion?
Oh, at the show itself?
Well, I mean,
I don't know if it'd be at the show itself.
But you think it'll be revealed that week though?
During the festivities.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it could be something like at the end of the show where they're like, oh, and handheld. They could show it in like last year where they showed off the new the 3 systems that they had or whatever for a minute.
Yeah.
But you are expecting it to be revealed that week, whether it's at Summer Games Fest, whether it's at the showcase, whether it's at an announcement after the showcase or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Anything else? Elite Series 3 announcement or Game Pass announcements? Any of those sort of things?
I think obviously the show is going to be quite Game Pass heavy. I think.
Well, it usually is.
Yeah, I think obviously there's going to be a lot of Game Pass. I think there's going to be a lot of Xbox Play Anywhere actually.
Okay.
This year. I think because I know from hearing about internal discussions, there's a mentality that they haven't done enough to actually showcase this aspect of the ecosystem. Something we've complained about, right? Or I've complained about at least.
I mean, they really have
it. Yeah, it's like this is an Xbox, and it's like, well, yeah, okay, but what does that mean? You haven't really explained to normies what that means, So maybe there's like a greater effort around Xbox Play Anywhere. Like one of the questions while you were gone, collecting your Rolexes.
Yeah.
There was there was a question from someone in the chat, and they were like, I suppose this is something we could talk about now. Is Square Enix going to be there?
Right.
And
third-party stuff.
My kind of thinking was like, okay, Square Enix has kind of pissed off Xbox fans by throwing them under the bus for however long, but maybe one way they can fix that is being like, okay, well, here's Final Fantasy 16 and launch date, here's Final Fantasy 7 Remake launch date. By the way, they're also Xbox Play Anywhere. By the way, they're also coming to Game Pass. Could it really go that far, And also you've got like, could they go above and beyond, show Dragon Quest 12? Could they show, I don't know, does Bravely Default get a port to Xbox, the remake? Is that just Nintendo exclusive forever? I don't know. Could they announce something new? Octopath 3? I don't know. Triangle Strategy for Xbox? Some of those classic
Final
games.
Fantasy 9 Remake?
Final Fantasy 9 Remake? Final Fantasy Tactics? Classic? I don't know. Yeah, but third party, I think third party will show up with a lot of Xbox.
Okay, so give me your third party predictions. You mentioned Final Fantasy in your article, so Final Fantasy 16, Final Fantasy 7.
Yeah, I think Final Fantasy 16, Final Fantasy 7. I hope, or at least Final Fantasy 16 start with, if not 7.
They did reveal 7 remake for the Switch, which I think is coming out this fall.
Yeah,
if I were to guess. Part of me thinks if they're going to release,
I think it's definitely Square Enix is going to be there. Definitely.
Okay.
I'd be stunned. I put that at 95%.
You put your rep on a line saying the whole slate's coming.
Whole slate, baby.
Yeah. If it's okay, let me ask you this hypothetical: if it's not there, no Final Fantasy announcements are there. Is the dream dead?
I'd have to ask sources, but it'd be very strange if not, because it'd be like, oh well, something must have seriously gone wrong here. Maybe a Microsoft executive accidentally ran over Square Enix CEO's dog or something like that.
Yeah.
But like, I would be absolutely stunned if it wasn't there.
Okay, so you think there? What about is EA going to be there with anything like a Battlefield, or is that more aligned with Summer Games Fest?
We kind of speculated about whether Battlefield would be there or not, because obviously EA competes with Call of Duty now for Battlefield. So is there sort of like, is there an impetus for PlayStation to grab the marketing for that game? But at the same time, I kind of feel like Microsoft could show its partners that they're still willing to support competing games on their platform. So maybe Microsoft, because Microsoft almost always had Battlefield marketing in the past. Is that not something that Microsoft, is eager to keep on their platform too? I don't know. So yeah, I think if EA's there, it'd probably be with Battlefield. Otherwise, like, what else are they working on? I don't know if they were working on anything at all.
Right.
Does EA even make games anymore, or just cancel them? I don't know. Is EA even a studio around, or is it just a bank? Is it just a glorified bank?
Since we're talking about EA, I guess we should have a sidebar here a minute for them canceling the Black Panther game, huh?
Yeah.
And not only that, but shutting down Cliffhanger games. And Hazardor sent me a link in my DMs about Bloomberg. It's probably one of the... I haven't read it. You got the bullet points here. But Bloomberg is saying that EA executives were frustrated that the game had not yet left the pre-production phase after nearly 4 years in development.
What?
Yeah, and the studio was building an evolution that would expand on ideas like Shadow of Mordor Nemesis system, where the players would take control of heroes like T'Challa, Killmonger, and Shuri vying for the Black Panther mantle while fighting off Skrulls. So...
I've never seen Black Panther, so I don't really know the premise of it.
Great movie, but I guess with the additional information of they've been working on the game for 4 years and it hasn't moved out of pre-production, I could probably see, like, okay, well, EA not being too thrilled with that, right? Which is unfortunate because Cliffhanger, you know what Cliffhanger Games is, right, Jez?
No, I don't.
They're the people that left Monolith. So after they shipped Shadow of War, they were working on a new IP at Warner Brothers, and they let them work on that new IP for 3 years, knowing that they would never release it, and they canceled the game, and the leadership team all left, and they went and they formed Cliffhanger Games, and they started working on Black Panther, which I guess you can probably see how that would work, like Shadow of Mordor, Shadow of War, to a Black Panther game. I mean, you can probably like see the gameplay in your mind. And then Warner Brothers shuts down Monolith and cancels Wonder Woman, and then not too long after that, EA shuts down Cliffhanger and cancels Black Panther. Sad state of affairs all around. But yeah, EA did say that they got 3 comic book games or 3 Marvel games, which we know they're doing Iron Man. And they have the Star Wars Jedi game in there. I'm not sure we know what the third one is, unless they're counting the third one as
Peacemaker,
as the other Star Wars game that that they're doing with like Bit Reactor, that Star Wars RTS. I don't know if that counts as the third one, but yeah, that kind of came out of nowhere. It was like, oh, by the way, we're shutting down the studio and we're canceling Black Panther, and we haven't seen anything from that game. Now, the other Black Panther game from Skydance, the Amy Hennig game, we've seen at least, footage of it. I mean, it could be CGI. I'm not sure if it was gameplay, but that's the one where it's Black Panther and Captain America. So that game's still coming, but we've never seen anything from this one, and we've never seen anything from Iron Man either. So is Iron Man safe? Because EA's talked about this idea of getting out of the IP license game, which... then people bring up like Indiana Jones. Are they going to do another one? We know Phil is kind of against doing IP licenses. We haven't seen a lot of Wolverine. Is Insomniac still doing like Wolverine? Which I still think they are. But is there going to be a pushback against maybe the hefty fees that Disney's charging for a lot of this stuff, alongside like, well, it's also going to cost us an arm and a leg for these games to come out,
Yeah, I mean, you're essentially just giving all your dev hours to enhancing Disney Plus and shit like that when you're doing licensed games, which is kind of annoying if it's not a good deal for the devs working on it, especially since, like, I don't know if you saw this, Rand, but Battlefront 2 has resurged in popularity because of Andor recently. Everyone really loved Andor, and that translates into people wanting to play those games again. You've had the Battlefront devs saying they want to bring the team back together and do another Battlefront. Battlefront 2 was an incredible game. For the way EA just totally fumbled that with the microtransactions and the terrible PR, sense of pride and accomplishment or whatever. Was that about Battlefront? I can't remember. But, EA being EA kind of fumbled that whole thing. It's sort of like there's still an opportunity there, but only if Disney lets it be fair for everyone involved. So, I don't know, man. But if it's all well and good, EA saying they want to get out of the licensed IP game, but they barely even service their own IP very well. So, EA is just terrible, man. I can't stand them.
Yeah,
they're just a terrible company, bro. They're just an awful company. So, like, any game that has the EA tag on it is like, you just automatically assume it's going to be bad or cancelled. Well,
there was even a report I saw recently that morale at Respawn was at an all-time low.
Yeah.
But then you never hear reports about morale at studios ever being at an all-time high.
That's not true, actually.
No?
That's not true. Because Games Workshop in the UK has just given out $20 million to all employees, shared to all their employees as bonuses because of their profits. So I think morale is probably quite high.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess you never see articles actually saying that, like, morale's at an all-time high. The only sort of articles you see are morale's at an all-time low. Right? And it's like Respawn, like, man, like one of the best studios out there. The morale's at an all-time low. I guess because they canceled that Titanfall extraction shooter. Apex is dwindling. So I would imagine those are some of the things. So that was a quick aside because you mentioned EA. So I figured we talk about that because we were going to talk about it, so might as well talk about it now. Sure. And any other third parties, because I know they're going to have third parties there, and some of them might be like the indie Gamepass deals. Like last year, we saw Expedition 33, for example, which kind of made its presence known, and people took notice of the game at the Xbox show, and they've even gone on and saying how much the partnership with Xbox helped, which is then odd to see like members of the media downplay that when they've like literally come out and said how much the Game Pass has helped and how much the partnership with Xbox helped. You know what I mean? I don't know if you've seen any of that. Like the downplaying of it when they've literally said, this helped a lot for us.
Which one was that?
Expedition 33. Did you not hear?
Game Pass?
No,
sorry, I missed a bit of that.
They said that the partnership with Xbox really helped them, exposure-wise and all. But you've seen some journalists kind of poo-poo that idea and saying like,
it's always they're always going to do that.
I know, but I'm just saying like the dev themselves came out and said this helped a lot and we're very happy with it. And then the journalists come out and be like, no, it didn't. Shut up. I mean, the game was great, and it's like that's what really propelled it. It's like, sure, but you didn't.
I took that personally.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like whatever. But I mean, I'm sure there'll be, probably that. What's that game that's I think coming out this month? It's like a Souls-like Wu-Chang. I could easily see that being there, because that's coming out in June. I don't know. Could you see the Altars being there too, considering it's launching like June 14th and it's a Game Pass deal? Maybe there's like a montage of stuff that they do, like an ID and Xbox montage, Game Pass stuff, where it's like coming to Game Pass and they kind of scroll through things,
Yeah, I think they could do an ID Xbox montage. I mean, maybe the Altars is too close to launch to be in the showcase. I don't know. Maybe it's like, well, they're doing their own marketing cycle now, so we'll highlight things that are further out. But yeah, I've got the Altars pre-downloaded. I'm so ready for that game. A lot of people in chat shouting out Silksong.
Silksong.
We hear the Hollow Knight.
Yeah, but everybody expects Silksong, but then it never shows up. So maybe we should not expect it, and then it surprises us. Right?
Yeah, true that.
I mean, people expect that Nintendo Switch reveal.
I'm gonna jinx it. I'm gonna jinx it.
And you're gonna say it's not there, or it is there?
I think Silksong is there.
Ooh, well, I mean,
now I've said that it's not gonna be there. Yep. I've jinxed it. I've ruined everyone's life. So take that, internet.
You think any other?
I would love to see Silksong there. I mean, Hollow Knight was one of my favorite game experiences of last year. Played it on and off on my Lenovo Legion Go a little bit here and there until I finished it.
What about Sega and Atlas? Metaphor Refantasio just hit Game Pass. They have this big deal. They reveal, Persona 3 Reloaded was at the show as well. And now it's seemingly the former voice actors for Persona 4 are basically confirming that Persona 4 remake is real. I don't know if you saw some of that stuff. So
after Persona 3 remake, you knew they were going to redo.
So do we see a Persona 4 remake at the Xbox showcase?
I think if it's close enough to being announced, then probably yeah. I think Atlas and Sega obviously have a deep partnership right now. Game Pass has helped propel the franchise, I think, to a new mainstream audience. So yeah, I think that's probably a logical step for them. But maybe it's too early. I think like if like we're only just now hearing from voice actors, it's probably in the phase where like they're hiring to do the localization. So maybe it's not close enough, but maybe it is.
Do you expect anything from say Capcom at all, or any other of the bigger third parties out there? Ubisoft.
Capcom seems to have like
Resident Evil 9
partnered more. I think Capcom feels to me a bit like they've partnered more with PlayStation in recent times.
They usually do, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe we see Resident Evil 9 as state of play or something like
or
that.
like
But
the Keighley Summers Games Fest.
yeah,
Although Summer
but isn't
Games
there a
Fest
state
is
of play
always.
coming up?
I think there's
Or
rumored to be one potentially. I think Grubb has sort of mentioned it.
Didn't Grubb say it?
Yeah.
Or am I going crazy?
I don't know. I'm not sure, but I think there's one. But it's not a showcase, or maybe it's just a state of play. If that's the case, yeah, Resident Evil typically debuts there.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing what Resident Evil 9 is. So yeah, the third party stuff.
Rumor is that it's some kind of open world thing.
Yeah. I mean, but they said the same thing about they said the same thing about Resident Evil Village before Village came out. That it was some like open world thing, and then it was more like kind of wide linear, where it was like sectioned off into areas. You know.
Yeah, it was more like Resident Evil 4.
So we'll see if it's like truly open world. I mean, people said the same thing about like Doom Dark Ages, kind of like, well, it's open world, but it's like, no, the levels were. Yeah, I mean, it's a singular level, and there are some linear aspects to it, but then sometimes you are in this wide area with multiple objectives.
Yeah.
And you got to do like one here, and then one there, and one somewhere else on the map. But I don't really consider those open world like Assassin's Creed Shadows is, for example.
Yeah, I feel it. We'll see.
So yeah, I don't know. The third part.
I tell you what game might be there from Capcom. Maybe we see a new trailer from Stigmata.
Oh yeah, we haven't seen anything for that, and I feel like
in ages. Yeah,
5 years.
And I think if there's like one game that Xbox should lock down for marketing, it's probably Stigmata, because it does look, superficially speaking, it kind of a little bit looks like the wacky and weird alternative to a Kojimaism kind of game. It looks like a bit weird, a bit sci-fi, a bit sort of experimental. Maybe this is the game where they can be like, oh yeah, this is Xbox's answer to Death Stranding, maybe to some degree, speaking totally superficially, of course. But yeah, maybe it's Stigmata still in a struggling kind of situation, but yeah, and like people in chat says, Pragmata, sorry, not Stigmata.
Yeah.
What is Stigmata? Is that a movie? Pragmata, sorry.
Stigmata is the whole like, Jesus thing, like
no idea,
the whole the nails in his hands and in his feet. That the Stigmata is that.
Is it? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Stigmata is like.
That's very much.
That's a very religious thing. When people talk about the Stigmata, it's the.
Yeah. Okay. That's definitely not what
Pragmata.
Pragmata, yeah. So Pragmata debuted PlayStation show, so maybe not. But I don't know. Microsoft did partner with them on what's it called now? Kunitsugami.
But they also helped fund that game too as part of it. So
yeah, they did.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, as far as third parties, it's like it's always tough to call what third parties are going to be there because you never know. Because Jeff has his own show now, and it's like, well, some of them could go there, and it's like, but I think Square's going to be there with something, and I expect it to be the Final Fantasy 16 7 remake. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a Final Fantasy 16 Shadow Drop, where it's like, here's a trailer for 16. And then you can play it today, but also here Final Fantasy 7 Remake's coming in the fall, probably to coincide with the launch of the Switch 2 version, right?
Mm-hmm.
I could easily see that happening. I could see Persona 4 Remake being there. And, I'm sure there's going to be some games that have Gamepass deals that we're going to be seeing for the first time show up again, but it's always fun. But let's get to Xbox Game Studios. So, since you haven't mentioned what you think opens the show, I'm going to ask you first here, because it sounds like both me and you are thinking an Xbox Game Studio games opens the show.
Oh yeah.
What do you? So we both got Elder Scrolls 6 closing the show, which is, I mean, we're going on a limb here. What do you got opening the show?
I've got Gears E-Day opening the show.
Jesus. Dude. You're right, lock and step with me, bro. I got Gears opening as well.
Yeah, wow. I think Gears opens the show.
That makes me think we're wrong then. If we're both agreeing on this.
What we double jinxed it.
Yeah, like
somehow.
we double jinxed it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
What about this? Halo opening the show.
Halo's dead, bro.
Since Halo's way bigger than Gears.
You always say this, but it's not anymore.
It's absolutely true.
Nah, Halo's dead. It's never coming back. They've shut it down. They've moved all the resources over to the Coalition, the Superior franchise.
In your dreams.
Oh, actually, Halo is there, but it's Halo Wars 1 remastered by Relic and Sega.
You'd like that, though.
I would. Halo Wars is the best version of Halo. By far.
Yeah.
The best version of Halo. But I haven't heard a shred of information about new Halo, other than that, like, the team internally is quite confident about it. Like, if we talk about we don't hear a lot about positive morale. From what I've heard, there is positive morale around the new Halo game, whatever it is.
So whether it's like remake the new Halo or like the Halo CE remake that's been rumored.
I don't know what the project is, but it feels like there's an optimism about Halo in 343. So take that for what it's worth. So but is it not too early for Halo? I think it is. I think when you re-reveal Halo, it has to be big. It has to be bombastic.
Well, next year is the 25th anniversary of Halo.
Yeah,
as well as
maybe
Xbox.
Yeah,
so.
line that shit up with 25th anniversary, and then go into a full Halo Direct after it or something like that. Maybe you do something special. Keep next year's Direct a secret until it's like, oh yeah, okay, this year's Direct is classified with like maybe some vague hints of it being Halo. Like the way they used to do the marketing, ARPG kind of stuff. Maybe they could do a whole ARPG around figuring out what the Direct is, the classified Direct.
Well, usually the Direct is a game that's releasing that year. So what you're suggesting is that Halo would actually release next year, which would...
No, I'm saying to completely throw the rules out the window.
Oh, so you're throwing the rule book out. Okay, we're burning it down.
I'm burning the rule book down. I'm saying like maybe. This is what I would do. I do like when I'm ready to reveal the next Halo projects. Not only do you reveal the CE remake, but you also give a hint about what the next gen of Halo looks like. Reintroduce 343 as a team because now obviously they've rebranded to Halo Studios, and just sort of try and build up that hype for Halo again. Fuck it, announce a book there as well.
Announce a
that
book.
Rand can read. Announce a fucking book.
I've never read a Halo book, and I don't have any interest in reading any Halo books.
Well, people apparently do, because the way they put all the story, the good bits of the story are in the books, not in the games.
What about Gears books?
So announce a fucking book. I actually own all the Gears books.
Oh, wow.
And I've read half of one of them. The Astro Fields one. But there is a lot of Gears lore if you're inclined to go down that rabbit hole.
So I think the new Halo, whatever Halo is, the remake, I think that's going to reveal next year as part of like the 25th anniversary shenanigans. A reveal and potentially even a release, because I'm not really sure you really need to have that much of a marketing push for a Halo remake, honestly, right? For a new game, sure. So to me, you could easily do a Halo. Well, see, then it's like I think about like I think about the end of next year and what games could release at the end of next year, and you got a possibility of the end of 2026 being Modern Warfare 4, Forza Horizon 6, Gears E-Day.
Hang on a sec.
Fable.
Hang on a sec.
What?
Modern Warfare 4?
Yeah, the rumor is that Infinity Ward's next Call of Duty game is Modern Warfare 4. They're like going to continue the storyline and stuff.
But hang on, isn't Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare 4?
It was Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, yeah. I think I think they dropped it after that. There's like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2.
Dude, that's confusing.
I don't think there was.
So did they remake Call of Duty 4 as Call of Duty Modern Warfare?
Yes, it was Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Call of Duty. They haven't used numbers since Call of Duty 4, because it was Call of Duty World at War, and then it was Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. I don't really actually think they've used a number in the title in a while, because last year's was Call of Duty Black Ops 6. So it's been a long time since it's actually been Call of Duty 4. You know what I mean? Or Call of Duty 5.
Yeah, Call of Duty says there was never a Modern Warfare 4. They stopped at Modern Warfare 3 originally. So this would be like not. So have they remade the stories of Modern Warfare 2 and 3 then? Or is it a different timeline?
I mean, it's rebooted. Some things are. My memory is
some things are the same, some things are different.
Some things are the same, some things are different. But right. I'm just saying. The rumor is that their next game is Modern Warfare 4. Take that for what it's worth.
Righty dokey, Skip.
Right. So
I will take you for what it's worth.
But my point is like, hey, I don't think Halo CE Remake needs like that big of a marketing push because everybody knows what it is. It's not like a brand new game would need it. So even if you think, well, maybe they announce it next year and release it next year, but I'm also thinking of next year's fall lineup. You have Modern Warfare 4, a potential Forza Horizon 6, because I don't think Forza Horizon 6 is this year. Not saying Forza Horizon 6 couldn't be at the show, but that's when I think it's going to release. Fable, because I think Fable just got a full 1-year delay. And potentially Gears E-Day, because I don't really see Gears E-Day releasing in the early part of next year. So I'm not sure you could load up, but then if you add like a Halo, I mean, I guess you potentially could add a Halo CE remake to that lineup, just like they've added Gears Reloaded pretty easily to this fall's lineup. So I guess maybe they could, and they'd just be like, here are the games that are available because these are the games that are finished. So that's the way I see. Like, I don't expect Halo Studios to be there because I think the Halo rollout will be next year. You know, that's when
let's roll out.
That's when, and you know, before the Gears Reloaded thing, I would have said, oh, Master Chief might be there. Well, it never actually made sense for Master Chief Collection to be at the Xbox show just to simply announce like a Halo, like Nintendo Switch 2 port. So I was thinking, well, the only way you could really do that is if like, okay, Halo's, because the way they're doing it with Gears, where it's Gears Reloaded, it really seems like Microsoft's like, no, we are going to piecemeal this to everybody. Instead of doing a 3-game collection for $60, we're gonna do this one game at a time, and each game's gonna be, you know, $40. So we can milk it for longer and make more money instead of just a single collection. And I think if you're gonna do that with Gears, you can probably do that with Halo, even to a greater effect, because Halo's bigger than Gears, right? So if you do Halo CE Remake and completely remake it on Unreal Engine 5, you could probably even charge more than 40. You could probably charge 50. And then you could potentially piecemeal that and being like, here's Halo 2 and here's Halo 3 and here's, if as much as you kind of wanted, is my point. And I think Gears Reloaded maybe tipped us off of their plans of how they're going to approach that in the future. So, but I don't really expect anything Halo related this year. I think that's at the 2026 one.
I can see that.
Yeah. So you mentioned Double Fine. So what do you think? What do you think about Double Fine?
I think we hear from Double Fine this year.
I agree. I agree with you. I think it's time. It's been 4 years. In fact, I wouldn't be shocked if it was like early in the show, because the way I have it in my head, it's like Gears E-Day opens, Call of Duty, Call of Duty, whatever this one's called, and then Double Fine. Like, that's kind of like my 1, 2, 3-ish, you know? Subject to change. Like, the third game could easily be something else, but they could easily do something like that, you know?
I agree.
So I do expect Double Fine to be there. I think it's time to see what it is. And
someone in chat just said Brutal Legend 2. I would love for that to be true, but it's not true.
Yeah.
The next game is not Brutal Legend 2. It's something unique.
Well, I mean, they always make something that's super unique, right? That's kind of their forte.
It's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not really.
It's not really like. Yeah. Oh my God, Double Fine's making you. I'm shocked by that. Right?
Yeah, I would love for them to make Brutal Legend 2, man. Brutal Legend 1 was a flawed but such a fantastic premise.
Yeah.
So cool.
And the coalition, we both believe that Gears E-Day is going to open. I think you could even see like a when they finish the trailer for E-Day, they could easily have like a something added on to it, be like, and Gears Reloaded is coming August 29th, pre-order now for beta access in July or something, right?
Yeah.
Not saying they need to actually beta test the multiplayer, but it'd be more of like a marketing maneuver. So, Compulsion Games, I would hazard a guess. Both me and you say no, right? They just ship South of Midnight. They're not going to have anything.
Definitely not.
Okay.
Definitely not.
InXile Entertainment, Jez. What do you think?
I think NXL's there. Talked about this while you were answering the door for your Rolexes. I think Clockwork Revolution's there. And I think it's going to be a lot better than people expect.
Oh, yeah. I agree with you. I think Clockwork Revolution is going to be there. In fact, that's when I was debating where it would be placed. I could also see it taking the Double Fine slot of like Gears E-Day, Call of Duty, boom. That third game of here's this game as well. But I think we both agree it's there.
I think Clockwork will be in the middle.
Okay, so you think it'll be? I'm just looking at like the early place, but it doesn't really matter where it's at. But
I think if you overload people with awesome early on,
you lose them.
People
is that
get
what you
burned
say?
out. Yeah, I think you need to spread out the awesome,
Okay.
and because I think Clockwork Revolution is going to be particularly exciting at this show, I think that maybe goes in the middle as a sort of middle high spot.
Okay. So let me ask you this then, because I agree with you. I think it's absolutely going to be there. I'm thinking early 2026 or first half 2026, before June.
Yeah, I think so too.
And I think it's going to surprise a lot of people.
I think so too.
What about Mojang? We got anything from the caretakers of Minecraft? Because I think Minecraft Dungeons 2 is going to be there.
I think Minecraft Dungeons 2 is going to be there as well. Obviously, that's not made by Mojang. It's made by Double
11, I think.
11, yeah. Double 11, yeah, I think so. So I think Dungeons 2 is there. I don't know. I would hope that like Dungeons 2 has more of an end game plan behind it, because I think that's really what hindered the original. Because it was a really cool game and it was really fun to play, but it was just like, okay, well, now what? And then like you could grind builds, but the game was so unbalanced that they like did these huge sweeping changes. So any build grinding you did, they undid it all with their balance changes, and it was just like, oh great, now my character's shit. Thanks, Mojang. Well, Double 11 or whoever you want to blame. So I'm hoping that it's more of a finished product this time round. With a better plan for what the end game looks like, and I think it will. I think they'll nail it. It really scratched the Diablo itch, for a while for me. I played quite a lot of that game. Okay. Absolutely, my build was so sick before they nerfed it. Like I had shot 5 arrows that would penetrate through walls and just kill everything. It was awesome.
Yeah,
it was probably overpowered.
I don't think we see anything Minecraft like the main game there, because they usually have it for their own thing. But I do think we get an
usually has its own thing
of Minecraft.
Minecraft is
Dungeons
bigger
too.
than Xbox.
Yeah. What about Ninja Theory?
Project Mara. Do you think Project Mara could be there? I'm gonna say no.
I'm gonna say no too. I think maybe that's next year. I know there was the picture they posted where they had the whole team there looking at something that was blurry and you couldn't make it out. So the question was, were they watching potentially their presentation of what they submitted for the showcase? And it's like, well, eventually they did announce like Hellblade 2 and the Enhanced Edition, which we really haven't seen a trailer for. So, but I'm like, they're not going to run that during the showcase. I mean, it's already been announced for the PS5. So, I'm going to say no though, but I guess that could be a wild card, right?
By the way, we were. I agree, it could be a wild card, but we'll see. But you remember I was saying earlier that they should release a Halo book?
Yes.
They literally just announced a new Halo book.
Of course they did.
That is totally coincidental, and it tells the story of what Master Chief did after Infinite. So
interesting.
We're not getting the resolution to Infinite in a game.
We're getting it
just
in the book.
Like Halo 5. We're getting it in a fucking book. Again, I hate that shit. Stop doing that. God damn. They can't just leave games on a cliffhanger and then release the ending in a book. They did that with Mass Effect Andromeda, and it really pissed me off. And this pissed me off as well, but oh well.
Obsidian. Now, we know Outer Worlds 2 has the direct after the showcase, and it most likely will have a trailer during the show, just like Starfield and Black Ops 6 did, so that's for sure. Do we think we see anything from Avowed? Do we think we see the announcement of Grounded 2? Do we get an announcement of Obsidian working on something Fallout related?
I think Grounded 2 could be a thing. I personally want Pillars 3, but that's never going to happen, I think.
Yeah, well, now that Carrie left, I don't think it's,
Yeah. But it was Josh Sawyer that wrote Pillars of Eternity, not her.
I mean, I think the only thing I'm expecting from them is Outer Worlds 2. I think it's probably a little too early for Grounded 2.
Yeah, I think with Grounded 2, it kind of has to go. It has to go harder, like Minecraft Dungeons 2 has to go harder. I don't think it can just be. It can't just be more of exactly the same. It has to be like more of the same, but better in every regard. So, like, for example, you couldn't really make a custom character in Grounded 1. You had like 4 to pick from, that kind of thing. I think all those kind of features that people expect of these kind of games, they need to be in there, and they need to be like high quality. So, yeah, maybe Grounded 2 takes a little bit longer, and the game will be better for it.
I think they're just gonna have Outer Worlds 2. Playground Games, Jez. 2 studios. We know they're working on Fable, which was delayed. Do you think we see Fable again this year at the show?
I'm going to guess no. This is pure guess. I'm going to guess no.
I'm going to guess no, too. Because when they did announce that the game was delayed, they showed new footage, which me and you had saw previously, and it sort of felt like that was all we were going to see this year. So I'm going to guess that we don't see Fable at this year's show, and I think we could see it at the Dev Direct in January. With then then it be at the showcase also next year because it's going to release in the fall. Like, I feel the game's releasing in the fall. I feel it's been delayed a year. I could be wrong. I guess here's the thing. I could be wrong. If the game is releasing, say, March or April, right? Like early next year, then I think there's a chance it shows up here. But if it's not, and it's like a full year away, then like I think it's like you do the Dev Direct with it, then you have the showcase, and maybe even do a showcase direct for it. When you announce like the release date and for it. So I don't think we see Fable because we've seen it the last 2 years. It got delayed. I don't think it's there. What about what their racing studio is doing? Forza Horizon 6.
I think we don't see Forza Horizon 6, again, just a pure guess, because my assumption is that the whole team's working on Fable right now to get it out the door.
I mean, I agree. I think Forza Horizon 6 is next year. And if you look at historically, they don't reveal the Forza Horizon games until the year they're available. Now, you could buck trends, burn it down like Jez says, throw out the script, and announce it this year for release next year. But I don't think they will. So I'm saying Forza Horizon 6 is an announcement next year. But then it's like, wow, are they really going to release... If you're saying they have a lot of the people from the Forza Horizon team helping on working on Fable, but then they're also going to be expected to release Fable next year and Forza Horizon next year, that's going to be a tough, tall order to hit. So...
Yeah.
I mean, it's already been 4 years since Forza Horizon 5, right?
That's absurd.
Next year it will be 5 years, and all their previous games are 2 to 3 years. So they've definitely taken a lot of extra time on this one. Granted, I think this one's it's the best Forza, monetarily wise and player wise, is definitely probably the best one. I mean, I think it's almost approaching 50 million users, which I don't think the previous ones ever even aspired to get to, dreamed of achieving.
Yeah, it's absurd how popular.
And it hasn't even. And I think both me and you think it'll hit the Switch 2 at some point.
Yeah, definitely.
So there could be a thing of like, well, we should announce the Forza Horizon 6 before we release it elsewhere because we want people to buy Forza Horizon 5. And if we do announce it now, people might hold off and be like, well, I'll just wait for the new game instead of playing the older one. So so that's why I don't think we see Forza Horizon 6 until next year.
Yeah, I agree.
What about Rare?
I think now might be the time we see Everworld.
I agree with you. I think not only is Sea of Thieves going to be there with the announcement for the Switch 2 version and whatever season is upcoming, I think we finally get Everwild.
Yeah, I think we get Everworld.
So I think
we see a bit of Sea of Thieves, but maybe hopefully a better look at what Everworld is, how it plays, maybe a description of the kind of gameplay it has. Yeah, I think Everworld's going to be there.
What about... So I think we both think Sea of Thieves and Everwild will be there. What about the Initiative? They're co-deving with Crystal Dynamics on Perfect Dark. We saw it last year. Do we see it again this year?
I'm going to guess no. I think we'll see that next year. 2 years in a row.
My line of thinking on this is, well, I mean, you could say the same about Fable. We saw Fable 2 years in a row, right? So,
I suppose
my line of thinking is if Perfect Dark is scheduled for next year, we'll see it here, right? Where they could be like, here's the trailer for Perfect Dark 2026. If it's not, then we won't see it, and we'll see it next year where it says 2027. That's how I'm looking at this one. Not saying I don't want to see it because it's one of my most anticipated games. And that's why I sort of think Fable was even at last year's, because Fable showed again, and
they thought it was launching that year.
And then it was like, oh, it's actually coming in 2025. And it was, people were like, holy shit. But with Perfect Dark, it's like, I feel like the same thing applies. If they feel it's hitting 2026, it'll be there. If it's not hitting 2026, it won't. And it'll be at next year's show.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
And personally, I think Perfect Dark is a 2027 game. So I'm going to say it's not going to be there.
Yeah, I'm going to say that too.
Turn 10.
The one game
What was it? The one game? One game?
I was going to say, like, I was going to take the reins for a moment and say one game I do think we're going to see from first party is State of Decay 3.
Yeah, Undead Labs. Yeah, State of Decay 3. I agree with you. In fact, that could be one of the earlier announcements in the show. I also... What do you think? Release date first half of the year? Kind of like a Vow South of Midnight situation?
Yeah, maybe.
Because Xbox...
Maybe.
Xbox be like, hey, we can't keep everything for the fall. I mean, they did a good job of spreading things out this year. Right, so, no, I think we stated K3. I think they announced it for 2026, and I think it releases before June of next year. Turn 10, I think both me and Jez would say no on that one. I don't think so.
I don't think Turn 10 will be there.
Yeah, and what about World's Edge? Anything from them? Any age game ready to roll?
I'm going to say no.
Okay. So no, I agree with you. No Worlds, that stuff. Now there are some other games. I would assume we both think Ninja Gaiden 4 will be there. Yeah.
Yes.
So definitely. We'll definitely get another look at Ninja Gaiden 4 for release this fall, assuming it's releasing this fall because you never know, stuff gets delayed. Contraband. Haven't seen it since 2021, Jez.
Ooh.
I'm gonna say we see it.
You really went there.
I'm gonna say we see it. Because if not, what the fuck's up with that game? Honestly, like, seriously.
Yeah, that's a strange one, isn't it? I have no idea what's going on with that game at this point, but it could be. I think it's 50-50 on that one.
Okay. What about OD from Kojima?
I'm going to say no.
Yeah, I'm going to say no, too.
I think that game will be a while.
I'm not sure the game's going to be a while. I don't think it's this year.
No?
And I don't even know what it is. Right?
I don't think Microsoft even knows what it is.
They may not. I mean, he's busy doing Death Stranding 2, which launches next month.
Mm.
And
Is he just Kojima-ing around?
Yeah, and then he said he's on to Fizzint after that. Didn't even mention OD. So yeah. I don't even know if that means his work on OD's finished already.
I think he just took the money and run, frankly.
Oh, I mean, Xbox wanted him. You know,
Xbox wanted him so bad they didn't even stop to think if this was actually going to be a thing.
We'll take your game you were doing with Google Stadia, right?
Yeah, I genuinely I have very low expectations for OD. I don't think Kojima cares about it that much.
You don't think he's going to Kojima?
No, I think it's going to be a weird sort of narrative kind of game that, you know, I don't know, that won't really hit. That's my cynicism about that. I think his focus is on everything but OD.
What about stuff like Project Suerte or the game with IO, Project Dragon at that point, like, or Project Shaolin, the Wu-Tang game?
Yeah, I honestly don't even know if Project Dragon's even a thing anymore.
Well,
at least not on
I think it was
Xbox.
Project Fantasy, right? Yeah, it may not even be a thing anymore.
I don't think it's. I think that's just got multi-platform now, if it even ever comes out. Seems like IO's kind of struggling to get stuff out the door at the moment. But maybe we could even see James Bond glimpse of that, maybe as a third-party thing.
Yeah.
Maybe we see like in that vein, like maybe we see something from Remedy as well. Like maybe we get a trailer for FBC Firebreak.
I think that's more at Summer Games Fest, honestly.
You really think so?
Yeah, that's got Summer Games Fest written all over it to me.
Fair enough.
What about?
Oh, so Amit Kumar says IO was announced to be at Jeff Keighley's show. So there you go. We're gonna get IO, but they're not gonna be at Xbox's show.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they got 007. What about I said Crystal Dynamics, and we don't think Perfect Dark's going to be there. What about Tomb Raider as a third party game? Is that something that could happen? Maybe not.
Tomb Raider as a third party game. I have no idea.
Anything else you can think of?
Anything else? I don't know. We covered Double Fine, State of Decay. Is there anyone in chat? Anything you want to see from the Xbox show? I think like there's a ton of stuff that could be in there, and there's a metric ton. Like when you think about the vast amount of studios Microsoft has, from Activision, Bethesda, there's just so much stuff there. We didn't even really get into the really nitty gritty stuff, like the casual games team, or what's King working on? Do we get the new Candy Crush AAA Candy Crush announcement?
Yeah.
Candy Crush is like their third biggest game.
I mean, I'm not surprised. It's not that. It's not shocking.
It's. Have you ever played that game?
No,
it's so predatory. It's like, you play for 30 seconds, and it's like, oh yeah, now give us money. It's like, who's paying for this? Does people not realize you can get games without having to pay this stuff? And also, not only games that are virtually identical to this. I don't know, but yeah, it's a huge ass game. I don't know. Could we see some big indie studios drop? Could we see a big surprise like Scalebound?
Oh Jesus!
Returning from the dead.
You keep on saying that, which makes me
Scalebound.
Which makes me
back from the dead.
Cautious to believe, and I don't want to believe because that sounds like a nightmare.
You don't want Scalebound to come back?
No, I don't.
I know so many people who
let
are
it
so
rest
hyped
in peace.
Scalebound to come back.
What
if it came back, bro? Could come back, bro. It could be amazing. Could be really good, bro. You don't want Scalebound back?
No, I'm good. I'm good with it. I'm really good with it on that one. I don't need it. I don't need it. So
maybe here's one final little thing.
Okay.
Maybe we see the first glimpse of Stalker expansion, because they are working on big expansions for Stalker that are not just content but also big feature expansions. So maybe we see the first glimpse of that. They've been working restlessly on bug updates, some maybe not, but I think there are some like other sort of smaller third-party things we could see like that. Maybe we even see maybe some third-party exclusives like Stalker or, Space Marine Remastered. Ones that Microsoft is funding through Game Pass, because Game Pass is basically a content fund at this point.
Well, hold on, but Game Pass is dangerous.
Oh yeah, Game Pass is dangerous.
That's what Shuhei Yoshida says.
Yeah,
he says he thinks it's a dangerous subscription models won't advance the industry.
Yeah.
He says that an interview with game developer Yoshida discussed how developers who are cozy with these services have an advantage and how it will become harder for third-party studios and indies to cross the divide. He says, quote, "If the only way for people to play games is through subscriptions, that's really dangerous. Because what type of games can be created will be dictated by the owner of the subscription services. That's really, really risky."
This is such a dumb take, because even now, what can be created is dictated by the platform holder. It's not like, you can make just anything you want and put it on PlayStation. You have to follow their content rules. So I literally don't understand that point at all. Well, unless it was like taken out of context here.
Well, he goes on to say that's really, really risky because must always be fresh new ideas tried by small developers that create the next wave of development. But if the big companies dictate what games can be created, I don't think that will advance the industry.
Well, here's one thing about Game Pass as well. It's not like you get the money up front. You only get the money when you actually put the game into Game Pass and you've finished the game. So you can create whatever you want and then pitch it to Microsoft afterwards. So if a dev is like, we want to make a game that's Game Pass bait, whatever that means, then that's on them. There's various other ways they can distribute that shit.
Right.
To me, this just sounds like more baseless fear-mongering about a model that is in competition with platforms.
So it says Yoshida acknowledged that there's an inherent bias when discussing Game Pass and PlayStation Plus because of his association. But he believes that PlayStation Plus is healthier because Sony isn't giving away first party
shit.
Because isn't giving away first party games for free. He goes on to say, quote, that subscription models need to, quote, allow people to spend more money to buy new games. After a couple of years, there won't be many people willing to buy those games at the initial price. So they'll be added to the subscription service, and there'll be more people to try those products in time for the next game in the franchise to come out. Well, here's
free
the
to
thing.
play not dangerous? Are we not talking about free to play being dangerous? We're not talking about battle passes being dangerous?
Well,
why is it always Game Pass as the whipping boy? And I tell you why it is. It's because it delivers value for consumers. That's the thing corporations really don't like. Oh dear, they found a model that works for everyone. Better attack that since we can't compete with it. That's just bullshit, man.
I will say, it's kind of like a weird thing because this whole explanation hinges on the point that he says, if the only way for people to play games is through subscriptions, that's dangerous. But currently at this point in time, and Game Pass has been around for, 8 years now, there has not been a subscription-only game.
No.
It's like you can either subscribe to the service to play Doom, or you can buy the game for yourself. Now, I would kind of agree with them in a way that if the only way to play Doom was through a subscription, that was like it, I think you'd have a bigger point in that regard of being like, well, if everything's...
You should be talking about Netflix, because that's the Netflix model. Netflix's game model, and they just acquired Carrie Patel.
Yeah.
I think her name is from
Avowed,
from
Obsidian.
Obsidian, and she obviously works on Pillars of Eternity franchise too. So their games are subscription only. So like, if you're gonna talk about that shit, talk about Netflix. Talk about Netflix trying to poach developers, and talk about fucking Apple Arcade and all that bullshit. Why'd you have to attack Game Pass when Game Pass is like the only one that's really giving some actual value to consumers right now?
Well, I'm not surprised.
It just none of it just holds water, man.
I'm not surprised he thinks the PlayStation Plus version is better or healthier, right? Because they don't put day one games in there. But I sort of think it's muddies the water when he talks about the idea of like, oh, well, if the games are only available through subscriptions, and I mean, even Microsoft hasn't really geared their games towards a Game Pass subscription. Like, I would imagine Because if that was true, like you'd have all these games having some multiplayer component, and they don't. Like Avowed didn't, Doom doesn't, South of Midnight didn't. Like you'd imagine like these short experiences are probably not what you would want in Game Pass. Like South of Midnight being as short as it is like that people aren't going to really spend a lot of time in it. So it's like even Microsoft's own games really don't seem built for Game Pass in general. And like you said, if indies, are building a game and they want to take advantage of it, they potentially can, but that's on them for building it.
Yeah.
And just because you do it doesn't mean it's going to work, because the game's got to be good in the first place.
The only games that work on Game Pass are the ones that are actually good. And
it's also like I always find it funny when you have these former executives of these corporations that when they do interviews with people, that like they still it still sometimes sounds like they're actually just working for the company,
Yeah, or they're salty about the fact they used to work at the company, like certain other executives who comment on Xbox things.
It's another thing. But yeah, that Yoshida's whole thing came out, which I'm sure he was asked about. I doubt it was one of those things where it was
just whacked in
unprompted. It was like someone probably asked him about subscription services, and then he talked about that.
Yeah.
So
I mean, to be completely fair to him, like he was suggesting like it could become dangerous in the future, and I suppose like in a world where maybe Phil isn't there, and you put someone like, I don't know, Don Matrick or Harrison in charge, whatever his name is, Phil Harrison, and someone who doesn't appreciate the art of games as much. And they're like, okay, well, now we're going to try and prioritize for Game Pass. We're going to try and prioritize addictive games that have sort of like an anti-churn effect. Say for example, I don't know what that looks like, but I can understand that it could, be a thing in the future. But I also think consumers will reject that. I think like the model works now because of the way it is. I don't think if you start building games to fit the service, I don't think that'll work. And you only have to look at like all the games that are out there that have failed because they try to appeal to an imaginary audience, and there's a lot of them. At some point, the money's going to force you to take a lesson on that shit, So I don't know. I'm sure Microsoft's learning all the time about what games help, because there is obviously an aspect here where they've got to consider like what games are helping us reduce the churn rate. Churn rate being people who unsubscribe month over month.
Right.
I'm sure they're looking at like, did we put too many games into Game Pass in April? Because maybe there was a lot of overlap between Expedition and the other games that are there. Maybe we didn't need to put that much in there. Maybe like the money would be better spent elsewhere or on a game for next month instead, But I think as well, like they know exactly how much money they get month over month with Game Pass. So it's very easy to not overspend or underspend month over month. And that's the beauty of Game Pass. Like as it grows, they'll have more money to spend on more content to try and make it more appealing. And I think you make it more appealing by having a shitload of variety. Like I'm playing a CRPG in Game Pass right now. I would not be playing this game if I hadn't had the opportunity to play in Game Pass, because I'd never played an Owlcat game before. I don't know if like their games are like super buggy or janky or just broken. And I don't think you get a good feel for the game from looking at screenshots because the camera's really zoomed out in these kind of games. So Game Pass was the ultimate vehicle for me to check that out. And guess what I did, Rand? I bought the game. I bought the game directly as well because the game's amazing. I bought all the DLC, and Game Pass gives you a nice little discount as well, which is cool. And I get to support the devs at the same time. So I think the model works. And I really, the fear mongering around it from like devs and press who try and prompt into these questions, it's just really transparent that they have a sort of, they either have like a boomerish kind of attitude about it. Like, oh, I don't like change. I want games to be like they were, physical retail. That's the best for me. Or they just have a inherent bias against Xbox for whatever reason. and I don't think I need to name names. You know exactly the kind of journalists who very rarely have anything positive to say about Xbox, but whenever there's something negative, it's that right there,
Right.
I like to think I give a good balance between constructive criticism of Microsoft when they fuck up, but also like willing to celebrate when
It's
they
odd
do well.
because
Like
depending on who you ask, some people would say that you're a shill, and then other people will say that you're like you're a hater. It's
yeah,
so
I had
odd.
someone in my comments the other day who was like, "Oh my god, you just hate Xbox," and it's just like, bro, I literally wrote an article last week saying that the Gamepass app had gotten good now. And I think we've got an article going up in the weekend that celebrates Xbox Game Pass's April. But it's whatever, man. People don't like read. If people don't read every article, they don't know my content that well. If they don't watch every Rand video, they won't know your content that well. If you only watch your Crackdown video, people might think you're a big Xbox salt farmer.
Hey, even people at Xbox hated that video, so.
Yeah, I don't know, but that's the YouTube algorithm demands.
Sure is. I got a super chat here. I don't know if you answered some of these, but good old Collinwood says for people who have you did answer these, or you didn't?
I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't.
Good old Collinwood says for people who have submitted super chats, how happy are you with the response you got? Please rate your satisfaction from 1 to 10. I feel like we give good long answers for all of our people that spend money and support the show. So I feel like that answer has got to be a 10 or a 9 or an 8. If someone
give you 7.5.
7.5, okay.
Yeah.
Dirty Dan says, is there any chance Activision puts all past games on Game Pass like Bethesda did? Yeah, I guess that's another aspect to this. Is like, could you see Activision announcing and being like, a lot of our games are coming to Game Pass as part of the showcase stuff?
I mean, there is sort of like, there's a huge back catalog there that can be tapped into, and I do think like back compat is an easy win with a lot of it. I think it's an easy win for a lot of Xbox fans who feel like they've been ignored and not heard over some of the recent decisions that they've been making. So I would love to say yes, but I haven't heard anything on that front. But we'll wait and see, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's the whole like IP revival of like Transformers and Spider-Man and all those 360 back compat stuff where it's like, do you get a back compat announcement or whatever? And we've seen some of those pop up on the Xbox PC store and stuff. So it's like, is that something we see announced then at the show? I don't know. Or maybe after the show or something, potentially.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's see here. What else we got? We have Chris, who says, funny Jez mentioned Halo books because like an hour ago they did announce a Halo book that follows Chief and takes place after the end of Infinite. Also, that's where you got the information. Okay. That's where Jez got the information from. I guess before we get to the Patreon questions really quickly, Cyberpunk 2 is in production. I don't know if you saw CD Projekt Red say this, Jez, but
it's in full production.
Yeah.
I tell you this, was it last year or the year before? A couple of years ago, I visited CD Projekt Red. I can't remember what it was for now. Oh yeah, it was for the Cyberpunk DLC. God, that was like 2 or 3 years ago now. And there was a whole floor that was cordoned off for Cyberpunk 2. And it was like top secret, do not enter, all this kind of stuff. So like, yeah, it's Cyberpunk being one of the best games ever made.
Apparently it's
I'm very happy to hear this.
4 to 5 years away though, so probably 2030. They did give the breakdown of developers where it's like,
I'll let them cook.
It's like 440 developers are on Witcher 4, which sounds like it's a 2027 game, and like 95 developers are on Cyberpunk 2. So, they'll go that way until Witcher's fully out, and then everybody will probably transition to Cyberpunk. But man, after my experience with Cyberpunk 2, man, or Cyberpunk 1, I cannot wait for Cyberpunk 2. Be very interested to see where they go with that game, because that's like a whole new story and everything.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible, man. I think like they'll learn from all the mistakes of the first game. They'll cut off the Xbox One and PS4, so there won't be any issues there, and we're just going to get pure cookage, and it's going to be amazing. At least that's my hope and prayer. I'd probably be terrible now. I've jinxed it. But Mike Pondsmith hinted that the game might take place in some
like
kind
of Chicago like level, like city or something. Yeah.
Chicago.
That's pretty good.
How do you feel about it?
I mean, that's pretty cool. It'd be great. I love to visit futuristic Chicago.
Futuristic Palemos.
Yeah, that'd be something. Did you see this thing about the Mind's Eye drama?
Yeah, people don't know if it's a real game or not. Like, I'd never even heard of this game.
Well, so it was initially revealed at one of the Sony State of Play earlier this year, and it looked like a futuristic GTA. The game's supposed to come out in a couple weeks, like the beginning of June, and there wasn't a gameplay thing released until a couple weeks ago. And then a few YouTubers got a preview of the game, and they weren't really positive, and the gameplay videos look kind of sterile, and it looks like one of these games where you watch these trailers and you're like, either that game is going to be amazing, like an 85 or higher, or it's going to be a complete disaster and be a 40, right? But then I think it was the CEO or the director of the game basically came out and said that there's a conspiracy, conspiracy against the game, that people are paying bots to be negative about it and all this stuff. And I'm like, really? Mind's Eye? What?
I never even heard of it.
Yeah.
So I don't know who's spending bots to attack this game, which I've never even heard of. But yeah, I mean, it's one of them, isn't it? It's is this too good to be true? And they're not being super transparent about it. And it's is there actually footage of someone playing this game? And I think a few years ago, Crimson Desert, right?
Yes. The game that looks incredible. I've seen the recent videos.
Yeah, so I remember Crimson Desert having these criticisms as well. But then at Gamescom, behind closed doors, I actually got to see it being played for an hour. And it was oh, the game is real. So I think it's weird that all the game, we've only started hearing about the game so close to launch. And I think someone in the chat said, was this game AI generated? And people are sort of comparing it to that other game that was a weird sort of is this a real game? Is it not a real game? And then it came out and it's just blatantly not a real game. I can't remember what it's called now. Yeah, the studio's dead.
What game was it?
I can't remember. It was like a zombie sort of apocalypse kind of game that looked a bit like The Last of Us.
Yeah. It kind of had a lot of hype. Oh god. I can picture the image of the box art or whatever, or the main image in my head.
Yeah, the day before.
The day before. There we go. Yeah.
Everyone in chat. Thanks, chat.
It's also even that abandoned game. Remember that everybody thought was a Kojima game? That was a PlayStation exclusive, and apparently never really existed anyways.
Yeah.
So you never know. There's always, something someone trying to pull a fast one over people. But yeah, I was watching the newest.
Now you've got AI video being as good as it is. You just don't know how much of the shit that you see out there is just maybe potentially totally just fake. So.
Yeah, and with that, you know what? That's we're gonna start doing some Patreon questions. I mean, geez, we're gonna long show this one, so I hope you guys enjoy the extra time. So
I tell you, my headache is not enjoying it, but
I know we'll get through it. Do us a big favor if you enjoyed the podcast, hit the like button, please. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Check out our Patreon, patreon.com/XB2, where you can submit questions and get early access to podcasts and all that good stuff that we do. And if you want to also support the show, check out Surfshark. Links in the description or in the comments for 86% off 2 years, which is pretty awesome. So
yeah, it's $2 a month or something.
Click on the link, check it out, see if it's for you. And with that said, let's get into some Patreon questions.
Let's do it.
We got For the Brand. Says, Happy Friday, gamers. With the Xbox handheld being delayed, do you see Microsoft maybe pushing to have Xbox games run natively on Windows devices? I think it would be a good opportunity, but unsure if it's even possible given how licenses work and such. Thanks, and have a great weekend.
Yeah, so I kind of speculated a little bit about this.
Mm-hmm.
I think like there are licensing challenges here, which kind of frustrates Microsoft plans for next gen, right? So I did hear that the next Xbox, the Xbox handheld was a Windows device, but I also heard that it ran Xbox games natively. And maybe this is how they get around the licensing thing with Windows. It's like if the handheld's Xbox branded, then they get around the licensing issue. You know, that's the sort of my thought process. But if it's an OEM handheld and what technically constitutes a tried and tested PC, maybe then they're not allowed to run the Xbox game on full Windows. But I honestly don't know. I think the licensing issue is something that can potentially be worked out because it's just money at the end of the day, right? And Microsoft just has to prove to devs that, look, Xbox Play Anywhere works. People don't buy games twice, so just let them play it where they are, and you'll get higher engagement. You know, that's pretty much what I've been told is the data, you know, what the data suggests. But obviously, Microsoft, that also benefits Microsoft, so it's not surprising that devs might be skeptical of that view. Maybe they're just like, okay, well, if that's the case, then give us some risk offset, give us some sweet Game Pass money or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know if we'll ever see full Xbox games on Windows itself, but I sure as hell would like to see that. But we'll see.
Yeah, I think that's what that whole like forward compatibility, like I know that recent announcement where people thought, oh, they're gonna do back compat again. I think Xbox is done with back compat. I expect like all their efforts are basically try to make sure that all the games that you own now move forward with you into whatever, you know, strategy they have, rather than we're gonna go back and do some more back compat 360 and OG Xbox games. I think it's more about getting your library to work on PC moving forward.
Yeah.
Silas says, greetings, fellas. We know during the regular podcast, Jez is playing a game, breaking a story, or cooking beans. What does Rand do while Jez is driving the 2+1 podcast? Counting his fortune, reading, or paying attention like a good co-host? I mean, I'm always paying attention. Always. And
I'm paying attention.
I mean, you listen to the last 2+1. It was me. Jez admittedly had to write an article. So
yeah,
I don't read during this. I might have Twitter open just to see if any breaking news happens while we're doing the show. But no, I'm not playing a game. My attention is squarely focused on the show. I mean, sometimes maybe my mind might wander and like Jez will say something and I'll be like, I'll say exactly what Jez says. It might be awkward. But
yeah, like
90% of the time I'm paying full attention.
Yeah. One of the issues that I often get is like sometimes someone will address me in the chat and I'll want to read and reply to what they said, and then I'll forget that I can't read the chat and listen to Rand at the same time. So sometimes when I say, oh, I didn't catch that, it's most likely because I read the chat and got distracted by the chat. That's the problem with doing it live, right? Stuff like that's just going to happen sometimes. It is a live show at the end of the day. And sometimes streaming live's pretty hard.
Yeah. Quelly Ford says, hey guys, long-time listener, first-time caller. Well, thank you for dropping a question for us. Regarding next-gen hardware, do you have any insight as how Microsoft will plan to differentiate? I can't speak.
Differentiate.
Their official Xbox hardware versus their partner OEM hardware. My guess is that it will look a lot like Google Pixel versus Samsung or Microsoft Surface versus Dell, Lenovo, etc. Thanks and all the best. Interesting question. Because I also was thinking about how do you make it different? What makes, and because Phil talked about the idea of like, well, they want to win on differentiation, and they want to win on technology and innovation and all those kind of buzzwords that don't really mean anything at this point in time because you can't really talk about it. But yeah, it's a good question, and honestly, I don't know much about like Surface versus Dell. That's more your area. So what do you think they would do to differentiate their hardware versus like an OEM's hardware? Would it be cheaper? Well, would it be just like sharper looking, better performance? I don't know.
I think AI has a role to play here.
Oh, God,
I think having an
AI.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's one of the issues. They're gonna have to prove that it's actually something good. I don't think it's gonna be something like, oh yeah, it has a co-pilot assistant on it or something. It needs to be something more like, yeah, you can automatically generate a game mode in Forge or something by using a prompt rather than building the map, right? Something like that. You know, maybe you can build a level in Minecraft Dungeons, for example, using a prompt, and the NPU on the system is what facilitates that. Or maybe even it's something like, oh, the NPU helps with cloud rendering. So like it renders like a more pixelated image natively, but then the local NPU upscales that image and results in better latency overall. So it needs to be like provable features, not just shit like, you know, oh, it's got a co-pilot AI assistant which can do your homework while you're gaming or some bullshit like that. It needs to be like a provable feature. But that's like an obvious one. Differentiation, maybe that could be PlayStation on power. Maybe that could be PlayStation on, I don't know. They've got like some kind of new ray tracing algorithm that's just better than anything else that's out there. You know, I suppose like there's a million different routes they could go down with this stuff. Obviously, Game Pass is a big feature differentiator, and technically, in a way, because it's exclusive to Xbox today, and you could call it a feature for all intents and purposes. But I don't know. We'll see where all that goes. The sky's the limit, I suppose, when it comes to that kind of thing.
Right. We got Jada Jagan. Again, with Xbox delaying the handheld, is there any reason to still be confident in next-gen consoles? Where I struggle is this is the latest in a long string of Microsoft pivoting directions, and it's hard to want to build a library when a pivot away from hardware looks more and more like a feasible talking point eternally. And that's kind of what I mentioned before, where it's like you have all these plans, great and wonderful, but you know, plans always end up changing. And I think it's a valid question to have.
Yeah,
but
sure.
To be fair, like they never announced the handheld, but Phil's always mentioned it in every interview he's been in the past like 2 years. And they have talked about the new console or what they want to do with the new console or the hardware and stuff. So it's like, you know, they've been out there saying that stuff. And so like I said, Jez's thing is like 10 to 1 to 10. How confident are you with 10 being the most and 1 being the least? And he was a 10 and I was just a 9. Just be like, I think it's happening. But you are right in the sense of like a year from now, they might be like, you know, and then you'd be like, let's not do. All right, we're not doing it anymore. But I
Satya might be like, nah, we don't need.
I think it still gets done. But I get people's hesitations, especially if you want to build a library and you're like, well, where are we going with this? But I think there's definitely going to be another console. You know, what form that console takes, probably PC. And, you know, we go from there. But I get people's hesitations with it because weren't you someone who said that, like, they had surface something in trucks that it was supposed to release and then they canceled it? So it's you know.
Surface Mini. That was Zach's whole thing. So someone on our site, Zach, it was like, for ages, he'd been covering the Surface Mini, which is supposed to be like this 8-inch Surface Mini tablet, right? He covered everything. He leaked everything about it, the specs, you know, factory pictures, all that kind of shit. It was on its way to retailers, and then it got recalled out of retailers. And it's like, nah, we're actually cancelling this for some reason. Don't know why it was cancelled, but then everyone was like, oh my God, Zach, you said this was happening, and no, it's not happening, you lied. But then Zach ended up getting his hands on a prototype.
Yeah, on the prototype, yeah.
And then he did like an unofficial review of it, which is hilarious.
I also
not happy about that.
I also want to mention that I think you can lose the handheld, but I don't think you can lose the console yet. That's the other thing where, like, when Jez says one of them's been canceled, my first thought was handheld because you can lose that. Like, I still think the console's too like you could make the argument like the console's lower down on their priority list, But the thing is, the console is still a priority. It's still
where they make the most money. It's still where they don't have to pay the 30% cut. It's still where they make all the Game Pass money. So it's still really important to keep that relevant.
Yeah. So that's why I think
it's just not where the growth is.
There'll be another one. And then we'll see after that. But thank you for the question. Omen says, so NVIDIA just launched GeForce Now app for Steam Deck. While Xbox has a lengthy method to get xCloud working on Steam Deck, do you think they'll ever launch their own xCloud app for Steam Deck? People have been wanting that for a while.
So when the Xbox Handheld stuff had leaked to me, I was told that it was all part of like a big meeting that was going on. And there was like a Q&A section in the meeting. And one of the questions that was asked was, why don't we have cloud gaming on Steam Deck like NVIDIA does? And Microsoft didn't have an answer for that. So part of me wonders could this be Steam not wanting it there? Does Steam think that's like a step too far to support Microsoft services directly? I mean, it is this, you can put it on there because obviously you can boot into Linux, you can pin a website as an app, and all that kind of stuff. But it's a ball ache to set it up, especially if you want like a thumbnail on there or whatever. Having a native app would be what you'd want, but at the same time, it's like, if NVIDIA's there, like, why would you want xCloud, right? Especially if you've got, I suppose you do save money if you've got like Game Pass Ultimate, but you want to play Game Pass games because you have to subscribe to GeForce Now on top of that if you want to get that functionality, which is just like an extra XYZ amount of money. But I don't know. I suppose it's always weird when it comes to platforms interacting with each other, like how Apple blocked xCloud on iOS, right? Which makes you wonder, like, now that Fortnite has managed to release on iOS now, does that help Xbox in some way? Does it help Xbox get around Apple's rules of like, oh yeah, you can put cloud games on there, but it's got to be a per game thing or some bullshit?
Apple just bought their first game developer.
They sure
all
did.
This time they never decided to do it, but now they did. Maybe because they see the writing on the wall. They're also releasing some like all-in-one gaming app across all the Apple devices right around the time of the Switch 2 launch. We're gonna see Apple start buying studios and publishers to maybe compete.
I hope not.
Or because they've been basically just $15 billion a year or whatever it's been, just from because that's their store and that's mobile stuff, and it's like they don't have to do much for it. But that might all change. So
I mean, like how Google competed?
Yeah. But we like Google because algorithm and YouTube and
oh yeah, we love Google.
Google's good. So
love you, Google.
Yeah.
Love you, Bay. That's what the kids say, right? Bay.
Yeah. I mean, you think Xbox could get something working with Steam, but I mean, I think that even Gabe said they weren't, or that Steam wasn't against the idea of a Gamepass on Steam, but I mean, it hasn't happened yet, and it sort of feels like it's probably not going to happen. So yeah. I would imagine, the Gamepass app probably doesn't happen. Maybe it does when it's PC based. I don't know if that has anything. Probably doesn't have anything to do with it. I don't know. I'm just
maybe Microsoft just doesn't want to give the cut, and it's also like,
yeah, there's that.
If maybe Microsoft's just like, if people want it, they'll seek it out. It's on the same platform.
Yeah.
What we don't want to get people used to getting this through Steam if we can have a version that's baked into Windows. It's literally pre-installed on Windows. It's like, it's one thing to put it on PlayStation where like you don't exist at all, but you do exist on Windows, and in fact you exist before Steam exists on Windows. So it's like, maybe it's just pointless. I don't know.
We got Kraken56 saying, hey guys, do you think the next mainline Halo campaign will build on some of the Infinite's design choices? The game was received well, and I enjoyed aspects like the open world, the boss battles, and the one-shot camera. I would like bigger set pieces and vehicles like a Scarab or some of the Banished vehicles. I would like it to be more graphic because the Banished are merciless. Lastly, I hope it has more varied environments. I can't wait to see the next mainline game in UE5. I think it's going to be a big jump, hopefully. I mean, yeah, they're probably going to drop the Xbox One, so I think that helps in that regard. Plus, UE5 can be it's a very pretty engine. I'll put in some of those visuals.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess it's like, does Master Chief have his grapple hook still? With how much people love that, I would imagine that's something you got to keep, right? And yeah,
maybe it's the translocator from Unreal Tournament instead.
So I really can't see them removing the grapple, considering how much people like it, especially if you're going to go more open like Infinite was. But definitely, like, people talked about biomes and how it was kind of just northern Seattle with like trees and stuff like that. You didn't really get a snow biome or a sand biome or any of those things. So I could definitely see them trying to do more of that. And maybe it makes it easier to do it more on Unreal Engine than it was to do in I forget what engine they were using for Halo or what it was called. Slip Space engine, yeah, which was
Extreme, something like that.
Very hard to get to understand. I personally don't think we'll see the next proper Halo game for a bit. I think we see Halo CE remake next year. And I guess it's possible they tease what comes for Halo after that during it. But I still think that's some time away. We won't see it. But I'm also very curious to see what it looks like and how it runs in on UE5. Does it feel like Halo? Are we gonna look at it and be like, wow, Halo's never looked this good? Thank God we moved it to UE5. Look at these look at the Covenant spaceships. Look at
these cheeks.
Look at Gravemind. Look at Master Cheeks. You can see the pimples and stuff. Or are people going to be like, "Oh, Master Chief doesn't feel like Master Chief, and the guns don't feel the same." I'm very curious to see how that all comes together.
Yeah, I don't know. I do want to see where Halo goes, even if I'm a bit of a Halo hater.
You're not a bit of one. You are.
I like Halo Wars. You know what they should do? The next Halo should be a CRPG. That's what it should be. A CRPG, man. You can have Master Chief.
You're never happy. You're getting your Gears E-Day game, the prequel that everybody always wanted, Dom and Marcus back, and you're still just a Halo hater.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say no to Halo Tactics either. Yeah, well, Halo Tactics, yeah, or Gears Tactics too.
What about Halo Roblox, Halo Mega Bloks, Halo Lego Halo?
Minecraft Halo.
Minecraft Halo. Yeah. I mean, we talked about it. Like, why haven't they done something like ODST, but Helldivers 2, right?
Yeah.
You could easily see that.
It's kind of funny because Helldivers, not Helldivers. What was it called in? Hivebusters. In Gears was kind of sort of that, where you go down a drop pod and whatever, and then you do missions in a 4-player co-op. It was like they were almost there conceptually, but it just sort of amounted to a weird little experiment in the end.
Yeah, we got Governor Grimm. Says, "Hey boys, my goat is Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Love Dory in the sequel, love Hollow Knight, and have fun with Bloodstained. I have accepted that Team Cherry is never releasing Silksong. All this to say that I love Metroidvanias. I that regard what existing Xbox IP that isn't a Metroidvania would make the best transition to a Metroidvania. And remember, Jez, Surfshark, rawr.
Rawr, rawr.
So what Xbox IP that isn't a Metroidvania would work well in a Metroidvania? Do you think? You know what? Hear me out on this one, Jez.
Go on.
Halo
Metroidvania?
Yeah, like think of the different grenade types. Think of the the grapple. Think of the abilities
in the
you could
vein
use.
of Shadow Complex.
Yeah, like Shadow Complex in that vein.
I fucking love that game.
Like, could you imagine it being like a Halo thing though? Not necessarily if you're Master Chief or whatever, but the different
Arbiter.
weapons you could get and the abilities you could use.
No. You could play as the Arbiter. You could have invisibility. You could have like the energy sword as default weapon. Shit, man.
I think it could work.
That's amazing.
I think a Halo Metroidvania would work.
I think play as the Arbiter.
Maybe.
I think.
Is there any other one that you think could work? Call of Duty, probably not.
I mean, Dark Souls is kind of an obvious one.
Dark Souls.
But yeah, I mean, Dark Souls is literally a 3D.
Well, he says existing Xbox IP. Dark Souls isn't existing Xbox.
IP. Xbox IP. Oh,
yeah.
I just thought he meant existing IP in general.
No.
Maybe Psychonauts.
Maybe.
Like Raz upgrades his powers and then can open new doors and stuff. Because Metroidvanias hinge on like stuff like exploration and backtracking when you've got new powers and stuff like that. Need to think a bit more about that. Maybe fucking Warcraft, honestly.
What about Overwatch? What about Overwatch? Like maybe a couple characters or grab a character, build it around it or something like that?
Yeah, maybe. I tell you something, and this is kind of a sidebar again, but it's like one thing I've been thinking about increasingly, and it's kind of Warhammer that's made me think this. Because like Warhammer, Games Workshop doesn't make its own games. They just license out the Warhammer IP to pretty much anyone who wants to make a Warhammer game, as long as they adhere to the very strict rules around the lore, right? And I keep sitting there thinking like, why don't other studios and IP holders democratize their IP just with the rules around the lore, you know? What would it look like if Blizzard released Warcraft to other genres? Like, you can't make an MMO, but you could make a Metroidvania, you could make an action RPG, you could make like all these other kind of games, as long as they were like side stories, not something that broke the existing lore timeline. Or maybe just like work with Blizzard on establishing what the major lore beats were, and then have everything be like a found photograph kind of thing. You could do this with all kinds of franchises. You know, you could do it with Halo to build out the Shadow Complex like Halo Metroidvania. You could do it with Warcraft to make the, I don't know, Warcraft Souls-like or something like that. And then if it doesn't work, then, you know, fine. But it doesn't have to detract from like Warcraft the MMO or Halo the mainline shooter, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe get a third-party studio to make the Halo Helldivers, Halo ODST, and stuff like that. Fuck it, get Arrowhead to make it. They seem to be free after the next game. I mean, why not? You know.
It's funny that Governor Grimm mentioned
make a version of Hellblade where you can actually do things.
It's funny that Governor Grimm talked about Team Cherry never releasing Silksong because George R.R. Martin crashed out over this week in his blog post about
oh really?
Winds of Winter. Yeah, he basically just he put it on the fans. He was just like, you don't care the other stuff I do, and you only care about this. Like, he crashed out hard.
Did he have a heel turn? Did he do John Cena?
And I was reading, I'm like, dude, George, you like, come on, dude, like you literally. Like the game last book released in like 2011, it's literally 2025, and you know you said, oh, it'll be out by 2020 at one point, and it's not, and it's 5 years later, and he's just like, he's screaming at the fan, you don't care about this, and I'm doing this, and you don't care about this, and I'm just like, yeah, dude, like, look, I'm not one of those people that thinks like we're owed the book or we're owed the series to finish. But I think it's clear as day that he doesn't have the passion anymore for finishing it as he used to, and that he'd rather do other things, which, whatever, that's fine.
Elden Ring.
But then don't go on this diatribe about how fans don't care about this other stuff he's working on. Governor Grimm saying that about Silksong and how they're never going to release it got the same in my mind about George R. R. Martin never releasing The Winds of Winter. Been waiting for that book for 15 years now, 14 years.
Yeah.
Anyways, we got Rave Damos. Says, hey, Rand and Jez. Coffee rubbed pork butt. That's the comment. If you haven't tried it before, it's fantastic. The coffee grinds create a delectable flavor-filled crust around the savory meat. My sister-in-law made it twice, and both times, scrumptious. I'm loving Rave's use of all these great adjectives. Have a wonderful weekend, gents. Like, dude, he used the words delectable and scrumptious. Like, you don't really see a lot of people use those words. He definitely had his thesaurus out for this one. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I appreciate it too. That was some good verbiage there.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Rand could even pronounce such.
I'm surprised. In my head, I know what those are, but sometimes the tongue is just like, hey, let me say these words. Coffee rubbed pork butt.
I thought he was just saying random words.
Say that 10 times fast. Coffee rubbed pork butt. Coffee rubbed pork butt. Coffee rubbed pork butt. Right? Like, that's what I thought he was going.
I don't want to. But yeah, I honestly thought he was just saying random words just to get a comment in, and then you started elaborating. I was like, oh shit, this is the thing. That's the thing. I don't think I've ever eaten a pork butt though. Is that like rump? I think we call it rump in Britain.
I don't think so either. A delectable, flavor-filled crust around the savory meat. What a sentence.
Huh? Are you hungry now?
Yeah, I mean, I am hungry. We got like one more super chat before we get out of here. Or one more Patreon question. Good old Collinwood says, hello, Rand and Jez. So we have another war in the gaming sector. This time not hardware, but now of operating systems. Valve OS versus the upcoming Xbox OS. I'm looking at this as competition, and that is something that benefits consumers. In the same way that there isn't just the Steam Deck. There's also Lenovo, there's the ROG Ally, there's even the Switch 2 and the PlayStation Portable. I'm pretty sure you have seen and experienced using a Steam Deck. What, in your opinion, Microsoft needs to include or improve on the Xbox OS to get an advantage over Valve OS? Jez? Because I have not used the Steam Deck, and I don't care about handheld gaming, so that's a you question.
I think the major one is usability today. Like, just being able to, like, I think Paris Lily said on, I think I saw him post a skeet on Blue Sky. where Paris Lily said something to the effect of, I just want to be able to boot the device and go straight into my games, which is what you can do on Steam Deck. You can't do that on Windows. You boot the device, you log in with a Microsoft account, and then you have to like load up an app and then wait for Windows to boot up and all that kind of stuff. It's not as elegant as a solution, at least to some degree. So I think they need to solve that first with a dedicated gaming shell. Also, the out-of-box experience, not designed for controller. You need a mouse for it. And like on the Lenovo Legion Go, which is hilarious because Lenovo basically used a load of screens they had lying around which were designed for their Android tablets. The Lenovo Legion Go default screen orientation is portrait. So when you're doing the out-of-box experience on Windows, you are doing it in portrait mode on a landscape device, which is very, very weird because Windows won't let OEMs dictate the default portrait orientation out of the box. So there's a lot of like weird little things like that which don't really work on these kind of devices in Windows. Those are the easy things to solve. Then I suppose like the harder thing they need to solve is the performance and battery life overheads. I mean, the performance and battery life degradation that is a result of the compatibility overheads, So compatibility is great, but there must be a way that can identify which processes could be either toned down or killed in order to produce the kind of battery life results that we see on the Steam Deck and Steam OS, with identical hardware. But yeah, this is why competition is good. This is why competition is important, especially for Windows. Because Windows might be the dominant market leader today, but it only took a couple of years for Internet Explorer to lose pretty much all of its market share as soon as a viable competitor emerged out of the shadows with Chrome. So I would hope that Microsoft's learned the lessons of the past, not to just rest on its laurels because it's dominant in the moment, and actually just pull their finger out and just be like, okay, we've neglected Windows enough. Let's fix this shit. They have the skill, they have the capability to do it. Let's see them do it.
All right. Anyways, let me just double check. Well, because I don't know what the handheld stuff needs because I haven't used one and I don't plan on using one, so it doesn't really matter to me.
Yeah, you're a hater of handhelds.
I'm not a hater. I just don't care. There's a difference between hating and apathy. So I'm apathetic towards the handheld stuff. But yeah, I think we got everything. So it's been a long show. This is way longer than our normal. But I mean, we did have a lot to talk about. We went over the showcase, and there's a lot of stuff here. So hope you guys enjoyed the extra long episode this week. We'll be back next week with another episode. We'll see if we can do an Xbox 2 Ultimate maybe this upcoming week. We'll let you guys know. Sign up to the Patreon, patreon.com/XB2. Check out Surfshark and their 86% offer for the 2-year deal for Xbox 2 listeners.
Oh, just a note on Patreon, it's 20% off right now. I thought I'd put a sale up because of the showcase. So if you want to get Patreon a little bit cheaper, it's 20% off. And also you can get it even cheaper if you sign up via the web rather than the iPhone.
Yes.
iPhone, Apple levies some kind of fee.
Apple are assholes.
Apple are dicks. So,
yeah.
But not Google. We like Google. Thanks, Google algorithm. We love you. But Apple are dicks. We hate Google is way better than Apple.
Well, hold on. We are on iTunes, and we do pretty well on iTunes.
Oh, actually, yeah, we love Apple. We love you, Apple. Just kidding.
And iTunes.
Just a joke, Apple.
Yeah,
just
we're just joshing at Apple.
Just kidding, bro. It's just a prank, bro.
Yeah. But thanks everybody for hanging out with us, and if you're listening to this later, whether it's on YouTube or elsewhere, we love you. Thank you guys so much. Enjoy your weekend. And keep it gaming. Later, guys.
Rock and roll.